4:45. When they reached a lake, Qin Pingon stopped rowing and put down the bamboo shoots. He took out some dry food from the nearby objects to fill his stomach. Lu Laoqing suddenly asked Qin Pingon if he liked fishing. There were 3 unique dishes in the lake, all of which were the delicacies at the banquets of the Zhuang dynasty. Among them there was a kind of fish caught in the winter. The colder the snow, the more delicious the fish called winter carp. Lu Laoqing pointed to the bottom of the lake and said there were some in this area. Without waiting for Lu Laoqing to say anything, Qin Pingon had already taken out the fishing rod that he had never had a chance to use on the purple bamboo island and a small jar of distiller's corn. Lu Laoqing did the same. His movements were skillful, but the bait was slightly different. The fishing rod was a special green bamboo that overflowed with spiritual qi. In the end, Lu Laoqing caught 3 palm-sized winter carp and Qin Pingon caught 2. They put away the fishing rod almost at the same time. After that, the 2 sides showed their skills again. They had chopping boards, stoves, pots, firewood, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, and so on. One was at the bow and the other at the stern, cooking the fish separately. The 2 sat cross-legged, holding chopsticks in one hand and wine pot in the other. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. They began to chat while eating. The intrigue and killing intent were all in the conversation for the time being. After chatting and laughing, just as they put away the stove and pots, Qin Pingon patted the blade's strengthening gourd and the 15th flying sword flew out. Qin Pingon said in front of Lu Laoqing, "Go to the Verdant Gorge Island and tell Lu Zhimao that I am with Lu Laoqing in the Gong Willow Island and ask him to open the mountain guarding formation. I will go ashore alone." Lu Laoqing asked, "Just giving orders and not making up an excuse? Otherwise won't Lu Zhimao be suspicious?" Qin Pingon replied, "If we talk too much he won't dare to open the formation." Lu Laoqing nodded. Being straightforward and either frightening the opponent or falling out with them is suitable for people like Lu Zhimao. We can't give them any room to maneuver. Qin Pingon's eyes lit up. Lu Laoqing smiled and said, "Why? I just casually mentioned it and you got something?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Previously, I only had a vague idea of what I should do, but it wasn't as thorough as Island Master Lu. Yes, it's like Island Master Lu had placed a ruler in front of me. In the past, I pursued not going to extremes when dealing with people like Lu Zhimao. However, Island Master Lu taught me to do the exact opposite when dealing with people like Lu Zhimao." Lu Laoqing nodded his head in agreement. At the same time he said, "When talking with others, you can't throw away your whole heart. You and I are still enemies. Since when can we be so loyal to each other? Did you misunderstand something?" Qin Pingon propped himself up on the bamboo pole. "It's 2 different things. If I wanted to fight to the death, I wouldn't have to come to Gong Willow Island at all. At the end of the day, I still hope that both sides will be happy. Island Master Lu will still be able to obtain the great benefits. I just want to be at ease. I won't fight with Island Master Lu for money." Lu Laoqing didn't comment and drank slowly. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "When I was learning to play chess with others, I really didn't have the ability to understand. I learned everything slowly. I could ponder for a long time on a set that had been fixed by the predecessors, but I still couldn't grasp the essence. So I like to think blindly. I wonder if there's a chessboard where everyone can win. It's not only about winning or losing but also about winning more or less." Lu Laoqing shook his head. "Don't talk to me about chess. It's a headache. I never liked it. The level of chess skill has nothing to do with whether you do good or bad things." Qin Pingon was about to say something, probably because he still wanted to argue with this old cultivator. Anyway, Lu Laoqing himself had said that when one was free he would be the master of the country. The reason why he insisted on sailing slowly back to Verdant Canyon Island this time was that he wanted to know more about Lu Laoqing's character. Although the success or failure of the plan was greater and higher, Lu Laoqing raised his hand. "Shut up. Don't push your luck. What kind of school teacher are you? At most, you're just an accountant with a pretty good plan. The ferry boat is only so big. Even if I don't want to, I still have to listen to your nagging. If I want peace and quiet, I can only slap you into the lake with one slap. With your current physique, you can't stand any more torment. Now you're relying on one natal aperture acupoint. If this mansion is broken, your longevity bridge will be broken again. By the way, how did you break your longevity bridge before? I'm a little curious." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "In the alley of my hometown, I was broken by a female cultivator on the mountain. But she was still tricked by Lu Zhimao. That disaster was very thrilling. Lu Zhimao also did something to my mind. If it weren't for my good luck, I and the female cultivator would probably die without knowing how. It was a muddled fight. You immortals on the mountain, in addition to your great power, also like to kill without spilling blood. This was the first time Qin Pingon told Lu Laoqing about his family. It was a show of sincerity. Otherwise, Qin Pingon was really worried that he would have angered the unpredictable old cultivator before reaching Verdant Canyon Island. Lu Laoqing seemed to be touched. The cultivators on the mountain are very afraid of being tainted by the mortal world. In the book Slip Lake, I should be the most qualified to say this. That's why military cultivators are envied by other Qi cultivators. No matter how they kill, they don't have to worry about karma. Therefore, compared to legalism's school of vertical and horizontal Shang and school of agriculture, they prefer to stay at the foot of the mountain to cultivate. Sword cultivators are also comfortable and have fewer restrictions on the troublesome ghosts of the Four Mountains. Qin Pingon smiled and said, I've seen the legalism cultivators and the Taoists of the Saber Division. The only one I haven't seen is the school of Moism. Lu Laoqing sneered, I advise you not to provoke the school of sword cultivators. They're the most troublesome ghosts. They're simply the guards of the King of Hell. Qin Pingon nodded and said, I'll keep an eye on them. The journey was long and there was an end. The ferry passed by several vassal islands including the White Scale Island and arrived at the boundary of Verdant Canyon Island. As expected, the mountain and river formation had been activated by Lu Zhimao. In Lu Zhimao's view, this would certainly make Lu Laoqing unhappy. However, he and Qin Pingon were in the same boat. Once he rejected Qin Pingon's request, he would have to bear the corresponding consequences. He could only choose the lesser of two evils. Moreover, although Lu Zhimao couldn't figure out why old ancestor Lu was willing to accompany Qin Pingon to return to Verdant Canyon Island by boat, Lu Zhimao kept telling himself that Qin Pingon liked to do things by the rules. No matter what Lu Laoqing wanted to do, he was brought by Qin Pingon. He might not be able to settle everything, but at least he would solve this mess together with Verdant Canyon Island. He would not stay out of it and just leave. This was the invisible influence brought by a so-called good person. It was like the spring breeze sneaking into the night, moistening everything silently. Even a villain like Lu Zhimao who was full of evil had to admit it. Lu Laoqing kept his promise. He rode the wind and hovered above the lake outside the ferry. Qin Pingon tied the ferry rope and went to the mountain gatehouse. After a while, the jade tablet stopped absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth from the lake. Qin Pingon went to Zhou Xian mansion, but when he returned he did not take Hong Su with him. He went back to the ferry alone. Lu Laoqing frowned. Qin Pingon said, I don't want to see Hong Su die beside me. I can only do nothing. This is what I'm most afraid of. Lu Laoqing laughed heartily. He gave Qin Pingon a thumbs up and flew into the air. He turned into a rainbow light and returned to Gong Willow Island, making a series of rumbling sounds like winter thunder. Qin Pingon stood at the ferry for a long time. When Lu Laoqing was completely gone, he lifted his hand and wiped the sweat on his forehead with relief. Lu Zhimao came to the ferry and said with a wry smile, Mr. Qin, can you tell me the truth? What's going on? Qin Pingon said, on the way here I've been chatting with Lu Laoqing and probing each other. I've come to the conclusion that Lu Laoqing has never met the Dali General Su Gaoshan. Lu Zhimao's expression changed slightly. Both of them were smart people. When the speaker spoke, the listener understood what he meant. Su Gaoshan, the commander of the Dali cavalry who had already reached the capital of Shihao country, was a mountain that even Tan Yuani of Grain Island could not surpass. When the three of them discussed the alliance in Hengbo Prefecture, they all felt that Lu Laoqing had already connected with Su Gaoshan, so they did not bother to discuss important matters with Tan Yuani, the spy leader of Green Wave Pavilion. It was Gong Willow Island that directly received some kind of reply from the central government of Dali through Su Gaoshan. That was why they acted so arrogantly and completely ignored the conditions offered by Lu Zhimao and Tan Yuani. If so, Lu Laoqing's current position was roughly equal to Su Gaoshan's. Now it seemed that the three of them had guessed wrong. They still underestimated this cultivator of the upper five realms. Lu Laoqing did not even take the General Su Gaoshan seriously. Gong Willow Island must have a higher and more hidden line. Maybe they could directly talk to the Song clan or even the Dali imperial tutor. Lu Zhimao's expression became more bitter. Mr. Chin won't judge the situation and abandon Verdant Gorge Island to Gong Willow Island, right? Chin Pingon shook his head and said, if I really did that, I wouldn't be talking to you about this. What's more, Island Master Lu has a unique insight. He must be able to see that although Lu Laoqing and I seem to have a harmonious relationship, it's actually not as good as the cultivators of Book Lake imagine. It's not like we hit it off at first sight and regret not having met earlier. I'm not afraid that you'll laugh at me, but if it wasn't for that jade pendant that made Lu Laoqing wary, Gong Willow Island would have been my burial ground. Lu Zhimao smiled and said, then I'm relieved. If Mr. Chin chooses to join forces with Lu Laoqing, I'm afraid that I won't be able to walk out of Book Lake even if I have 2 more legs. Chin Pingon joked, after the new year I might leave Verdant Gorge Island often after spring next year. I might even leave the boundary of Book Lake. Island Master Lu, you don't have to worry that I'm sneaking around behind your and Tanyuni's back. But I might really run into Su Gaoshan along the way. Island Master Lu, you don't have to worry. I'll only value the alliance with Hengbo Prefecture more than the 2 of you. But let me say this first. If one of you changes your mind at the last minute and wants to back out, just tell me. It's still something that can be discussed. If either of you betrays me, I don't care what the reason is, I'll make sure that you're in big trouble. Lu Zhimao smiled bitterly and said, I can only promise that if I change my mind I'll tell Mr. Chin in advance. As for Tanyuni, I'll pass on your message to Grain Island. Chin Pingon nodded. Lu Zhimao did not deny it. When Lu Laoqing accompanied Chin Pingon to Verdant Gorge Island, the more straightforward Chin Pingon was and the more he tried to distance himself from Gong Willow Island, the more uneasy Lu Zhimao felt. Because that was a what if. What if Chin Pingon had another choice based on his courage and indomitable spirit? What if Chin Pingon decided to betray him? What if he was more ruthless than Lu Zhimao and Tanyuni? One had to know that he was very clear about how that insufferably arrogant little loach had jumped into the fire pit, how it had suffered and how Chin Pingon had cleaned up the mess. Suddenly Lu Zhimao felt a little regretful. Should he not have walked into Chin Pingon's rules? Could it be that when things came to a head, he suddenly realized that he had ended up in the same miserable state as that little loach? Chin Pingon folded his hands in his sleeves and looked at the lake and mountains in the distance. He smiled and said, Island Master Lu, you don't have a choice. Don't be distracted. Otherwise you'll only add to your troubles. This is not the state of mind that a nascent soul cultivator should have. Lu Zhimao sighed and said, you've enlightened me. I've learned something again. Chin Pingon joked and said, you flatter me. I'm not a teacher. I'm just a poor accountant on Verdant Gorge Island. I'm living under someone else's roof. I still need Island Master Lu to take care of me. Lu Zhimao also joked and said, sometimes I have evil thoughts. I wonder if it would be better if Mr. Chin was killed by someone with a punch one day. Chin Pingon smiled and said, same to you. After Lu Zhimao left the ferry, Chin Pingon returned to the house. He took off the sword deity and hung it on the wall. He took off his golden robe and wore only a thick cotton robe to resist the cold. He threw some charcoal into the small charcoal cage and lit it. He carried it to keep warm and paced around the house. Zheng Yi knocked on the door to greet him. After Chin Pingon opened the door, he asked about the details of Zheng Ye's cultivation progress. After chatting, Chin Pingon was quite satisfied. He estimated that Zheng Yi should be able to use his own body to carry the spirit of the otherworldly item and walk freely in the world of the living. At that time, Zheng Yi could rely on this superior secret technique and his own special foundation to practice and improve his cultivation. Perhaps the speed of his breakthrough would be very fast. It would be faster than the insidious sex of Reed's Moon Island. He could become a cave realm cultivator who crossed the first big threshold of the 5 middle states earlier. Seeing Zheng Yi dilly-dallying as if he was unwilling to leave, Chin Pingon asked, do you want to ask why you and Lu Laoqing can visit Book Slip Lake together like friends despite the difference in age? Zheng Yi was a little embarrassed and nodded. Even though he firmly remembered to see more and think less in Verdant Canyon Island, this tall teenager was really curious and couldn't hold back. Chin Pingon smiled and said, it's a little complicated. It's not something to talk about. Zheng Yi quickly got up and said, Mr. Chin, I'm going back to cultivate. Chin Pingon said to him, when you can talk about it, I'll tell you when you buy me a drink. Zheng Yi gently closed the door with a smile on his face. He happily said through the last gap of the door, Mr. Chin, it's a deal. After that, many islands in Book Slip Lake ushered in another heavy snowfall before the snow had completely melted. It's really strange. What's going on this year? It hasn't been long since there were 2 heavy snowfalls in a row. However, no one was unhappy about it. This meant that the spiritual qi in the entire book lake, which was already abundant, would be replenished. This was called the heavens giving them food to eat. In recent days, almost all the cultivators were talking about the accountant of Verdant Canyon Island. Even the 4 lakeside cities such as Qishui and Yunlu were no exception. For the first time, Yu Hui took the initiative to visit the mountain gate of Verdant Canyon Island. He sat in Qin Pingan's room for a while and made a small business deal. He sold Qin Pingan a superior spiritual weapon that was only a hair's breadth away from being a magic weapon at a low price. Its function was similar to that of the Yama Palace in the prison. It was a pavilion that was modeled after the glazed pavilion of White Emperor City in the Central Plains. Although there were only 12 houses that could house ghosts and spirits, which was far less than the Yama Palace from the secret vault of Verdant Canyon Island, the condition of the houses was much better. It was more than enough to house the Yama Palace that was carefully cultivated by the ghost cultivators in Verdant Canyon Mansion. Qin Pingan was a little helpless. It must be something good, but he didn't have the money, so he could only buy it on credit from Crescent Island. Yu Hui was amused when he heard that. He said that Mr. Qin was not loyal. How could he have the nerve to sign an IOU at such a low price? Qin Pingan smiled and said that he had the nerve. He didn't need to be polite with Island Lord Yu. Yu Hui was even more amused. Friendship was friendship, business was business. He dragged Qin Pingan and asked the owner of the secret vault, Zhang Yi, to sign an IOU in the name of Verdant Canyon Island. Otherwise he would be worried and asked Mr. Zhang to keep an eye on Qin Pingan. By then Yu Hui and the secret vault would be a pair of brothers who went through thick and thin. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded. He didn't lend Qin Pingan money to pay for the lapis lazuli pavilion. After all, Qin Pingan owed a lot of money to Verdant Canyon Island. But Zhang Yi promised to write an IOU. Yu Hui was satisfied. He also invited Mr. Zhang to visit Crescent Island when he was free. Zhang Yi nodded and agreed. He didn't force it and directly arranged a time with Yu Hui. In the end, Qin Pingan was like an outsider. The island lord of Purple Bamboo Island was jubilant. He took a spirit vessel ferry and brought Mr. Qin 3 purple bamboos that were ancestors of the island. He was happier to give money than to receive money. When he arrived at Qin Pingan's house, he only drank a cup of hot water without tea leaves and left. Qin Pingan saw him off all the way to the ferry and saw him off with a fist salute. There were many people who had been rejected by Qin Pingan before or had no island lord to show up. They all paid a visit to Verdant Canyon Island as if they had made an appointment. The heavy snow stopped. Lu Zhimao came to the house at noon. He knocked on the door but didn't enter. Qin Pingan walked out with a charcoal cage. He looked tired. The 2 of them took a walk together. Lu Zhimao was gloating. "Do you want me to help you keep those guys out? Just find an excuse and say that Verdant Canyon Island is going to seal off the mountain." Qin Pingan shook his head. "No need. I find joy in my misery. Actually, I can learn a lot from interacting with these island masters, but it's really tiring. Exchanging pleasantries with people has always been something I'm not good at. I'll just treat it as making up for my shortcomings and cultivating my inner strength to deal with people." Lu Zhimao smiled. "Actually, everyone has to go through this day. When you have your own mountain in the future, you'll have to take care of everything. It'll be more tiring. It's good to get used to it early." The 2 of them had walked a long distance away from the house. Lu Zhimao looked back and tried to hold back his laughter. "Qin Pingan, your aunt left Spring Court and came to see you. If I remember correctly, this is the first time she came out to see you after you moved out of Spring Court. Do you want to go back?" Qin Pingan shook his head. "Let's walk a little more." Lu Zhimao nodded. "If you're as hard-hearted as us cultivators, you don't have to go through all this trouble." Qin Pingan carried the charcoal cage and smiled. "Let's try to part on good terms. Even after the incense is gone, I'll still hope that the other party can live a better life." Lu Zhimao said, "It's hard to be a good person when it comes to some half-baked family affairs, whether it's a house in a shabby alley, a mansion of a rich family, or a big mountain like our Verdant Canyon Island. Qin Pingan, let me give you another piece of advice. Maybe after a few years or 10 years, that woman won't understand your current good intentions. She'll only remember your bad." No matter if she's living a good or bad life at that time, it'll be the same. Maybe if she's living a bad life, she'll remember your good points. The better she's living, the deeper her resentment will be. Qin Pingon looked indifferent. Does that have anything to do with me? Lu Jimao laughed. That's true. Lu Jimao suddenly smiled playfully. Do you think Gukin's mother brought 1 or 2 maids with her this time? Lu Jimao quickly said, she's definitely not fanning the flames. Qin Pingon thought for a moment. Is it possible that she brought the maids halfway and felt that something was wrong, so she sent them back to Chunting Mansion? My aunt is very smart. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for her to raise Guken in Mud Bottle Alley. But, there's no buts. She's really done her best in Mud Bottle Alley. Lu Jimao clicked his tongue. Amazing. Qin Pingon smiled. Did I really guess it right? Lu Jimao nodded. When we walked out of Spring Court Manor, we even brought 2 of our most obedient maidservants with us. We didn't walk too far before we realized that this wasn't the attitude of someone pretending to be pitiful and begging for help. Soon we had the maidservants return with the valuable fox fur coat on them. So, if we continue walking, she will definitely be shivering outside the door and her lips will be blue from the cold when we return. By then she will probably be unable to speak properly when she enters the room. So, should we turn around immediately and not give her this pitiful chance? Qin Pingon said helplessly, let's go back. Lu Jimao smiled. Actually, it's harder than I thought. Qin Pingon shook his head and said, anyway, I already know everything. Why should I let her suffer? Sulking is the most boring thing. Lu Jimao asked, or should we go back together like last time? Qin Pingon said, there's no need for that this time. I don't have the honor to trouble Island Master Lu every time. I don't deserve to be Xianxia Island's consecrator. Lu Jimao didn't insist and disappeared in a flash. Don't worry. I won't eavesdrop on your conversation. I can guess what she'll say anyway. Qin Pingon returned to the house. The woman was frozen like a quail. She hugged her shoulders with both hands. When she could see Qin Pingon from afar, she hesitated for a moment and immediately let go. As a woman, she could already see Qin Pingon. Of course, Qin Pingon would see her earlier. Sure enough. Qin Pingon approached the mountain gate and quickly walked over. When he saw the woman, he handed the charcoal cage to her. He opened the door and said, why are you here, Auntie? Let someone say hello. I can go to Chunting Mansion. The woman entered the house and sat at the table. She put her hands on the charcoal cage and said with a forced smile, Ping, and Little Loach is dead. Auntie doesn't dare to say anything. But Little Loach has been with us for so many years. Without it, not to mention Chunting Mansion, even the thatched cottage on Xianxia Island would be dead. So, can you give Little Loach's body back to us and find a place to bury it? If this request is too much, Auntie won't say anything. I won't blame you either. Just like what Gukin has been nagging for so many years. Other than me, his mother, you're the only one who truly cares about him. You've been in Mud Bottle Alley for so many years just to earn a bowl of rice. You've helped us so much, big and small. You've done everything that we've seen and not seen. At this point, the woman covered her face and sobbed. It's fate to end up like this. Auntie really doesn't blame you. Really? Qin Pingon listened patiently. He waited until the woman was sobbing and didn't say anything else. He went to the desk and quietly took out the big stove under it. Then he went to the corner and opened the big bag of charcoal. He added charcoal to the stove and lit it with a special match. Then he squatted on the ground and pushed the charcoal under the table so that the woman could put her feet on the edge of the stove to keep warm. After doing all this, Qin Pingon sat on the bench and didn't say anything. The woman quickly wiped away her tears. Under the table, she gently lifted her feet and stepped on the edge of the stove. She said with a sad face, it doesn't matter if you can't. Little Loach came from the water. You don't have to be like us who don't care about burying dead people. Qin Pingon's eyes were in a trance. He vaguely remembered. Back then he protected her in the alley. After quarreling with those long-mouthed women, the two of them sat on the steps at the gate of the courtyard. She just cried silently and clenched the corner of the sewn clothes with her hands. She didn't say a word. When she saw her naughty son swaggering into Mud Bottle Alley, she quickly turned around, wiped her tears, tidied her clothes and combed her hair with her fingers. Even now, Qin Pingon still felt that the aunt back then was the best mother for Gukan. She asked softly, Ping, then I heard that you went to Gong Willow Island this time and met Ancestor Lu. Was it dangerous? Qin Pingon clenched his fists and gently placed them on his knees. There was no more sadness in his heart, only helplessness. It was ominous to see the abyss fish. Qin Pingon took a deep breath and loosened his fists. He stretched out a finger and pointed at his eyes. And we're really a family. In fact, there's no need to talk. We're all here. I saw it when you opened the gate and brought me a bowl of rice. After the quarrel, you sat at the gate of the courtyard and winked at me. You told me to keep it a secret from Zhou Xian and not let him know that his mother was wronged and made him worried. I also saw it. The woman wanted to say something but stopped. Under the table she clenched the bamboo handle of the small charcoal cage tightly. Qin Pingon really wanted to tell her. And you probably don't know, but when I was in Mud Bottle Alley I knew that you wanted me dead because of that little loach. And you hoped that Lu Zhimao could kill me. And you probably don't know either. That night when you invited Lu Zhimao to Chunting Palace and asked about me, Lu Zhimao didn't drink the tea but took the water in the cup. In fact, he used the mountain's secret technique of echo water to collect the tea and put it in the bowl. He then placed it on this table. It's just that I shattered the lingering sound ripples of your conversation. Auntie, you don't know either. You took off the fox fur coat, the maidservant returned to the manor, and even the little action of letting go of my hand as soon as she saw me at the door, the scheming behind it, and the words she said when she entered the room. I know everything. I know everything clearly. However, Qin Pingon swallowed all these words back into his stomach. In the end he only said, Auntie, Book Lake might be different in the future. Auntie and Gukin won't have to be so afraid anymore. There might be a day when we can't protect our family business, and there might be a day when assassins come for revenge and Gukin has to kill them again and again. However, before that day really comes, I hope that Auntie can stay in Spring Court Mansion as much as possible. The woman nodded gently. Qin Pingon looked at her and said slowly, the Book Lake will be very different. When that day comes, I hope that you can be as careful as you were when you moved from Mud Bottle Alley to Green Canyon Island and see how you can help Gukin expand the family business in Chunting Palace. Since it's for Gukin's good, I think you've suffered for so many years in Mud Bottle Alley and the first 3 years in Green Canyon Island. In the future, for the sake of Gukin, you can also endure it. There was bound to be a day when he would succeed. Just like how he had raised Gukin all those years ago. The things that the little slug ate and wore were never worse than the other children in the neighborhood. Just like how his ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley had turned into Spring Court Mansion. In the future, it might even become his own island instead of Haibo Mansion, which was bigger than Spring Court Mansion, right? What's more, Gukin's father may come to Book Lake to see you at any time. The woman nodded vigorously. Her eyes were moist and slightly swollen. Qin Pingon did not say anything else. The woman sat for a while longer and then left. Qin Pingon walked her to the door, but the woman was unwilling to take the charcoal cage away. She said that it was not necessary and that the cold was nothing. She had suffered all kinds of hardships in Mud Bottle Alley and was already used to it. Qin Pingon watched her leave and then returned to the house. The woman walked hard all the way but did not complain. When she got close to Chunting Palace, she immediately put on a straight face and moved her lips slightly. But when the maidservant ran out quickly, the woman quickly smiled. Qin Pingon sat at the table and was speechless. He murmured, "It's useless, right, Qin Pingon?" He rubbed his cheeks. "Then do something useful." Qin Pingon lowered his head and bent over. He moved the stove and stepped on it. Still holding the charcoal cage, he lay on the table and took a nap. Half asleep and half awake, he felt like he had returned to his hometown. The barking of Shiba men dogs in the middle of the night, the crying of children that disturbed one's sleep, and the sound of an old woman's hunched figure playing with clothes. Many people would be annoyed by it. Qin Pingon was the same back in Mud Bottle Alley. He could only endure it. In the end, it was just a small matter. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was a small matter. Now that he thought about it, he missed it. With a bang, the charcoal cage fell to the ground. Qin Pingon woke up, picked up the charcoal cage and put it beside the bench. He went to sleep. When he woke up, it was already late at night. He was awakened by a knock on the door. Qin Pingon went to open the door and almost cursed out loud. It was the master of Pearl Hairpin Island, Lu Zhongruan. Qin Pingon opened the door but did not give way. Lu Zhongruan raised his eyebrows. "What, you won't even let me in?" Qin Pingon asked in return. "If I let you in, how can I go to Zhou Xian Palace to see Ma Yunji?" Lu Zhongruan waved the porcelain bottle in his hand. We're discussing such an important matter at the door? Qin Pingon frowned. You're doing this on purpose? Lu Zhongruan smiled and nodded. Qin Pingon said helplessly, Master Lu, what are you thinking? This is not the rule of doing business, okay? Lu Zhongruan smiled. Don't reason with a woman. Qin Pingon was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. That's reasonable. Lu Zhongruan walked into the house. Qin Pingon did not dare to close the door. As a result, Lu Zhongruan lifted his leg and kicked the door shut. Lu Zhongruan looked down at the large bluestone slab, glanced at the bookcase in the corner, and the 6 halves of purple bamboo leaning against the wall. Finally, his gaze returned to the bluestone slab. Mr. Qin, you've been hiding here all day just to fiddle with these sinister things? Qin Pingon nodded. Lu Zhongruan walked to the table and glanced down at the stove. This thing is very rare. Qin Pingon said with a smile. The common people have seen the earth dragon in your rich and powerful sect. They think it's even rarer. Lu Zhongruan was a gold-core earth immortal who deliberately hid his strength from the book-slip lake. After sitting down, he put his feet next to the stove. It's quite warm. I'll get one in the sparkling gem pavilion later. Qin Pingon asked, Have you thought it through, Master Lu? Lu Zhongruan was still looking around curiously. He said casually, Yes, I've thought it through. How could I dare to neglect a bookkeeper who can be personally escorted by Patriarch Lu? Do I want to die? Qin Pingon said, Our business may need to be put aside for a while. Lu Zhongruan said angrily, Qin Pingon, are you playing with me? Who was the one who came to the sparkling gem pavilion to do business with me? Now that I've come to give you a personal answer, you're putting on airs with me? What? You want to raise the price now that you've got Patriarch Lu? Fine, name your price. I'd like to see if you have the face to say that you'll take both the man and the money. Qin Pingon stared at the Princess Royal of the Fallen Kingdom. If it weren't for the fact that so many people have come to visit the master of the Verdant Gorge Island, I wouldn't have let you sit here and scold me tonight. I would have really drawn a clear line with you. Do you really not know, or are you just plain dumb? You could have waited patiently in the Pearl Hairpin Island. Your superfluous actions will only cause the Pearl Hairpin Island to fall into a whirlpool. Once I fail, the Pearl Hairpin Island will not be able to keep its current property, let alone move out of the book-slip lake. Lu Zhongruan, I'll ask you the same question again. What are you thinking? Lu Zhongruan said with a smile. I've survived the fall of my kingdom and my family. Now there's no more chance for the kingdom to fall. At most, my family will be destroyed. What's there to be afraid of? Qin Pingon suddenly thought of something and looked at the door. Lu Zhongruan was slightly surprised. Could it be that Qin Pingon was really a gold core sword cultivator? Otherwise, how could he have such sharp senses? Because there was an uninvited guest outside. He was sneaking around like someone who often eavesdropped on other people's conversations. A man. Qin Pingon winked at Lu Zhongruan and said coldly, Master Lu, I'll say it again. I won't take the female cultivator of the Pearl Hairpin Island as my personal maid. It's not a matter of how much money you have. However, Lu Zhongruan didn't respond at all. Instead, he complained, I didn't expect you, Qin Pingon, to be such a heartless man. I was wrong about you. Lu Zhongruan suddenly stood up, opened the door and rushed out. Qin Pingon was dumbfounded. Bracing himself, he stood up and went to the door. After a while, the ghost cultivator of the Vermilion String Mansion, Ma Yuanji, walked over with a smile. Qin Pingon wanted to explain, but Ma Yuanji's face was full of surprise and joy. He patted Qin Pingon's shoulder hard. No need to explain, I know. Her Royal Highness deliberately angered me and wanted me to be jealous. Qin Pingon, I owe you this favor. In the future, when Her Royal Highness and I become Dao companions, you will be the greatest contributor. Ma Yuanji rubbed his fists and left with a big smile. Qin Pingon stood where he was and said to himself, that works too. Qin Pingon was amazed. Walking to the shore of the ferry, he squatted down and made a snowball. After thinking for a while, he made a snowman and inserted a few charcoal as the nose and eyes. He clapped his hands. Qin Pingon thought for a while and made another one at the side. It looked slightly slimmer. Only then was he satisfied. In the past, Qin Pingon really did not understand the principles of love between men and women. He could only do whatever he wanted. Even though he had traveled twice, one of which was 300 years in the lotus flower-blessed land, he was even more puzzled. Especially that Zhou Fei of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, and now Jiang Shangzhen of the Jade Grey sect, made him even more puzzled. Why were so many beautiful women of the Spring Tide Palace in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land willing to be so unswervingly loyal to such an affectionate man? Now he somewhat understood. It was like one method could lead to all methods. If the people beside you were unreasonable and the people beside you had the strength to bully outsiders, they would be especially at ease. In the streets, in the halls of the Jianghu, in the mountains and under the mountains from ancient times until now there would be many such people. The Lotus Flower Blessed Land, Zhou Fei of the Spring Tide Palace, was notorious in the Jianghu. This was one of the reasons why he could make so many women unswervingly loyal. The people of the world both hated and worshipped the strong. This was one of the foundations of human nature. It was not to say that all women in the world were like this, but only those women in the Spring Tide Palace. There seemed to be a faint echo in the depths of their hearts that constantly reverberated outside their hearts. The bewitching voice was like the most devout monk chanting sutras, like the most diligent scholar in the world studying. That voice constantly told them that as long as they offered their one wholeheartedly to Zhou Fei could actually seize even more one from other places. In fact, if it was only in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, where the bottleneck of martial arts was not high, the truth was exactly so. They were indeed right. Even if the Spring Tide Palace of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land was moved to the Tongye continent, and Zhou Fei became Jiang Shangzhen, it would still be the same. Unless Jiang Shangzhen really provoked the likes of Du Mao or someone else. Just like Gu Kan's actions, she could completely convince herself and even those around her. Gu Kan's reasoning was flawless on his side, so even Qin Pingon, the person Gu Kan cared about so much, could not convince her. Until Gu Kan and Little Loach met Lu Laoqing of the Gong Willow Island. If you like to be unreasonable, you may be able to live a happy life within certain rules. However, the path of the Tao is long. There will come a day when no matter how big your fist is, there will be someone even bigger than you who can casually beat you to death. Qin Pingon's encounter with Du Mao was coincidental, but also inevitable. Gu Kan's encounter with Lu Laoqing was inevitable. It was just that Lu Laoqing appeared early that time, so early that Qin Pingon was caught unprepared. However, no matter who it was, as Lu Laoqing said on the ferry, no one knew whether their fate with others was good or bad. If Gu Kan's encounter with Lu Laoqing was inevitable, then wasn't it inevitable that Qin Pingon came to the Book Slip Lake and fell into a dead end and asked for trouble? It was the same. Even in the future, there would be all kinds of inevitability waiting quietly for Qin Pingon to face. Some were good and some were bad. This was the so-called Taoist saying that there was no door to fortune or misfortune, but only man's call. It was just about the complicated matter of being reasonable or not. Qin Pingon only understood it recently. It was only after he knocked the bowl and chopsticks in the middle of the lake that he thought it through that day that he figured it out. That was, the most interesting thing in the world was that the people with the biggest fists were the Holy Master and the Sage of Rites. The two of them happened to be the most reasonable people in the world. At that moment, even though Qin Pingon was greatly disappointed in the human heart after arriving at the Book Slip Lake, and then a little bit of hope, he didn't care about that. At that moment, Qin Pingon suddenly liked the world a little. He thought that one day, if he had already been to the North Continent, the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he would definitely go to the Central Divine Continent and meet the Sage of Literature again. He wanted to talk to him about what he had seen and heard after they parted. Next time he would definitely have a good drink with the Sage of Literature and not let him drink alone. He even wanted to pluck up his courage and ask the Sage of Literature if he could meet the two older sages. Of course he could wait until the two sages were free. At the thought of this seemingly impudent and rude idea, a smile appeared on the young accountant's face. What was the good and bad of the world? Was it important? Very important. Was it that important? Not necessarily. In the night, Qin Pingon squatted down and looked at the two snowmen side by side. He smiled brightly and made a face at them. Isn't that right, Qin and Miss Ning? Say something. Don't just whisper sweet nothings to each other. I know you two like each other very much. At the end of the year, it was close to New Year's Eve. The accountant of the Verdant Gorge Island brought a tall young man named Zheng Yi on his third journey. And they directly left the Book Slip Lake, passed the southern pass of the Stone Hair Country and headed north. That night they stayed at the Lingguan Temple. Sword Commisaref equals https://koreanapps. Xianxia. Alianx. com/download/index. HTML strong style equals color. Red, the new version of the Quick iBook app has been officially released. It includes a large number of books from the library for readers to read for free. The books are updated at the same time as the major platforms, and there are also many high-quality sources to support it. Hurry up and download it. 446. Sorry for the long wait. It was especially cold when the snow melted. Either the official road was muddy or the secluded path was covered with thick snow. Stepping on it made a rustling sound. Moreover, according to the prediction of the few Earth immortals of Slip Lake, there would be an even heavier snow at the end of this year in the vast territory of Slip Lake. At that time, apart from Slip Lake, the heavy snow that was rarely seen in 100 years would also include the Xianxia kingdom and a few other vassal states of the Zhou dynasty. Naturally, the cultivators of Slip Lake were happy to see this happen. However, the vassal states might suffer. It was just unknown whether the 3 heavy snowfalls at the beginning of winter would imperceptibly slow down the speed of the Great Li's cavalry moving southward, giving the Zhou dynasty, who adopted the scorched earth strategy for the first time since the founding of the dynasty, more time to breathe. However, the general trend of the world did not seem to have much to do with the daily lives of the cultivators. After all, the world was divided into the top and bottom of the mountain. In the main hall of the Lingguan temple, Xingyi went around to pick up firewood and lit a bonfire. Qin Pingon was still wearing a thick cotton robe, which was no different from when he was in Verdant Canyon Island. However, he did not carry a sword on his back. Instead, he carried a self-made bamboo blade and the fake Chu Huang sword that he bought from the Crying Ape Street in Pondwater City. The two ate their rations. This trip was the first time in Xingye's life that he went on a long journey. Therefore, compared to the quiet Qin Pingon, the young Xingyi could not help but feel excited. Passing a checkpoint and handing over the genealogy certificate issued by the ancestral hall of the Verdant Canyon Island to the soldiers at the border of the Xianxia kingdom made Xingyi very excited. However, he did not dare to show it. Mr. Qin Pingon had a lot on his mind. Xingyi was not blind. The two did not speak. After Qin Pingon finished his food, he started to spread out a map of the Xianxia kingdom. The southern part of the Xianxia kingdom was still fine. There were only a few Dali Iron Horse scouts and cavalry. Qin Pingon and Xingyi had seen them twice. However, in the south, which had not been affected by the war, there were already signs of chaos. For example, the Lingguan temple they were in was a good example. This was an old Lingguan temple that had not been repaired for a long time. It was slightly dilapidated. According to the explanation of the villagers nearby, the old Lingguan temple who was in charge of the incense died in autumn this year. The county government should have chosen a new Lingguan temple. Generally speaking, as long as the candidate had a clean background and had a genealogy certificate signed by a Taoist master, the county government would agree. There was no need to trouble the Ministry of Rites in the capital city for such a trivial matter. However, the Lingguan temple, which had few incense offerings, was no different from the county magistrate. Therefore, the two candidates that the county government originally wanted were not willing to take up the position, even though the county government had made a big concession and told them in private that they did not need to spend their own money to build a relationship with a Taoist master in the county. Therefore, the two candidates that the county government originally wanted were still unwilling to take up the position, even though the county government had made a big concession and made it clear in private that they did not need to spend their own money to build a good relationship with a Taoist master in the county. Therefore, the two candidates that the county government originally wanted were still unwilling to take up the position, even though the county government had made a big concession and made it clear in private that they did not need to spend their own money to build a good relationship with a Taoist master in the county. Therefore, the two candidates that the county government originally wanted were still unwilling to take up the position, even though the county government had made a big concession and made it clear in private that they did not need to spend their own money to build a good relationship with a Taoist master in the county. Therefore, the two candidates that the county government originally wanted to take up the position were still unwilling to take up the position, even though the county government had made it clear that they did not need to spend their own money to build a good relationship with the county government. In this chaotic world, the common people could barely take care of themselves. How could they care about entering the temple to offer incense? Only when they were full would they care about whether the clay immortals were full or not. This was human nature. Qin Pingon handed the bamboo box to Xing Yi to carry. Inside it was the magic weapon of the ghost Dao that he had bought from the secret storehouse of Xianxia Island. It was the Yama Palace of Hell. As for Yu Hui's subsequent visit to Verdant Canyon Island, he took the initiative to sell Qin Pingon the superior spirit weapon that was a replica of the colored glass pavilion. It was kept by Qin Pingon for the time being. The 12 houses that were capable of nurturing ghost generals were now filled with Yin spirits and ghosts whose souls were relatively complete. Apart from one of the houses, the remaining 11 Yin spirits were all Qi cultivators of the middle 5 realms when they were alive. They had died under the hands of charcoal snow. Their hostility was relatively strong and their obsession was deeper. Although Tseng Ye's cultivation aptitude was mediocre and his temperament was dull, he was a tall and diligent young man. Xing Yi had done a lot of things on the way north after leaving Book Lake. However, Qin Pingon was not the kind of immortal master who was used to extravagance and did not need Xing Yi to serve him. Therefore they were like master and disciple, but they did not have the status of master and disciple. Their journey was harmonious and natural. This time they had to visit as many as 40 places to enter Shihao Kingdom, involving 8 states and more than 20 counties of Shihao Kingdom. Xing Yi was troubled by the fact that half of the places were located in the north of Shihao Kingdom. It was chaotic and he might have to deal with the northern Dali barbarians. However, when he thought of Mr. Qin Pingon being an immortal, Xing Yi felt slightly relieved. The poor young man was brought to Book Lake when he was young and grew up on Maoyue Island. He had never followed his seniors to travel outside and had never tasted the flavor of an immortal master. He still had a trace of innate fear towards the imperial court and the army. It seemed to be childish, but in Qin Pingon's opinion, this was the right thing to do. Otherwise, if they encountered the unfamiliar cavalry from the distant north and mistook them for the ordinary cavalry from the central territory of the Aquarius continent, once a conflict broke out, then not to mention a cultivator of the lower 5 realms like Xing Yi, even a Golden Core realm earthly immortal who was second only to the Emperor of Stonehair Kingdom and was superior to tens of thousands of people would run into a wall with the cavalry of Great Li and might even perish. Qin Pingon did not deliberately remind Xing Yi about this. Many of the principles that seemed superficial had to be experienced personally to understand. At the very least he should hear it with his own ears and see it with his own eyes. Xing Yi began to cultivate with the immortal's secret technique taught by Mr. Qin. Breathing and expelling could make up for one's lack of talent. The poorer the wild cultivator was, the more he would cherish this hard-won opportunity. Qin Pingon's heart was not easy to cultivate, so his cultivation of strength naturally stagnated. It was the same for fist art, sword art, and cultivation of spiritual qi. Qin Pingon stood up, crossed the threshold and came to the main hall of Lingguan Temple. He frowned slightly. There was a popular old saying in the village, "One does not live in the temple, 2 do not look at the well." The common people might not really understand the mystery, but the cultivators would feel it more deeply. When a person's heart was in the house, good thoughts would scatter like monkeys on a fallen tree. Distracting thoughts and evil thoughts would enter one after another and vice versa. It was the same for temples and Taoist temples, which were originally places with flourishing incense. Were they originally gods revered by ghosts? In places where there were rules and regulations, once there were no more incense, the spiritual qi would disperse, and it would be easier to attract the attention of ghosts and otherworldly items. Many literates' books and notebooks recorded one after another strange things that happened in the dilapidated temples. That was exactly the reason why. Once, between the colorful clothes kingdom and the comb water kingdom, Qin Pingon met a fox demon in a dilapidated temple. At that time there was a meeting and also a parting. Qin Pingon lowered his head and held his hands. He gently exhaled a mouthful of white mist and rubbed his palms together to warm them up. After thinking for a while, he went to close the door so as not to disturb Xing Ye's cultivation. Xing Yi was simple and honest, but on the path of cultivation he was not tenacious enough and was easily distracted. So, tonight the matter of refining spiritual qi and nourishing the qi residents had just started and was interrupted. He had to start all over again. It was fine if it happened once or twice, but if it happened too many times, it would form a mental path that Xing Yi did not notice and it would be a big problem. People's laziness, greed and so on were all like this. They seemed to be quietly born and justified, but in the eyes of others, they were already traceable. Therefore, in the early stages of Xianxia's cultivation, Qin Pingan had to put in more effort to take care of the youth. Although he was not a master, he was quite like a guardian. Thinking of this, Qin Pingan could not help but laugh. Not only did Qin Pingan's mood not become heavy, but it also became more relaxed. It was probably because he thought of some happy things in the past that, unknowingly, his brows had already relaxed. He smiled and said, "Come out, I know of your existence." Although this spiritual official hall has withered the incense, causing one of the golden body Dharma Laksana avatars to hide and sleep for many years, and the little divinity left by the spiritual official hall is not enough for it to appear and protect the fate energy of this place. However, both of you have no enmity with each other and do not interfere with each other's business. It is better than becoming enemies for no reason, right? Once you meet a spiritual official hall with a bad temper, he will kill you even if his divinity is depleted and his golden body is broken. You can eat the remnants of the incense outside the main hall. I believe that the spiritual official hall behind you will not be angry. The difference between yin and yang is that ordinary people like yang and hate yin. However, the spiritual official hall of Taoism is not necessarily so. You can live after death, it is the will of heaven and fate. Therefore, you can wander around outside the main hall and help yourself to maintain a little spiritual aura, but do not enter the main hall. Qin Pingan explained patiently and carefully. This was because many of the otherworldly items and ghosts that did not dissipate after death were muddle-headed. Their knowledge of this world was not more than when they were alive. They were probably not even comparable to Xing Yi, who was a cultivator of the lower 5 realms. In Qin Pingan's eyes, there were a few otherworldly items hiding near the front and back doors of the main hall. The chilly wind was blowing, but it was not strong. Now that it was winter, ordinary people with a little yang qi, such as a strong young man, standing in Qin Pingan's position, may not be able to clearly feel the qi of yin qi emitted by the otherworldly items. However, if it was a person with a weak yang qi, it would be easy for him to be affected. The yin qi would invade his body and he could easily catch a cold and fall ill. The medicine of the country doctor to replenish qi might not be effective because it only treated the symptoms and not the root cause. The patient's spirit would be damaged. However, some of the witches' traditional methods of summoning spirits and stabilizing spirits might be effective. It was unknown whether they were afraid of Qin Pingan or if they were reasonable, but the otherworldly items gradually retreated and gave up the idea of entering the main hall of the spiritual official hall. Since they had stopped, Qin Pingan did not say or do anything. The first place they were going to was an immortal's house on a small mountain in the Stone Hair country. When the otherworldly items appeared in the world of the living, Qin Pingan would often ask for their opinions. They could stay with Zheng Yi, but if they felt uncomfortable, they could temporarily stay with a fox skin charm from the Su family in Qingfeng City that Qin Pingan had. A charm that could move people's hearts? Women could be placed in an object close to them or in Qin Pingan's sleeve during the day. At night, they could appear and follow Qin Pingan and Zheng Yi to travel far away. The 12 fox skin charm papers were like inns. Now, there were people staying in them and they used to be people of the Stone Hair country. Therefore, when night fell and there was no one around, Qin Pingan would take out the charm papers. The charm papers that they used to stay in? However, Qin Pingan would need to spend some snow to pay for it. Otherwise, the charm papers would close the door and they would not be able to return to the world of the living. They would not be able to take a few more glances at the beautiful scenery after the snow that could not freeze the otherworldly items. If it was in the usual night, Qin Pingan and Zheng Yi would be surrounded by noisy chatter. Among the 12 charm papers, even if there were some otherworldly items who did not like to communicate with them, they had been together for a long time. There were more or less 1 or 2 female ghosts who were close to them. They huddled together and chatted about their boudoir. As for cultivation and Taoism, they would not talk about it anymore. It was useless to talk about it and it would only make them sad. As for why they showed up tonight, it was because Qin Pingan asked them to return to the charm papers. It was because they were going to stay in the temple at night. When in Rome, do as the Romans do and do not offend these ancestral temples. A few female otherworldly items who were braver, even made fun of and complained about Qin Pingan. They said that these rules were not important to the villagers. But Mr. Qin Pingan, who was worshipped by the immortals of the verdant canyon island, did not need to care about these rules. If the gods in the temple dared to come out of the clay statue, Mr. Qin could just beat them back. However, Qin Pingon insisted, so they could only return to the fox skin charm papers that the Su family had painstakingly made. At this moment, Qin Pingon was standing in the corridor. Behind him, there was a red-faced, bearded, yellow-robed and golden-armored spirit official who was holding an iron whip and standing on one leg. He looked majestic. It was said that he was one of the more than 200 orthodox Taoist spirit officials recorded in the book. There was also a very hidden rumor that had spread throughout the world in the past 100 years. Most of the cultivators in the upper 5 realms and earth immortals like Lu Zhimao were qualified to hear about it. It was said that one of the 3 Taoist leaders who was in charge of the Baek Kyung building in the past, the second Taoist brother who was known as the Invincible Taoist Brother, had proposed 500 Taoist spirit officials. Everyone in the 3 realms, including the Taoist masters of Dragon Tiger Mountain, and even if they were not originally Taoist disciples, regardless of whether they were from the other 2 sects or the 100 schools of thought, had a chance. Once they had accumulated enough merit and luck, they would be able to return to their positions and finally enjoy endless incense in one of the 5 cities of the Baek Kyung building. What about the more than 200 Taoist spirit officials who were in the immortal class? That meant that half of the divine positions were still empty. The heavenly mandate was waiting for them to return. Qin Pingon walked down the stairs and made a snowball. He gently pressed it with his hands and did not go to the front hall. Instead, he paced back and forth in the courtyard between the 2 halls. It was probably a case of well water not interfering with river water. Qin Pingon was thinking about something. The South Sa continent, the Tongye continent, and the Fuyao continent were the 3 continents closest to the inverted mountain. A treasure had appeared and heroes were fighting for it. Du Mao failed in his ascension and the fragments of his azure golden body were scattered. This great opportunity was said to have caused many cultivators in the upper 5 states of the Aquarius continent to fight for it. Then there was the talk of 500 Taoist spirit officials. This was the real general trend of the world. Among them, Qin Pingon had personally experienced the chaos in the Tongye continent and was slightly affected. Fortunately, his life was not in danger. However, he was miserably schemed by the young Taoist from the Taiping Mountain who gave him a jade token of the Hall of Ancestors. Because of this, Zhong Kui became a ghost and lost his identity as a gentleman in the academy. On the Great Tao there were dangers after dangers, but the mystery was even more mysterious. It was the coexistence of risks and opportunities. Whether it was fishing in troubled waters, profiting, or even becoming rich overnight, it was far better than 100 years of accumulation. Whether it was the destruction of the Great Tao and the collapse of the Great Tao in the end, it all depended on the ability of the cultivator. Under the sweeping general trend, Zhong Kui from the Taiping Mountain and Du Mao from the Tongye sect were the same. There was no distinction between good and evil. Knowing these things might not be useful. However, knowing the context was definitely better than being kept in the dark from the beginning. Because this trip required him to pass through all the prefectures in the north and south of the Shihao country, Qin Pingon knew a lot about the Shihao country's Jianghu and local customs. The Shihao country worshipped Taoism and worshipped a Taoist itinerant immortal as the imperial tutor. The so-called itinerant immortal was naturally an unorthodox Taoist who was not part of the 4 main branches of Taoism. The 3 branches under the Taoist ancestor had different styles of Taoist robes. However, the Taoist crowns on their heads were the easiest to distinguish. They were the hibiscus crown, the fishtail crown, and the lotus crown. There were also many details about the Taoist crowns. Other than that, there was the Dragon Tiger Mountain in the central divine continent, which was a local Taoist power. It was said that this time, in stopping the northern barbarian Dali's cavalry from going south, the immortal protector of the country was at the front of the formation. He was able to summon the wind and rain and cast beams to form soldiers to protect the capital. In addition to the paper news from the immortal's residence on Katkin Island, Qin Pingon also specially arranged a banquet in Pawn City. He found an opportunity to invite 2 of Gukan's brothers, Han Jingling, the prince of the Shihao country who had fled here for almost a year, and Huang He, the son of the general of the Shihao country's border army. Qin Pingon asked a lot of questions but did not talk much. He was very polite. Although Han Jingling was the prince of the Shihao country and one of the legitimate sons of the current emperor, he was a true noble who had left the capital for many years. However, before the war started, he found an excuse to leave his territory and quickly went south to seek refuge. It was not difficult to guess what kind of temperament he had. However, things were unpredictable. Wherever the greatly cavalry went south, the stubborn northern part of the Stone-Hair Kingdom was often barren and the flames of war were fierce. On the other hand, Han Jingling's territory was unexpectedly spared because it was leaderless. There was no war at all. In his territory, Han Jingling was inexplicably known as the virtuous king. However, Qin Pingan knew that this was most likely because Han Jingling's advisors who supported him were helping him come up with plans and strategies. When Han Jingling faced the famous accountant of Xianxia Island, he naturally told him everything he knew. He could not wait to dig out his heart and lungs and let Mr. Qin, who had made a name for himself in Book Lake several times, have a look. Huang He, the legitimate son of the general of the Shihao country, had left Book Lake earlier to plan with his father, who had sided with the Dali's cavalry, to support Han Jingling as the new emperor of the Shihao country. It was said that they had already met Zhou Xian, so this time they returned to Pond City to tell Han Jingling the good news. Qin Pingan did not give them the opportunity to call him brothers. Of course, Han Jingling and Huang He did not have the guts to do so. However, there was a subtle difference between their temperaments. The former was in a difficult situation and did not have high aspirations. As for what would happen after he succeeded in becoming the new emperor of the Shihao country, and whether he would regret bowing to Han Jingling at the banquet in Pond City, Han Jingling had not thought of that step yet. Qin Pingan did not care. As for Huang He, in front of Qin Pingan, he seemed to be more humble than Han Jingling, but there was a trace of a gradually taut bowstring hidden under his expression. This was because Dali's general Zhou Xian had given the Huang family a great reassurance. If one day they really got Zhou Xian's support, even Qin Pingan would have to treat Huang He with respect when they met again in the future, let alone the little devil Gu Can who was no longer arrogant. Qin Pingan only silently watched these people's hearts become restless. As for the Katkin Islands court bulletin, the emperor of the Shihao country issued an imperial edict to the court and the common people. In it there were 8 words: arrogant and willful, not loyal to his subjects, and used soldiers to harm the people. This was the final verdict on Huang He's father, who had been conferred the title of Marquis Zhongyi by the previous emperor. Huang He, who had always accompanied Qin Pingan and Han Jingling to drink and did not speak much, only became a little more lively when this matter was mentioned. He was full of smiles and said that after his father heard the imperial edict, he was not angry at all and only said that he was flustered and exasperated. At that time, Qin Pingan looked at the high-spirited young face and drank a cup of wine alone. At that time, when he raised his cup, Han Jingling hurriedly called Huang He over to drink with him. There was a sense of sharing a grand event. Qin Pingan did not know whether to laugh or cry. This kind of table was full of king knowledge. Even the best wine was tasteless. After the seemingly happy banquet, Qin Pingan returned to the verdant canyon island alone. Qin Pingan once again thought highly of the Dali general Zhou Xian. The last time he thought highly of him was because of Tan Yuani in the Millet Island. Qin Pingan came back to his senses. It turned out that a tall otherworldly item wearing armor had appeared in the front hall. He might have been an officer in the battlefield when he was alive. The otherworldly item walked out of the front hall and stepped over the threshold with his left foot. He clasped his fists and said, "Immortal Master, we and our subordinates offended you and almost disturbed the Lord Spirit Officer in the main hall. Your reminder saved me a lot of trouble." Speaking of this, the pale-faced otherworldly item smiled sadly. He withdrew his hands and habitually pressed the hilt of the long saber on his waist. Whether it was the armor or the saber, they were the same as the otherworldly item's body. They were all illusions of various obsessions when they were alive. Qin Pingan looked at the wounded warrior from the Stone-Hair country, especially the 2 wounds on his chest and neck. Although he had not really experienced the battle between 2 armies, he knew that this warrior had died on the battlefield. He deserved to be described as heroic. The otherworldly item looked back at the front hall and then continued, "Immortal Master, you're from the mountain, so you might understand that the more dead we are, the stronger our desire to live is. As long as we can survive, we will do anything. Therefore, after we died on the battlefield, my fellow soldiers and I were haunted. We rested during the day and traveled at night all the way to the south. Some of our brothers couldn't hold on and their souls dispersed halfway. Some of them went to their hometown and met their wives, children and parents. Most of them went to the ancestral hall and ancestral tombs so they could go on with peace of mind. However, many of our brothers became more and more obsessed. As long as they met living people at night, they would want to devour their yang energy or pass by the local spirit officer temple, which no longer had any god. They didn't care about anything in the place where they were stationed. They just wanted to have a good meal. It was very difficult to restrain them, and it was getting harder and harder. Qin Pingon nodded and asked, "If I may ask, General, if some of your fellow soldiers wanted to do this, such as harming the people on the way, and you couldn't stop them, what would you do?" This was a question that spoiled the mood. The general's otherworldly item gently pushed the scabbard. His face was full of pain, but there was no hesitation on his face. "You'll have to ask my saber if it agrees. When we were alive, we were warriors who protected our country. Since we died on the battlefield, there was no way we could serve our country. However, if you want to harm the people after you die, you'll have to go through me first." The general's otherworldly item took a deep breath and grinned. "I'm not afraid that Immortal Master will laugh at me." Along the way to the south, our brothers returned home one after another. We also went from being the Een soldiers in the eyes of the people at the beginning, more than 600, to less than 10 today. Not only did we not harm any of the people in the world of the living, but we also cleared out nearly 100 lonely souls and wild ghosts that were full of evil chi in various places around the mass grave. It's a pity that the cultivators in our army ran away one after another, so I didn't have time to ask after my death. I don't know if our actions of getting rid of evil for the people can accumulate good karma for our brothers so that they can reincarnate well in their next lives. Qin Pingon first cupped his hands and bowed. Then he stopped and said with an unquestionable firm tone, "Heaven and earth are selfless, but human relations are moral. I believe that you and your fellow soldiers will have good karma to protect yourself and your family's descendants." As soon as the general heard these words from the Immortal Master himself, the unyielding warrior on the battlefield actually shed tears on the spot. He turned his head and said, "Did you hear that? I'm not lying to you." At the front and back doors of the hall, soldiers appeared one after another and cupped their hands. It was unknown whether they were thanking the general who died together with them or the young man in the green cotton robe for his final conclusion. When the world was bitterly cold and the mountains and rivers of the country were destroyed, the iron armor on their bodies clanked. That night, Qin Pingon took out a pen and paper and recorded the names and birthplaces of the more than 600 otherworldly items, including the generals. He said that if his friends wanted to hold 2 grand ritual of Zhou Xian and water and land dojo in the future, he could try and help them to record their names. During this time, Xing Yi, who had finished his cultivation for the night, opened the door of the main hall and helped Qin Pingon and the dozen or so soldiers a lot. Qin Pingon was very familiar with the language of the Aquarius continent, but he was not unfamiliar with the official language of the Zhuang dynasty that the cultivators and people around the Book Slip Lake usually used. However, when the generals and soldiers put on the accent of the Shihao country, it was a headache. Xing Yi happened to be the go-between. Qin Pingon was busy until the rooster crowed. It was not easy for him to record all the names in the book. For otherworldly items, the crowing of the rooster did not mean that they had to retreat. Some ghosts with strong Yin Qi could travel freely in the world of the living as long as it was not noon when the sun was shining brightly. However, when the rooster crowed, the otherworldly items would stop and rest. It was like a living person's instinct. After Qin Pingon put away the pen and paper, the general of the Shihao country, whose surname was Wei, said that he wanted to take a walk outside the Lingguan temple with Immortal Master Qin Pingon. Of course, Qin Pingon did not refuse. After the two of them walked through the front hall and stepped out of the door, the general chuckled and said, "Immortal Master Qin, are you an immortal master from another country? Otherwise, the official language here would not be so awkward." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "I'm from the north." The general rubbed his neck and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter even if I'm from Dali. I have to admit that the Great Li cavalry is really powerful. In terms of battle formation, both sides didn't need to send their cultivators into the battlefield. One side didn't think it was necessary, and the other didn't dare to throw their lives away. When they fought, they had almost the same number of troops, but the battle was completely one-sided. This was because the Great Li cavalry dismounted and fought with us. Their battle techniques and momentum were incomparable to our Stone Hair Kingdom's soldiers. It's one thing to lose in a cowardly manner, or else my brothers and I wouldn't have died in peace. But then again, I'm somewhat convinced Qin Pingon nodded. The general stopped and said, I won't ask too much. However, I'm not stupid. I know that Immortal Master Qin is the one who is going to hold the Grand Zhou ritual and the Water and Land Dojo. So, the general shook his armor slightly and let go of the hilt of his sword. He was about to kneel down on one knee. He had to show his gratitude to this immortal on behalf of his brothers. However, Qin Pingon held his hands and prevented him from kneeling down. Qin Pingon smiled and said, You don't have to do this. I don't deserve this. The general had no choice but to give up and said jokingly, Immortal Master Qin, why are you being so polite? Do you want me to die of shame again? Qin Pingon shook his head and said, I wouldn't dare. Qin Pingon covered his sleeves with his hands and looked into the distance. The sky was about to brighten and the night sky was getting thinner. He said softly, General Wei is actually much better than me. He knew how to do the right thing from the beginning. This is the best way to treat his fellow soldiers. I'm not as swift and decisive as General Wei. Not only did I get myself into trouble, but I also got everyone into trouble. The general was silent for a moment and asked, Why don't you say that you got yourself into trouble? You're already unhappy. Why can't you say something? What do you mean by, I also got others into trouble? Immortal Master Qin, although I am an outsider, I know the hardships that I have gone through. Especially when my comrades drew their swords on me, it was even worse than being stabbed by the Great Li's cavalry. When I felt that I couldn't get over it, I secretly called a few of my brothers in the army to beat them up. Otherwise, I would have been driven crazy. Perhaps before my brothers lost their minds and turned into malicious ghosts, I would have become a malicious ghost that wreaks havoc in the world. Immortal Master Qin said with a smile, You are right. So, Immortal Master Qin, you shouldn't think that way. Qin Pingon thought carefully and then smiled and said, Thank you. I feel much better after hearing General Wei's words. General Wei laughed and said, I'm not a general. I'm just a secondary rank 6 official. In fact, I'm also a meritorious officer. It's just that the generals with real power either ran away or avoided battle. That's why I was able to lead so many of my fellow soldiers. Then he stomped his feet and stepped on the snow by the roadside. He's just going to die. It's not a great feat. Qin Pingon thought of something and took out a handful of snow. This is the deity coin from the mountain. You can use it to absorb spirit chi and maintain your consciousness. It's the least valuable kind. The general hesitated for a second and then took the snow. He joked, Immortal Master Qin, you can give me more. I don't mind the weight of the deity coin. I love money both in life and in death. The least important thing in the world is silver. Qin Pingon hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, I'm now an accountant. I'm very shrewd when it comes to doing business. I know where you're from, no more no less. I should give you a few immortal coins for traveling at night. General Wei laughed heartily. Great. Was there a businessman in the world who was afraid that others wouldn't know that he was smart? Qin Pingon asked, General Wei, since you're from a garrison at the northern border of Shihao Kingdom, do you plan to go back to the north alone after seeing your brothers off? General Wei, who was in his early 30s, shook his head. No need. My parents passed away early and I don't have a wife or children. Everyone I know in my hometown is dead. 2 years ago, His Majesty began to mobilize the border army on a large scale. Apart from the northern border army, which was tough to begin with, the few border armies that were brave and capable of fighting were mostly transferred to the north. As for the border towns in the south like the Huang family, we tried to persuade them, but they didn't listen. So they rebelled and stabbed us in the back. In fact, I know very well that the backbone of our Stonehair Kingdom has been completely destroyed by the Great Li's cavalry. Qin Pingon said slowly, General Wei, if you're willing, you can go to Yunlu City at the Book Lake alone after you're done with your business. Look for a 8th state sword cultivator named Du Seiyu. If Du Seiyu is not in the city, you can go to the Liu family in Plum Alley and ask their family head to recommend you to the Verdant Canyon Island. Whether it's Du Seiyu or the head of the Liu family, you can say that you're Qin Pingon's friend. When you arrive at the Verdant Canyon Island, someone will welcome you. You can stay at the entrance of the Verdant Canyon Island and stay in Xing Ye's house until we return. If General Wei is willing, I can write you a letter and give you a token. General Wei smiled and asked, Immortal Master Qin, do you have friends who are proficient in the Ghost Dao? Are you planning to train me to be a ghost general? Immortal Master Qin has done me a great favor, that's why I'm asking. Otherwise I wouldn't even ask. At worst I'll just agree and wander around, but I won't go to the book lake. I hope Immortal Master Chen can forgive me. To be honest, I don't have the slightest interest in fighting and killing. If possible, even if I have to wait for my soul to scatter day by day, I'll accept my fate. Immortal Master Chen, I can only hope that I'll repay your kindness in my next life. Qin Pingon shook his head and said, although I know some secret ghost Dao techniques and 2 spirit tools that are suitable for ghosts to live in, I don't want General Wei to be my servant. I just don't want General Wei to disappear from this world. As long as you trust me, I'll let General Wei decide whether to stay or go when we arrive at the Verdant Canyon Island. Even if General Wei wants to become a ghost general, I won't agree. It's not only humiliating to others but also to myself. The otherworldly being with the surname Wei cupped his fists and said, I'm relieved to hear that. Living for a few more days is a good thing. As for how much Immortal Master Chen has spent, I'll still shamelessly say that I'll repay you in my next life if I have the chance. If I don't have the chance, I'll just be Immortal Master Chen's accountant. I'm not smart enough. Qin Pingon took off the blade's strengthening gourd and took a sip of wine. It was rare that he didn't drink to refresh himself. He just wanted to drink. After returning to the Lingguan Temple, Qin Pingon wrote a letter and handed over a Yangqi lantern lighting talisman and a small bamboo slip. He handed them all to General Wei and finally he secretly gave him a small piece of Xiaoshu money. When he was done, the sky was already bright. All the otherworldly beings were temporarily resting in the front hall of the Lingguan Temple. When Qin Pingon returned to the main hall, Zheng Yi had already packed his luggage and carried the bamboo box. Qin Pingon cupped his fists at the painted statue and said apologetically, tonight we'll be staying here. There's also a group of Yin soldiers in the front hall. Sorry for the inconvenience. Zheng Yi had no choice but to follow suit. When they walked out of the main hall and passed by the front hall, General Wei only cupped his fists and sent them off. He didn't say anything else. After leaving the Lingguan Temple, they continued their journey north. As the two walked in the snow, Zheng Yi asked softly, Mr. Qin? Can I ask you a question? Qin Pingon bent down and grabbed a handful of snow to wash his face. He smiled and said, Go ahead. Zheng Yi asked, Mr. Qin, do you have to spend so much money again and again for no reason? When we were on Reed's Moon Island, my master and everyone else said that us cultivators are the most wasteful. If you don't know how to be thrifty on small things, you're destined to have no bright future. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, Do you think I have a bright future now? Zheng Yi scratched his head and said, Of course. Mr. Qin, you're already a grand cultivator. Qin Pingon said, That's fine. Anyway, I'm already a grand cultivator in your eyes. It doesn't matter if I'm not thrifty once in a while. Zheng Yi felt that Mr. Qin, who always treated people with sincerity, was purposely not giving him a thorough explanation. But seeing that Mr. Qin wasn't willing to talk about it, Zheng Yi didn't want to get to the bottom of it. Qin Pingon sighed and said, Last night we stayed in the Lingguan Temple. Do you know the origin of the Lingguan Temple and the duties of these gods? Zheng Yi shook his head and said, I only heard from my master that it's a Taoist god. Compared to the mountain and water god, their origins are even further back. Qin Pingon smiled and said, Then you must have heard of the old saying, there's a god 3 feet above, right? The Lingguan Temple used to be one of the gods who checked the merits and faults of people in the mortal world. Although this saying isn't very accurate now, I think it's better to believe it than not. Whether it's the common people or us so-called cultivators, if we're not afraid of anything in our hearts, we're only afraid of the wicked and the evil. I don't think it's good. But this is my own opinion. Zheng Yi, you don't have to worry too much about it. Just listen. Zheng Yi nodded and said, I'll remember it. Who knows, it might come in handy someday. Qin Pingon turned to look at Zheng Yi and smiled. Zheng Yi was a little embarrassed. Mr. Qin, did I say something wrong again? Qin Pingon shook his head and walked slowly. No, you said it very well. Some principles were used to survive and help oneself live a better life, while others were used to ease one's mind. As for which principles are better and more suitable for the current situation, it depends on everyone's background and state of mind. Anyway, I think they're all useful principles. In the future you'll know all kinds of principles. When you encounter a problem, take them out and think about it before making a choice. Zheng Yi said sincerely, Mr. Qin, you know a lot of principles. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Don't say such nonsense in the future. Mr. Qin, you've never lacked flatterers like you." Zheng Yi carried the big bamboo box and turned to the side with a bright smile. "Now, I'm the only one accompanying Mr. Qin, so I have to say more sincere flattery. Otherwise, Mr. Qin won't be used to it if you haven't been flattered for too long." Qin Pingon squinted his eyes with a smile. He suddenly squatted down and skillfully made a small snowman the size of a palm. He placed it on top of the bamboo box on Zheng Ye's back, making the tall youth confused. Qin Pingon clapped his hands. "Next, I'll do a rudimentary boxing stance. It's very simple. Every 6 steps, 1 punch. You can learn from me, but you have to make sure that the snowman on top of the bamboo box doesn't fall down. I'll teach you 3 times. Then for the rest of the journey you can follow this boxing stance. I won't force you and you don't have to force yourself. Just treat it as a way to relieve boredom." After that, Qin Pingon showed Zheng Yi the walking stance 3 times. Zheng Yi focused all his attention on Qin Pingon's footsteps and the last punch. Qin Pingon saw it all and let Zheng Yi walk by himself. Zheng Yi walked steadily. Compared to the youth in straw sandals and clay bottle alley, he seemed to walk much better. However, Qin Pingon sighed in his heart. He didn't know the meaning of the fist and didn't learn it for 3 years. Zheng Ye's comprehension of boxing was far inferior to that of the skinny boy who stood in front of him with a chopper in his hand in Yanji County in colorful clothes country. However, this wasn't a big deal. As Qin Pingon said, he just wanted Zheng Yi to find something to do so that he wouldn't have to stare at him all the way. After all, those fox skin talismans couldn't be taken out often. Moreover, Qin Pingon was really afraid of those women's otherworldly items who were becoming more and more lively and talkative. It was fine if they teased Zheng Yi, but each of them secretly made a bet and came to him to make eyes. If they weren't asking for humiliation, then what was? I, Qin Pingon, have seen so many dangerous situations in Jianghu. After all, Zheng Yi was a qi cultivator who was trained with money on Maoyu Island. He had a strong body, so he could only practice the mountain quaking fist. As long as Qin Pingon didn't expose him, Zheng Yi felt quite satisfied. Anyway, the snowman on top of the bamboo box on his back didn't fall to the ground. After Qin Pingon finished practicing the mountain quaking fist 3 times, he stopped and took out the map from time to time to look at it. That night, the 2 of them prepared to spend the night in the wilderness. As long as it wasn't snowing, it wouldn't be a problem. Qin Pingon took out a fox skin talisman. A woman's otherworldly item called Zhou Xian was resting on it. When she was alive, she was a cave-dwelling realm cultivator from the Stone Hair Kingdom. Her father favored boys over girls. When she was young, she was chosen by a qi cultivator from an immortal cave dwelling in the Stone Hair Kingdom and was brought to the Yellow Fence Mountain to officially cultivate. She cultivated on the mountain for more than 10 years and never left the mountain. Zhou Xian no longer had any feelings for her family. Her father once personally went to the foot of the Yellow Fence Mountain and begged to see his daughter, but Zhou Xian still refused to see him. The man who hoped that his daughter would help his son in the imperial examinations could only return empty-handed. Along the way he cursed and swore. It was hard to imagine that these were the words of a biological father. Zhou Xian, who was secretly tailing them, heard everything clearly and was completely heartbroken. Zhou Xian, who originally wanted to help her family and cut off all ties with the mortal world, returned to the mountain. During Zhou Xian's last trip down the mountain, she was abducted by a Dragon Gate realm ancestor from Jade Scale Island along with her 2 senior and junior sisters. In the end, she died tragically in the mouth of the flood dragon. The other 2 women of the same sect had already died in the hands of the original Jade Scale Island ancestor. Zhou Xian appeared in the form of a woman drawn on a fox skin talisman. She smiled sweetly and her eyes were vivid. Among the 12 female otherworldly items, she was the most open-minded and lively one. Most of the ideas to tease Zheng Yi were her ideas. If it weren't for the fact that they were about to enter Huang Lishan's territory, Qin Pingon wouldn't have dared to invite her out. Qin Pingon had already told Zhou Xian everything he knew about Huang Lishan's recent situation. Her beloved master had already passed away a few years ago. However, Huang Lishan was still relatively stable. After all, it was only a second-rate immortal clan in Stone Hair Country. It was neither good nor bad, so it was relatively easy for them to avoid disasters in the chaos. The third-rate immortal clans had already been swallowed up by the surrounding immortal clans. As for the first-rate forces, they were under great pressure and had no idea how to deal with Stone Hair Country's imperial court or Dali's cavalry. One careless move and they would be annihilated. Huang Lishan had more than 30 cultivators. They were all officially recorded immortal masters. Including the servants, there were about 200 of them. Su Xinzhai's last wish was to return to Huang Lishan and burn 3 incense sticks at her master's grave and the ancestral hall. She didn't have any other wishes. She didn't even want to live in hell or the replica Luli pavilion. After Su Xinzhai appeared, she didn't tease Xing Yi or the bookkeeper. Xing Yi found it strange, but Qin Pingon didn't. It was because of homesickness. Xing Yi was happy to see Su Xinzhai. The young man's thoughts were clear. Qin Pingon knew and Su Xinzhai also knew, but she pretended not to know. Young girls were more interested in love at first sight than older girls. Men were moved by a beauty, women were moved by a handsome man. It was a principle that couldn't be broken and wasn't worth making a fuss about. Poor Xing Yi. Compared to the ghost cultivator Ma Yuanji of Zhou Xian mansion, his situation was better, but not by much. Qin Pingon saw Su Xinzhai's frown and changed his mind. He told Xing Yi to sleep for a few more hours before continuing their journey. It was rare for Xing Yi to be able to do something for Su Xinzhai, so he patted his chest loudly. Qin Pingon couldn't help but facepalm. After all, he was still a fledgling who had never flown before. But Qin Pingon still gave Xing Yi a chance. He walked away alone, leaving Su Xinzhai by the bonfire to protect Xing Yi. Qin Pingon secretly left 2 flying swords there, then walked alone on the mountain path where the snow was loose and occasionally rustled. When he turned around, he saw Su Xinzhai running towards him while lifting her skirt. She purposely made noises in the snow, leaving a long trail of footprints behind her. It wasn't because she was a cave-dwelling realm cultivator when she was alive, but because the Su clan of Clear Breeze City was a money tree and had the body of a fox-skin beauty. It wasn't difficult to do this. The sky was wide and there were all kinds of strange things. Cultivators, step by step, could see more beautiful scenery than the foot of the mountain. Su Xinzhai came to Qin Pingon's side and walked side by side with him. She smiled and said, "Mr. Qin, you really don't know how to be a matchmaker. Can't you see that I'm not interested in Xing Yi at all?" Qin Pingon smiled bitterly and said, "It's fine if you're not interested. I won't force you to do anything. But don't hurt her feelings on purpose. Miss Su will have some peace in the future, but I still have to spend a few more years with that silly boy." Su Xinzhai pretended to be surprised and said, "Mr. Qin, you're a deity. Why would you care about the feelings of a silly boy? If he's disobedient, just beat him up. Beat him until he only knows how to listen to you. We're all like this. No one remembers good things, only knows how to beat him up." Qin Pingon laughed angrily and said, "I don't even want to talk to you." Su Xinzhai suddenly reached out to grab Qin Pingon's arm, but Qin Pingon dodged and glared at him. "Isn't that a lesson?" Su Xinzhai covered her mouth and smiled. He bent down and made a snowball. She asked casually, "Mr. Qin, where's the little charcoal cage that you always carry with you? I can help you start a fire." Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "Don't waste charcoal. On Verdant Gorge Island there's no need to worry. When it's used up there'll be someone to replenish it. But here when it's used up I'll have to buy it from the market. My hands are warm but my heart aches." Although Su Xinzhai had shown up many times along the way and had already experienced the stinginess of this bookkeeper, she still found it interesting. She only asked that question because she wanted to hear the answer. Su Xinzhai walked in front of Qin Pingon and then walked backwards. She laughed and said, "When we reach Mount Huangli, Mr. Qin, you must eat crispy osmanthus street fried dough twists at the town at the foot of the mountain. Only then will this trip be worthwhile. It's best if you buy a big sack and bring it along." Qin Pingon said unhappily, "Are you going to pay for it?" Su Xinzhai rolled her eyes and said, "Oh, my dear Mr. Qin, old immortal Qin, you've come all the way here and you still care about a few taels of silver?" Qin Pingon laughed and said, "One look and I can tell that you're a girl who doesn't know how to live. How dare you look down on the honest Xing Yi?" Su Xinzhai was so angry that she threw a snowball at Qin Pingon. Su Xinzhai was about to make another one when Qin Pingon hurriedly said, Stop. I don't want Xing Yi to misunderstand us." Su Xinzhai stopped and said jokingly, "Mr. Qin, is it because you have the heart but not the guts?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "It's not worth telling others." Zhou Xian looked at the young man's eyes and made a funny face. "Ioyo, so our wooden Mr. Qin really has a girl he likes. I lost the bet again." Qin Pingon laughed it off. In the end, Qin Pingon asked Zhou Xian to go back to Zhengyi first, saying that he still wanted to walk around. Zhou Xian teased that he was already an old fox at such a young age. Who knew how many girls he had ruined to have such a watertight mind? Qin Pingon took it as a compliment and didn't argue with her. Zhou Xian returned to Zhengyi's side and squatted by the bonfire. Qin Pingon didn't return for a long time. Zheng Yi finished his cultivation and saw Zhou Xian beside him. He just smiled foolishly. After Qin Pingon returned, he continued on his way. Because they were close to the immortal's abode, Qin Pingon didn't take out the other 9 talisman beauties. Did he pass by the mountain and mountain deity temple? It was the same for the ancestral temple or the civil and martial temples of the city god pavilion. In fact, there was no need to worry about the small troubles that might arise since the Book Slip Lake was only a tribute jade tablet from the Xianxia island. Moreover, the Stone Hair Kingdom was close to the Book Slip Lake, which was full of wild cultivators. Most of the strange people and strange things in the territories of other small countries were not surprised. But because Qin Pingon insisted, Zhou Xian and the other 9 otherworldly items only complained a little. It didn't even seem like they were complaining, but more like they were acting spoiled to an elder. At dusk, a ghost and 2 people came to the small town at the foot of the Yellow Fence Mountain. Before going up the mountain, although Qin Pingon said he didn't want to spend money, he still bought a bag of osmanthus street fried dough twists. It was the most expensive kind and he gave it to Zhou Xian and Zheng Yi. It was indeed crispy and sweet. After eating a few mouthfuls, Qin Pingon turned around and bought 2 more bags. When no one was looking, he secretly put it in his bag. Seeing Zhou Xian's smiling face, Qin Pingon ignored her. The 2 cultivators guarding the gate of the Yellow Fence Mountain were 2 disciples of the lower 5 realms, one old and one young. When Qin Pingon took out the Verdant Gorge Islands offering jade token and explained the general purpose of his visit, the 2 cultivators were shocked. They didn't even have the slightest intention of reporting and directly led the 3 of them up the mountain. Qin Pingon didn't hide Zhou Xian's identity and the 2 matters from Huang Lishan. The old cultivator actually remembered Zhou Xian's name. After all, she was the prodigy that Huang Lishan had placed high hopes on back then. However, after the tragedy at the foot of the mountain, not only did Huang Lishan not punish her at all, he even took the initiative to send someone to Book Slip Lake to apologize to his ancestor, who was an old immortal of the Dragon Gate. Of course, he also had the intention of turning the bad into good. He wanted to establish a relationship with Book Slip Island so that he could set up a banner at the top of Huang Lishan's mountain and intimidate his enemies far and near. However, White Scale Island didn't allow the cultivator of Huang Lishan to enter the mountain at that time, which was a great humiliation. Fortunately, after the cultivator returned to Yellow Fence Mountain, he deliberately spread some ambiguous rumors in private, which brought some tangible benefits to his sect. Therefore, when the old cultivator heard that it was a guest from Verdant Gorge Island who came to visit, he didn't dare to be negligent. The old ancestor of Huang Lishan's sect quickly came out of his mansion and led a few cultivators who were in charge of the mountain to personally receive the unapproachable great guest. For the Stone Hair Kingdom, there were more than 1,000 islands in Book Slip Lake and tens of thousands of unruly cultivators. Among them, there were more than 100 islands that had to be remembered. Among them, there were more than 10 large islands, including Qingzhou, Grain Millet, and Tianlao, that had to be memorized. As for Verdant Gorge Island, which had a nascent soul stage ancestor, True Lord Jiejiang, it was even more like the highest immortal in the human world. Huang Lishan didn't know about the turbulent situation in Book Slip Lake in the past 2 months, but Lu Jimao's smooth ascension to the throne of the Jianghu was known by almost all the cultivators on the mountain, except for the low-tier sects that were isolated from the outside world. When Zhou Xian saw the familiar face of the old ancestor of Huang Lishan, her eyes were filled with tears. She immediately knelt down and sobbed. This action gave the old ancestor and the people of Huang Lishan a great shock. Hence, Qin Pingon tactfully repeated the words that he had said to the cultivators of the mountain gate. Zhou Xian had thought of these sayings on her own. Qin Pingon was only copying. After Huang Lishan learned of the truth, everyone felt relieved. As for the little girl of Zhou Xian who had changed her appearance, the old ancestor of sea-viewing realm who could never enter the Dragon Gate realm. After both parties sat down, he asked her about her well-being. It was more or less genuine and could not be faked. As for Zhou Xian's nostalgia, the cultivators of Huang Lishan sighed. Then Zhou Xian successfully went to the ancestral hall to offer incense. It was personally offered by the old ancestor of Huang Lishan. Finally, Zhou Xian went to her master's grave. This time only Qin Pingon and Xing Yi accompanied her. She tactfully rejected the old ancestor of Huang Lishan and the other senior cultivators. A middle-aged cultivator looked at the departing figures of the group and could not help but sigh softly. This consecrated Qin from Verdant Gorge Island really can't judge a book by its cover. The old ancestor of Huang Lishan laughed. What are you saying? Are you praising or belittling? Fortunately, consecrated Qin is not here. Otherwise, with your words, our little Huang Lishan would have to suffer. But the old ancestor quickly stroked his beard and laughed. But you really can't judge a book by its cover. His looks are ordinary and he doesn't have a single dazzling magic weapon on him. If it wasn't for that consecrated jade token, I really can't believe that such a young cultivator is already the top consecrated of Verdant Gorge Island. Amazing, we bunch of useless old bones compared to him, we can't compare at all. Before the middle-aged cultivator could say anything, the old ancestor glanced at him and shook his head gently. It's already like this, what else do you need from us, Huang Lishan? Don't you think it's not good enough, so you're doing something extra? The middle-aged cultivator immediately understood and nodded. Although they were already far away, Zhou Xian keenly noticed Qin Pingon's helpless face. She smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Did the old ancestor say something about me behind my back?" Qin Pingon smiled and shook his head. "No, she's just saying good things about me." Zhou Xian asked curiously, "Why? If she said that Mr. Qin is young and capable, then Mr. Qin can accept it. But if she said that Mr. Qin is handsome and dignified? Mr. Qin, please don't take it seriously." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "Birds of a feather flock together. You Huang Lishan cultivators have the same taste." Zhou Xian smiled. After that she walked a little slower. Qin Pingon followed suit and slowed down as well. The spiritual qi in the back of Huang Lishan Mountain was not as good as Verdant Gorge Island. In front of a tomb, after offering incense and kowtowing, Zhou Xian did not get up for a long time. Qin Pingon squatted in the distance, grabbed a handful of soil and gently rubbed it. Xing Yi looked at Zhou Xian's figure from afar. The young man was also sad. After Zhou Xian got up, she wiped away her tears and walked to Qin Pingon. She looked relieved and there was no more sadness in her eyes. Qin Pingon threw the soil away and stood up. Zhou Xian smiled. "Mr. Qin, you can take back the talisman now." Qin Pingon wanted to say something, but in the end he did not say anything. He took back the talisman and kept it in his sleeve. Only the female otherworldly item with her original appearance remained in front of him. Qin Pingon asked, "You really don't want to live in the fox talisman? Even with the Grand Zhou ritual and the water and land dojo, reincarnation is still?" Zhou Xian shook her head. "I don't regret it. Not even a little." She took a few steps back and smiled at the pale-faced accountant, who was no better than the otherworldly item. She curtsied gracefully. She turned around and smiled at the teary-eyed Xing Yi. "Silly boy, follow Mr. Qin and cultivate well. Remember to reach the middle 5 states and become an earth god." Xing Yi nodded. Then she looked at Qin Pingon and said softly, "I hope Mr. Qin can have all your wishes fulfilled and live a carefree life." Qin Pingon asked in a hoarse voice, "Think about it again?" Zhou Xian continued, "I hope Mr. Qin and the girl you like can be a couple." Qin Pingon took a deep breath and cupped his fists together. "I hope that Miss Su will be fated to meet again." Zhou Xian's face was full of tears, but she smiled happily. Please don't forget me when the time comes, okay?" Qin Pingon nodded. Zhou Xian tilted her head and looked into the young man's eyes, as if she was trying to make sure that he was not lying. Finally she smiled. "Huh. I just realized that our Mr. Qin is so handsome." Qin Pingon squeezed out a smile and gave her a thumbs up with a trembling hand. "This lady has good taste." Zhou Xian no longer had any lingering thoughts. Bit by bit her soul began to dissipate. Like a painting of a beautiful lady, she was burned to ashes and returned to the world. Qin Pingon waved goodbye to her. Xing Yi covered his face and cried. Finally, Qin Pingon patted his shoulder. Let's go. Xingyi lowered his head and nodded slightly. Qin Pingon said softly, if you really like Miss Su that much and you can't tell her that you like her, it's okay. In the next few decades, even if you have to search the entire world, you have to see her again. Tell her loudly that you like her. If 100 years is not enough, then work hard to become an earth god. As long as you still like her, you can cultivate diligently and travel thousands of miles. What's wrong with looking for her for 1,000 years? Xingyi raised his head and sobbed, but I'm not talented enough. Qin Pingon said in a low voice. Xingyi, before you put in more effort than normal people, you don't have the right to say that you're not talented enough. I don't care if you say this to others 1,000 times or 10,000 times. But with me, as long as you want to cultivate with me, you can only say it once. Xingyi was in a daze. Qin Pingon took the lead and said his last words to Xingyi. I'll wait for you at the mountain gate. Before that, I'll bid farewell to the cultivators of Yellow Fence Mountain. You don't have to follow me. You can stay here alone. As for whether you say it or not, it doesn't matter. Whether you can keep it in your heart for a long time, that will be the proof of how much you like Miss Su. But I'll say something that you might not want to hear now. Even if you like another girl in a few months or a few years later, I won't look down on you, Xingyi. But if you can keep Miss Su in your heart, I'll definitely think highly of you, Xingyi. Qin Pingon left Xingyi alone and returned alone to bid farewell to the cultivators of Yellow Fence Mountain. He slowly went down the mountain. He sat on the bottom step of the mountain gate. Turning his head, he saw a tall young man running down the mountain. On the Pine Crane Street of a provincial city in the Shihao Kingdom, where the rich and powerful gathered, there was a mansion of the Ma family with a very high threshold. It was originally a first-class county. Later on, because it gave birth to a daughter who was even more precious than the royal family, it made the family further progress. In such a large provincial city, it was very prestigious. Even the provincial governor, who had always been aloof and arrogant, would take the initiative to send people to the mansion of the Ma family as guests every New Year and festival. At the end of the year, early in the morning, the sound of horse hooves resounded on the Bluestone Street. 3 riders entered the city early and came to Pine Crane Street. Because the flames of war had spread to the central region of Stone Hair Country, this year's end of the year, Pine Crane Street was not as jubilant as before. The 3 riders dismounted one after another. A young man with a dispirited expression, wearing a green cotton robe, was carrying a saber and sword like the ranger. Beside him were a man and a woman who were leading a horse. The woman had a graceful figure, but unfortunately she was wearing a veil hat that covered her face. The other was a strong young man carrying a bamboo box. The gatekeeper was a middle-aged man who was dressed as well as the county's gentry. He yawned and glanced at the leading foreigner impatiently. However, when he heard that this person came from Xianxia Island in Bookslip Lake, he shivered and lost all his sleepiness. He immediately lowered his head and bowed, saying that the immortal master would wait for a moment and that he would report to the family head. The gatekeeper ran away quickly, not forgetting to look back with a smile, and earnestly asked the young immortal master not to be anxious and that he would return quickly. The mansion was spacious. After about half an hour, the gatekeeper, who was sweating profusely, hurried over with a thin and elegant man with white hair. Behind them there was an old man who walked at a steady pace. He looked like a tutor. The woman under the veil hat was already in tears. She just bit her lips tightly and did not speak. Qin Pingon took out the jade tablet. The old man took it and carefully examined both sides. He respectfully handed it back to Qin Pingon and said softly, I didn't know that the immortal master would come. Sorry for not going out to meet you. The head of Ma family suppressed the surprise and awe in his heart and hurriedly invited the 3 people from Xianxia Island into his mansion. The head of Ma family originally wanted to open the E-gate to show his sincerity, but the young immortal master politely refused. Qin Pingon talked to the head of Ma family, who was almost 50 years old but well-maintained. According to the wording that he had discussed with the head of Ma family's mansion, Ma Di was originally a cultivator of Songfeng Island in the Bookslip Lake. He joined an old cultivator named Xiao Dongtian and had no hope of reaching the Great Tao. Later, Ma Di had other opportunities and was really able to reach a higher level in cultivation. He was lucky enough to be in the same line as me. Now he can be considered as my martial nephew. Therefore I specially came to visit your Ma family when I was traveling. These words as a guest were actually very rude and condescending. It was very in line with the tone of a cultivator of Bookslip Lake and the demeanor of the top immortal master of Stone Hair Country. However, the head of Ma family and the family's consecrator felt that this was the right thing to do. Otherwise, they really had to immediately consider whether this young man's identity as a consecrator was fake. Seeing that Ma family was now in danger, he deceived them. Otherwise, at most they would just serve him with good food and drinks and then quickly send him out. To be safe, they didn't want to cause any trouble. After all, what Ma family needed now was a real help in a time of need, not some insignificant icing on the brocade. Although they were still skeptical about the young man's so-called identity as a consecrator of Green Canyon Island, they believed it more. Therefore, their polite words were more polite and almost flattering. Anyway, there was a lot of polite words and it didn't cost a penny. The Ma family's wealth today was not just based on generations of Ku's ancestors and their descendants reading of the sages' books. The only trouble was that Ma family had been too prosperous in the past few decades and wanted to make money from all sides. As a result, they made a lot of trouble. Ma family was not afraid to spend money to solve the trouble. What she was afraid of was that what she spent a lot of money to buy was not a life-saving talisman, but a talisman that would hasten her death. If this young immortal master was really Ma Duyi's new uncle, then everything would be fine. Today's Stone Hair Country was in an uproar from the capital city to other places. A powerful immortal cultivator's words were more effective than those poor big shots of the 6 departments. After entering the hall of the mansion, Qin Pingon was still concise and to the point. He said that Ma Duyi had a good relationship with him. If the Ma family was in trouble, he could try his best to help. If the family business was stable, he could see if there was a good seedling suitable for cultivation in the family. If there was such a blessing, he could send the seedling to the calligraphy lake for cultivation or leave a sum of money. Both were acceptable. 3 days later, the 3 of them rode out of the city. The woman who had always been wearing a curtain hat looked back at the city wall of the city with a complicated expression. Ma family was in urgent need. After a young consecrator of Green Canyon Island showed up, they went to the mansion of the provincial governor and lived through it peacefully. A child of the Ma family who barely reached the 4th or 5th level of Qi training warrior, sought refuge with an old immortal in the provincial capital and began to cultivate. He was not a nominal disciple but a true inner disciple. He needed to be clearly recorded in the government office of the imperial court. This meant that the child, on the premise that he had a famous teacher, had a steady stream of money from his family, which could enter his master's pocket every year. Of course, the master would not use all of it to pave the way for the child's cultivation. But no matter what, the child had no worries. He would more or less get a part of the real benefits that belonged to him. Qin Pingon sat on the back of the horse and did not say anything. Even Zheng Yi, a teenager who was not very enlightened in the ways of the world, could see that the head of Ma family and the woman did not have any affection for their daughter Ma Duyi, who had left them long ago. In their words, they carefully asked about Ma Duyi's origin, Ma Duyi's cultivation state, and indirectly asked whether the young consecrator had a Taoist companion. In short, the couple also asked a few words about Ma Duyi's change from a cultivator of Pine Wind Island to a cultivator of Green Canyon Island. But it was like a kind of social entertainment at the table or in the officialdom. Some things had to be said. Asking and answering were actually not important. Otherwise they would look bad. The estrangement between father and daughter and mother and daughter might be because Ma Duyi had been away from home for too many years. Her cultivation in Pine Wind Island was not smooth, which disappointed the old ancestor. She was only a cultivator of the 5 states until her death and could not leave Book Lake to visit her family. So the distance between them was too far. Maybe the parents felt that there was a big gap between them and their daughter, or maybe the descendants of the family were prosperous. Their children would naturally be more pleasing to the elders than their daughters who were married away. There could be thousands of reasons, but there was only one truth. At this moment, any words spoken by outsiders would only be like knives stabbing at the bottom of his heart. Every word that was spoken would cause him pain. Therefore, Qin Pingon hinted at Zheng Yi with his eyes when he stopped the horse, telling this simple teenager who could not help but want to say a few words of comfort, not to say anything. Qin Pingon didn't put away the fox skin charm that Ma Duyi was living in. He let her ride the horse to relax and follow them to the next place. 2 days later, Zhengye's eyes began to change, but her appearance and voice were the same. However, people's eyes were where the spirituality of the appearance gathered. It could easily affect other people's perception of the whole face. Ma Di finally stopped being absent-minded. She probably felt that Zhengye's current situation was more interesting. It was the ghost of a handyman from Verdant Canyon Island who began to possess Zhengye. It was still not the same as ordinary cultivators who were good at inviting the spirit to possess, and opening the door to greet the spirit. As for the real trick, Ma Di certainly could not see the depth of it. Near a village in the countryside, Lin Luoran saw a stooped old woman. Her clothes were plain and clean. Even if there were some stitches, she still did not look shabby. She was coming back from the stream holding a big bamboo basket and walking unsteadily. This was not an easy task for an old woman in the countryside. Life was full of trials and tribulations. It was already not easy to live a poor life without too many complaints. If a poor person wanted to live like a rich person, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But if they wanted to live a carefree life, it was even more difficult. Zhengye turned over and ran forward. She ran to the old woman and knelt on the ground. She just kowtowed and banged her head. The old woman was at a loss. She quickly put down the bamboo basket. She didn't care if the clothes she had just washed would be stained by the mud on the ground. She squatted down and tried to help the strange young man up. She anxiously asked in a dialect that Qin Pingon and Ma Di didn't understand, "What are you doing? What are you doing? You can't do this." In the night of the same day, in the old woman's house there was a fox skin charm beauty, but there was actually a man living inside. On the table there was a pile of immortal money left by a person who left. The Reiki was enough for him to live for 20 years. It was still possible for him to send the old woman off and let the old woman live a comfortable life. After the guest left, the old woman and this grandson, who had left their hometown for too many years, held each other's hands and cried. On the rural road, the three of them left on horseback. Zhengye's spirit was still a little shaken and he had to breathe slowly. The three of them returned slowly. Ma Di suddenly said, "The old woman is a good person, but when she found out the truth she should not have spoken to you like that. It's right to pay a life with a life, but what does it have to do with you?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "I think that's the right thing to say." Ma Di suddenly snorted and said with a face full of annoyance, "Look, an old woman in the countryside is more nostalgic than my heartless parents." Qin Pingon turned and laughed. "Are you mad? Why don't you go back to the capital and I'll help you get back that immortal money? And help you scold your parents? Same old rules, you choose the words and I'll speak." Ma Di, who was riding leisurely on his horse, spat at the accountant. "Don't even think about it. You're really a greedy accountant who only wants to earn as much as you can." Qin Pingon laughed loudly. Ma Di suddenly laughed. "Do you know why my parents gave me this name? Because before I was born, the midwife said with certainty that it would be a fat son. In the end, after I was born, my father, who was guarding the door, was stunned when he heard that it was a daughter. He stomped his feet in anger and left immediately. But in the end he still walked back in a huff. My mother often told me that when my father saw me for the first time, I was so beautiful that I didn't look like those ugly children at all. I was especially good-looking and my father was immediately overjoyed." "Alright, do you know why I'm called Di?" "I'm asking you a question, Mr. Qin." Qin Pingon smiled and shook his head. Ma Di shook his head like the old teacher in the family school that he was extremely annoyed with when he was young. He said, "High innate talent, complemented by diligent study, matching heart and hand, unparalleled in the great Tao, perfect." Qin Pingon asked, "Isn't it unparalleled in the world?" Ma Di held his belly and laughed. "Well, Mr. Qin, you've pulled out the fox's tail." Qin Pingon said helplessly, Okay, you're smart." Ma Di turned his head and asked softly, "Mr. Qin, why are you doing this to us?" Qin Pingon let go of the reins and held the back of his head with both hands. He muttered, "Yes, why?" Ma Di looked at the thin cheeks in a daze. It had nothing to do with love between a man and a woman. He just looked at it and felt a little sad. For a moment he even suppressed the sadness that lingered in his heart. The cotton-padded robe withdrew his hand and clapped. "I have the answer." Ma Di looked curious. The accountant, who had a sword and a knife at his waist, was beaming with joy at this moment. "Perfect. It's perfect." Ma Di also laughed, but he said, What kind of bullsh** *T answer is this? Qin Pingon covered his sleeves with both hands and said, if you complain again I'll put you away. Ma Di was not afraid at all. He didn't take it seriously at all. Where's the next place? Qin Pingon smiled and squinted his eyes. He looked into the distance and whispered, it's in the human world anyway. Ma Di suddenly shouted, Izai. Qin Pingon smiled and agreed, good. The hooves of the horses went far away from the countryside village where chickens were crowing and dogs were barking. The last and biggest snowfall of the year came unexpectedly. It was late at night. They were already far away from the village. Ma Di was the otherworldly item, so he was not afraid of the snow at all. He was still in the mood to recite famous poems. He said that the snow was like a flying seagull, and when he turned around he saw the ditch under the eaves. Qin Pingon rode on the horse and looked around many times, trying to find a shelter to hide from the snow. He couldn't help but complain in a trembling voice, it's not a windy place. It's clearly going to freeze people to death. Ma Di smiled and asked, Teacher Qin, is it still okay to lie down now? Qin Pingon didn't pay attention to her. He changed from sitting to standing on the horse's back. He tried his best to look around. After a while he finally discovered that somewhere in the distance, there were faint dots of light. Qin Pingon frowned. The three of them were going back the same way they came. Qin Pingon remembered the scene they saw along the way. There shouldn't be such lights. Just as Qin Pingon was about to continue his journey in the cold wind and snow, bypassing the faint lights, he heard a voice coming from behind him. However, he found that the lights seemed to be moving slowly. If there was no accident, the lights and the three of them would eventually meet in front of the road. Qin Pingon was relieved. In this kind of weather, if someone could watch him from so far away and wait for an opportunity to take action, it was most likely not a bandit. However, if it was a cultivator from the mountains or lakes or a demon or a ghost, it would be less troublesome. The world was big. Sometimes it was not easy to survive. It was easier to die. Ma Di was a little worried. She finally noticed the strange scene in the distance. She asked softly, Mr. Qin, should we take a detour? Qin Pingon said indifferently, no need. Ma Di was stunned. After leaving the book lake, perhaps Ma Di had gotten used to the easygoing bookkeeper. He finally remembered that when Mr. Qin felt that he didn't need to talk to him, he would be more difficult to talk to than anyone else. 447. They met on a narrow road. A light cavalry of more than 30 people slowly stopped their horses. Their bows and blades were covered in snow, and they were unusually vigorous. About half of the cavalry were holding torches. They were the first few riders and they were not wearing standard armor. They were clustered around a young man with a jade-like face. The wind and snow covered his eyes. The young man in a snow-white fox fur was squinting at the three riders. He pursed his scarlet thin lips. He was an elegant and noble young master. There were three close retainers on both sides of the young man. On the left side there was a burly man holding a long spear. The spear was shining brightly under the light of the torches in the hands of the cavalry behind him. There was also a thin monkey-like man with his arms crossed over his chest. He had neither a bow nor a sword, but on both sides of the saddle, there were several frozen heads with blood stains on their faces. On the right side there was only one person. He was in his 40s and he looked dull. He carried a long sword with a pine wood scabbard on his back. The hilt of the sword was shaped like a ganoderma. The man often covered his mouth and coughed. The young man seemed to be closest to the middle-aged man on his right side. He sat high on the horse, but his body was slightly tilted towards the middle-aged man. After the middle-aged swordsman coughed, he glanced at the three riders more than 50 steps away and said softly, Your Highness, as I said before, there are indeed two people and a ghost. The female ghost is wearing a fox skin. It is very likely that it is a fox skin charm made exclusively by the Su family in Qingfeng City. The middle-aged swordsman stretched out his hand as if to catch some snowflakes. Unexpectedly, an exquisite ghost with the height of a finger suddenly appeared in his palm. It was snow-white and had a pair of wings on its back. It blended with the wind and snow. At such a close distance it was difficult for the little fellow to detect it. Presumably this was the so-called immortal scout. Its function was similar to that of the immortal watching the mountains and rivers. The only difference was that one relied on magic while the other relied on living things. Thank you for your hard work. The man smiled at the little fellow in his palm and took out a delicate blue and white porcelain jar from his sleeve. The ghost flew into the jar and the jar was slowly put back into the sleeve by the man. The young man, who was respectfully called Your Highness by the swordsman, raised his eyebrows. His eyes were burning and his body tilted even more. He smiled and said, Mr. Zheng, I have heard of the Su family in Qingfeng City. But my mother did not want me to leave the capital and go to a foreign country. I have been staying in the capital all year round to avoid suspicion and also to save some money for the officials in the censorate. I have never had the chance to come in contact with the immortal masters on the mountain. What exactly is this fox skin charm and what is its beauty? Mr. Zheng is very knowledgeable and has traveled across half the continent. Could you tell me more about it? The middle-aged swordsman took out a porcelain bottle and poured out 2 emerald green pills the size of soybeans. He raised his hand and gently put them into his mouth. Only then did his face become slightly rosy. After taking the pills, the middle-aged swordsman smiled and said, The Su family owns a 1,000-year-old fox hill where old foxes roam. They have formed an alliance with the Su family. Every year they send out a few fox skins that are between 100 and 300 years old to be made into charm papers. They are sold all over the Aquarius continent and are popular in half of the continent. Those Earth immortals who do not need to worry about money mostly have a few fox skin beauties as maids. The maids are the charm paper beauties. When they land, they are no different from living people. The charm paper can also contain ghosts and spirits. The female ghost in front should be like this. If the immortals on the mountain have a good relationship with the Su family in Qingfeng City, before buying the charm paper, they can also send a portrait of the woman they like. The Su family will have someone to carve the fox skin according to the picture. The old masters are all skilled in painting and have never disappointed the buyer. The young man suddenly understood and looked at the woman who stopped in the distance. His eyes became more and more covetous. Although he hadn't followed his ancestors' rules to leave the capital, he hadn't wasted his time in the capital. His biggest hobby was to leave the prison that had twice become the Crouching Dragon residence in history. He would disguise himself as a scholar who had failed in the imperial examinations, or as a wanderer who traveled around the capital. He had already had a taste of all kinds of beautiful women, especially the women of the imperial censorate officials' families. Women and young girls who were slightly beautiful were all deceived by him. Therefore he could even casually flip through the impeachment memorials that flew into the imperial study like snowflakes. It couldn't be helped. Although the imperial family seemed strict and terrifying, they would still spoil the youngest child. Besides, his imperial mother's methods were not simple. His imperial father was controlled to the point that the 3 of them reunited in private. As the monarch of a country, even if his imperial mother ridiculed him in front of his face, he didn't feel ashamed. Instead, he laughed incessantly. Therefore, he really did not care about those memorials that he used to pass the time. He felt that if he did not get scolded by those old bastards, he would feel so guilty that he would not be able to show his face. However, after such a comfortable life had passed for so long, he always felt that something was missing. He was someone who wanted to be an emperor, so he could not be an immortal in the middle 5 realms. He could not endure the pain of tempering his body and practicing martial arts. He also could not be a true Jianghu master. As for leading troops to war and killing here and there, he was even less in the mood. Therefore he could not help but blame his imperial mother. He was not the crown prince, and now even the virtuous king was not him. Did his imperial mother really dote on him? Did she deliberately keep him by her side like a good-for-nothing? Those 2 older brothers were the bastards of the former empress. She looked at her current bleak situation. Empress Mother had found an excuse for her to be like a stray dog. She had a home but couldn't return. She could only wander around outside of the capital. Those rural women who had a rustic aura in their bones had long been sick of eating. No matter how beautiful these women were, they couldn't be compared to the beautiful women of the wealthy families who knew how to serve people. That was not all. When he quietly left the capital, his imperial mother gave a strict order that he must personally lead people to kill the Dali scouts. Was this not forcing him to go down the road of no return? In fact, he was not optimistic about the empty Zhuing dynasty. Deep in his heart he wanted to rely on the powerful Dali barbarians. If he was the one sitting on the throne now, he would have opened the gates of the capital long ago and personally led Su Gaoshan's horse into the capital. What was so fun about fighting a war? He wanted to see the scene of thousands of Qi cultivators killing each other. That was the real fight between immortals, a fight on horseback, two nests of ants competing. However, it was not bad to go out to relax this time. He met a beautiful woman in fox skin who was no different from a living person. The young prince was overjoyed. The other party's 3 riders had also stopped for a long time, confronting the elite cavalry. The prince of the Shihao country, Han Jingxin, was the most notorious member of the imperial family in the entire imperial court. His smile grew wider. He was courageous. The other party did not obediently give way to him. He was indeed a cultivator on the mountain who had a beautiful woman in fox skin. He was either a lawless wild cultivator from the book Slip Lake, or an immortal genealogist in the Shihao country. It was understandable that he was young and impetuous. It was a pity that identity did not work in the wilderness. Killing someone on a snowy night, Han Jingxin felt very emotional. Not long ago the pursuit and suppression was too small. They killed an imperial censorate official who had retired to his hometown at the beginning of autumn, and then left Jingnan at a snail's pace. If there was someone to blame, it was his family's fault for not being able to give birth to a decent-looking daughter, and for not being able to marry a woman who was slightly pleasing to his eyes. As a result, there was not the slightest bit of affection to speak of. He scolded Han Jingxin to his heart's content, and did not even leave behind his imperial father and mother empress, who were also implicated by Han Jingxin. Among the scholars, Han Jingxin gained the reputation of iron courageous imperial censor, for nothing. That old man was no longer an official, and along the way he still liked to complain. Not only did he dawdle and dawdle, but he also criticized some scholars who did not have the ability to be officials. Therefore, since Han Jingxin had nothing to do, he decided to be a filial son for once. He chased after the carriage and personally stabbed the old man's stomach. After so many years of listening to the old man's complaints, Han Jingxin's ears grew calluses. He wanted to see the old man's belly full of complaints with his own eyes. However, he felt that he was still too kind. When he saw the old man holding his stomach in the snow, he felt really pitiful. He chopped off the old man's head and hung it on the side of the martial arts master's saddle. On the way back in the snow, the head was silent. Han Jingxin was not used to it. Han Jingxin played with a jade pendant in one hand. It was just an item from the mountain and could not be considered a real magic weapon. It was just that when held in the palm of his hand, it was warm in the winter and cool in the summer. It was said to be an item from Xianxia mountain. It was a spiritual weapon that could be considered passable. Han Jingxin raised his free hand and waved, motioning for the 3 riders to make way. Sure enough, the 3 riders slowly turned their horses around and opened up a path for him. Han Jingxin was amused. Was there really such a naive cultivator in the world? On the other side, Ma Di reminded him softly, Mr. Qin, the other party does not seem to be from the family of an official who walks the righteous path. Qin Pingon nodded and said something that made Ma Di and Zheng Yi somewhat uncomfortable. It was most appropriate for tonight's bone-piercing wind and snow. I know that the other party will not give up. I'll take a step back and put on an act. When they make a move, they will be a bit braver. Zheng Yi's face stiffened. It was not clear whether he was frozen by the wind and snow or frightened by these words. Qin Pingon did not look at the tall, cowering youth. He slowly said, if our skills are not good enough, the 2 of us will be the ones to die. Ma Di will be the most miserable. He will only live a life worse than death. If you can't even understand this, then you should cultivate in peace on the mountain. Don't wander the Jianghu. Han Jingxin raised his hand and made another gesture. The riders behind him skillfully urged their horses forward. However, they did not begin to charge. They only formed a small fan-shaped blocking formation. It was obvious. Telling the 3 riders to take a step back was just a small trick of a cat teasing a mouse. It was a dispensable appetizer. The real main course was not immediately served. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, Zheng Yi, if Ma Di and I were not by your side tonight and it was only you and Su Xinzhai facing this cavalry, what would you do? Zheng Yi only thought for a moment, but his forehead was already sweating. Qin Pingon did not say anything else. Some principles were just so unlikable. No matter how much others said, as long as the listener had not experienced something similar, it would be very difficult for them to empathize, unless they were in a difficult situation. However, Those who could not listen to certain principles were actually lucky people. Because those who had experienced misfortune, as long as they encountered a similar situation, there was no need for others to reason with them. They would already understand. However, these were not important. What really made Qin Pingon more and more frightened was that he realized that those who were full of malice towards the world, compared to those who were kind, seemed to be able to remember after suffering. They even suffered a little at the hands of smarter people, and did not enjoy some blessings that did not belong to them. They would begin to ponder about the principles of how to conduct themselves, and seriously think about how to solve all kinds of problems. How to use the power of others to bully others, how to use the power of others to gain benefits, how to achieve the Tao alone, whether or not the chickens and dogs could rise to the heavens. It all depended on the mood of the person who achieved the Tao and the balance of benefits. Qin Pingon hoped that his view was wrong. The more wrong it was, the better. Why should good people be smarter than bad people? Only then could they live a good life. Qin Pingon exhaled and pointed to the young man in the cavalry in front of Ma Duyi and Xing Yi. You may not have paid attention or had the opportunity to see him, but I have seen this person's face twice in the Imperial Bulletin on Catkin Island in Book Slip Lake. That's why I know that he is called Han Jingxin. He is the younger half-brother of Prince Han Jingling. He is very famous in the capital of Stone Hair Kingdom and is the most favored son of the Queen of Stone Hair Kingdom. Qin Pingon rubbed his palms and said, I once had dealings with a prince whose status was roughly the same as Han Jingling and Han Jingxin's. They were both brothers in a place called the Great Spring Empire in the Tongyi continent. However, compared to this pair of brothers, the two princes in the Tongyi continent seem to be smarter. When doing things, no matter good or bad, they will at least scheme against others. The youngest son of the Stone Hair Kingdom's emperor in front of us seems to prefer to fight with force. Ma Duyi's expression changed slightly. Qin Pingon smiled and said, Don't worry, no one knows your true identity. You won't implicate your family. Ma Duyi said angrily, Do I need you to tell me that? I am worried that you will be stubborn and leave your life here for nothing. If that happens, I will be taken away by that perverted prince. Of course, Qin Pingon knew that Ma Duyi was being sincere and was worried about his safety. As for the second half of her sentence, perhaps it was because women were naturally thin-skinned and liked to deliberately say sincere good words as if they were bad words from their mouths. Qin Pingon turned and smiled at her. I did not ask you to turn around and run from the beginning to the end, right? Xing Ye's mind was filled with Miss Su. She was thinking about what she should do if something like Mr. Chen happened. Her mind was a mess and she did not understand what Mr. Chen meant. Ma Duyi was a clever woman. Otherwise, she would not have been able to enter the cave-dwelling realm at such a young age. If it was not for the misfortune that happened when she was facing the flood dragon, she would have been able to reach the Dragon Gate realm step by step in this life. By then she would be able to build a good relationship with the sect's founder and the cultivators on the Big Islands and occupy an island. She could be considered to have established a sect in Book Lake. Although Ma Duyi understood what Qin Pingon meant, she was still worried. She asked, Mr. Qin, are you really going to fight to the death with that prince? Ma Duyi hurriedly explained, Of course I'm not speaking for the cavalry. It's just that Book Lake has never advocated fighting based on personal feelings. We either don't attack or eliminate the root of the problem. If we have a conflict with this Han Jingxin, we will have to go to the hinterland of Shihao country and pass through many provinces in the north. Will it be troublesome? Will it delay Mr. Chen's important matters? Qin Pingon nodded. I'll see what I can do. Killing is never the goal. But this Han Jingxin seems to have become addicted to killing for fun after leaving the capital. Among the retinue there are a few heads hanging on the saddle. They don't look like Dolly scouts. This means that he did not use them as proof of his military achievements. He killed them to vent his anger. Qin Pingon casually drew a line in the air. This time not only did Xing Yi not understand, even Ma Duyi with the snow on her shoulders was confused. Qin Pingon slapped his forehead and said to Ma Duyi, I forgot that I can put you in my sleeve. Ma Duyi covered her mouth and giggled. On the other side, Han Jingxin saw the appearance of the beautiful female ghost. His heart was boiling. He felt that tonight's heavy snow was not in vain. He smiled and asked, Killing a few unknown cultivators, will it cause trouble for Mr. Xing? The middle-aged swordsman shook his head. Killing cultivators is not troublesome. This heavy snow can help a lot. We just have to be careful when we destroy the corpses. The problem is that Your Highness deliberately did not bury the corpses on the road dozens of miles away. It will be easy for people with bad intentions to follow the clues and suspect Your Highness. With the two added together, if the other party's 3 riders were really immortals who came down from the mountains to travel in a big sect, or wild cultivators from the big island of Bookslip Lake, the one in trouble would only be His Highness. So now Your Highness has 3 paths to take. First, since we've already put on a big show, we'll learn from them. We'll take a step back and have someone talk to that young cultivator who seems to be seriously injured. Your Highness will openly reveal your identity and say that you want to make a business deal with him. You'll pay to buy that beautiful ghost. Using power to suppress people and money to buy things is the most reliable. Second, both sides will pass by and act as if nothing happened. At most, Your Highness will miss out on a romantic opportunity. Third, Your Highness will order us to directly kill them. But remember to clean up the corpses of the caravan when we return, so as to avoid leaving any suspicious clues. As long as the cultivators on the mountain are suspicious, they will generally be too lazy to reason with us. Han Jingxin nodded. He had thought through these things. However, the retainers at his side could not only be those who could fight and kill. They also needed an advisor who could make his master talk less. This Mr. Zeng was his mother's trusted aide. When he left the capital this time, he had him by his side, saving him a lot of trouble along the way. Han Jingxin sighed with heartfelt emotion. It's a pity that Mr. Zeng isn't a strategist. In the future, if I have the opportunity to become the emperor, I must invite Mr. Zeng to be the imperial tutor. The immortal protector that my mother spent a lot of money to invite is just an embroidered pillow who deceives people. Although my father's handling of the court is not very helpful, he's not blind. He's just too lazy to expose him. He's just raising an actress. It's nothing more than exchanging the silver for the immortal money on the mountain. Behind the scenes, my father secretly told me that it's only a few grains of money a year. He also praised my mother for being so good at managing the household. Look at the other imperial tutor of the vassal states. If they don't take out a few grains of money a year from the national treasury, they would have already jumped up and rebelled. The skinny monkey-like man was already impatient. He laughed loudly and said, "Just kill the person who raised the ghost. As for the more rare and valuable fox-skin beautiful ghost, leave it for Your Highness to train. It's such a simple matter." In any case, His Highness was kind enough to keep 2 of the most valuable ones. He did not sell all of them to that cowardly General Zhang Jin. Instead, he rewarded me with 1 set and the other set was given to this poet. Anyway, we've been keeping them in our armor pouches. When we go back and kill those 2 men, His Highness can bring them to the capital to claim credit. When His Majesty sees them, I'm sure he'll be very happy. Those are the specially made armors of Great Li's barbarian army cultivators. Perhaps if they were to be thrown under the feet of those old civil officials in the capital, none of them would be able to lift them up. I've heard that those old skeletons who only have a few genes of lean meat left are actually better than the other in terms of martial arts in bed. The young man shook his head and said, "Don't say these words in the capital." After a slight pause, Han Jingxin said self-deprecatingly, "But now, I don't think it's troublesome or not. Even if I pull their ears and scold them loudly, they won't have the heart to impeach me. They are all busy looking for a way out. Whether the surname of the Shihao kingdom is Han or not, it doesn't have much to do with them. As long as they can continue to be officials, isn't it still for the sake of the common people?" He glanced towards the south. "My brother Xianwang is still lucky. Originally he wanted to hide and be a coward. Who would have thought that after hiding for so long, a new emperor is about to appear? Even if he can't sit on that new dragon throne for a few days, he is still someone who was once an emperor. How can I not be envious?" The skinny monkey-like man was already standing on the horse's back. "Your Highness, you and Mr. Zeng can chat. Give me a definite answer. Do you want to kill the 2 men? Don't worry. As for that female ghost, I guarantee that she will be unharmed." Han Jingxin smiled and said, Go. Also, that Dolly Secretary Wu's special armor, I won't let you take it out for free. I'll give you 2 credits later." The skinny monkey-like man wiped his mouth and said with a smile, "It's good to follow Your Highness. There's meat to eat." The skinny monkey-like man was a 7th realm martial artist who was very good at close combat. He also had a famous unique skill that gave martial artists of the same realm a headache. In the Jianghu of the Stone Hair Kingdom, he really couldn't find an opponent who could satisfy him. That was why he joined the army. At first he actually had some connections with the Crown Prince, but that bookworm Crown Prince didn't know what was good for him. He gave him a position in the army without any real benefits. He simply ran over to Han Jingxin's camp, planning to fish in troubled waters and become a great general. In particular, Mr. Zheng saying that he was the enemy of 10,000 people on the battlefield was very appetizing. In the Shihao Kingdom, even if you annihilated an entire family, how many people could you kill? On the battlefield, thousands and tens of thousands of people were often mixed together. When they were in the mood to kill, they could even accidentally kill their own people. When the short and vigorous Wu Dao Grand Master tapped his toes, he flew away. Han Jingxin said to the man with the long lance, "General Su, please help Hu Han to hold the line in case he fails miserably. After all, he's a cultivator from the mountain, it's better to be careful." The burly general who didn't wear any armor nodded slightly. He squeezed his horse's belly and rode forward slowly. After leaving the capital, this young general who came from the border didn't bring any armor at all, only the ancestral horse lance in his hand. He didn't like Prince Han Jingxin's actions, but it wasn't to the extent of disgust. Although Han Jingxin's temperament was perverse, obsessed with fishing and killing, but his brain wasn't bad. Looking at the scholarly crown prince, he was a good person. In truth, being a peaceful emperor was a good thing for the citizens of the Shihao Kingdom. But in troubled times he was destined to not have much of a future. Coincidentally, it was troubled times, and not just the few countries, but the entire Aquarius continent was in chaos. At such a crucial moment, he naturally had to choose a good tree to nest in, even if the tree was already crooked. After Hu Han and General Su left one after another, Han Jingxin no longer paid much attention to the battlefield and continued to chat with Mr. Zheng. They talked about the chaotic situation in the center of the Aquarius continent. Han Jingxin spoke one sentence after another without any rhyme or reason. But Mr. Zheng did not look down on him at all. The short and skinny man jumped off his horse. He didn't directly fly over, but lightly landed on the snow as though he was taking a stroll. He walked towards the three riders. Ma Di couldn't help but be nervous and said softly, "He's here." After all, he was a strong retainer of a prince and seemed to be a Jianghu master who was proficient in close combat. Any Qi cultivator below the earth immortal level, once they got close to him, would be bitten off by a pure martial artist. This was the consensus of the cultivators on the mountain and the Jianghu below. No matter how much Ma Di trusted Mr. Qin, she still felt uneasy. Zheng Yi didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Regarding Mr. Qin, the various deeds and feats that happened in the Book Lake, he had only heard of it but had never seen it with his own eyes. The tall young man who would occasionally brush off the snow on his body was already sweating profusely, and did not feel the coldness of the wind and snow. Qin Pingon flipped down his horse, shook off the snow on his shoulders and rolled up his sleeves. He walked towards the Jianghu master who was invincible in the Shihao Kingdom, and walked towards him slowly. There wasn't a bit of a hostile atmosphere, but rather two Jianghu friends who had met after a long time. Ma Di only hated the fact that her soul was unstable. The fox skin talisman was her resting place, but it was also a kind of restraint. After all, she was a cave-dwelling realm cultivator when she was alive. However, when she thought of her cave-dwelling realm cultivation, it seemed that she could not help Mr. Qin at all tonight, and this made Ma Di feel a little discouraged. A woman's mind was as soft as a river. Zheng Yi asked timidly, "Miss Ma, Mr. Qin will be fine, right?" Ma Di turned to look at the tall young man and said angrily, "Do you want something to happen to him? So that you can turn the situation around?" Zheng Yi was speechless. The 40-year-old swordsman seemed to have something to say. He looked at the situation in front of him and said slowly, "The Dali barbarians' front line is stretched too far. As long as the Zhuang dynasty can hold on for another year, stop the enemy outside the country, and successfully stop the two cavalry armies under Dali Su Gaoshan and Chao Gui, and prevent them from breaking into the hinterland in one go, this battle will be a success. The Dali cavalry has been going smoothly for too long, and the situation will change in a matter of days. Whether the Zhuang dynasty can win this battle or not doesn't depend on themselves, but on how long the vassal states can hold on. As long as the Su Gaoshan and Chao Gui armies are exhausted, the Dali can only plunder the vassal states around the Zhuang dynasty and then retreat to the north." Han Jingxin said jokingly, If I didn't know Mr. Zheng's background, I would have suspected that Mr. Zheng is a lobbyist for the Zhuang dynasty. The middle-aged swordsman smiled bitterly. I'm just a swordsman who knows some low-level swordsmanship. I'm just a man of the Jianghu. I've always been the type of pure martial artist that the mountain sword cultivators look down on the most. When I was young, I didn't dare to go out with my sword on my back. Now that I think about it, it was a shameful thing. I should have thought that the Zhuang dynasty would be trampled to pieces by the Dali's hooves. I shouldn't have encouraged His Highness to go to the capital of the Zhuang dynasty and hide there for a few years until the situation was better before returning to the Shihao kingdom. If it wasn't for the Queen's trust, I don't know where I would be now. Han Jingxin suddenly said something that was thousands of miles away from the topic. It said that the Dali imperial tutor's plans are flawless. However, including our Shihao kingdom, the vassal states of the Zhuang dynasty are all stubbornly resisting. It seems that the infiltration of Dali's spies into our vassal states was a failure. Our Stone Hair Kingdom only has the border army Huang family. They felt that there was an opportunity to take advantage of. They were not willing to be the local tyrant who ate sand and smelled horse dung at the border. They wanted to take a big gamble. So they came up with the idea at the last minute and pulled my brother, the Sage King, to join Su Gaoshan. The middle-aged swordsman shook his head and smiled. There's no such thing as a flawless plan in this world. There's only accurate prediction of the general situation and the purpose of every step. That's the right way. Han Jingxin said with a face full of admiration, Mr. Zheng is wise. The middle-aged swordsman suddenly frowned and didn't say anything. He stared at the battlefield about 40 steps away. Hu Han and the young cultivator in the green cotton robe had stopped. On the horse behind Hu Han, the general surnamed Su held a long spear and stopped in his tracks. Han Jingxin said doubtfully, Is that young man looking for death? Not only did he not retreat, he used the immortal spell to hold back Hu Han and took out a few lethal life items. Instead, he took the initiative to go forward. Is he going to give in? Hand over the fox skin beauty with both hands? It seems that the immortals on the mountain don't have much more bones than the mortals at the foot of the mountain. With such a master, that amorous ghost can be considered to have met a bad master. Isn't this something that only a bastard heartless man like me would do? The middle-aged swordsman did not agree with Han Jingxin's last witty words. His expression became more serious. Everything is wrong. This person is indeed a cultivator. He has the spiritual chi of two large and small worlds flowing on him. Either his cultivation is too low, only in the lower 5 realms, so the spiritual chi flow is dim and stagnant. Or it's hidden deeply, reaching the height of a sea viewing or dragon gate cultivator. That's why even I can't see through it. If it's an unexpected pure martial artist, his fist intent has reached the realm of nature. But I've been observing the minute signs of this person getting off his horse. His steps can be considered steady. But the intent, unique to us martial artists, is very loose. He's simply a layman without a master to guide him. However, even if we don't mention these two possibilities, I can be sure of one thing. That young man definitely has no intention of being friendly with us. Han Jingxin put his hands together and rubbed the jade pendant in his palm. He smiled. Could he be a newborn calf that doesn't fear a tiger? He's used to throwing his weight around on the mountain or in the territory around his sect. He doesn't see how terrifying Hu Han is? The middle-aged swordsman shook his head. It doesn't seem like it. Mr. Zheng quickly changed his words. He shook his head again. Oh. Han Jingxin was bored to death. He exhaled again and again, puffing out large clouds of white smoke. Let's not make wild guesses. Whether that fellow is a mule or a horse, Hu Han will know with a single punch. Han Jingxin lowered his voice and chuckled. If Hu Han really hits a nail, it's not a bad thing. Perhaps Hu Han will truly be grateful for my 2 rewards. This isn't something easy to accomplish. The middle-aged swordsman laughed and nodded. Han Jingxin's words revealed his temperament. Others couldn't help but admire him. This prince who had yet to become a vassal was already able to control the unruly Hu Han and the arrogant General Su. It wasn't just because of his status. It would be strange if he found it difficult to watch others carry burdens. Han Jingxin had the mentality of watching a good show. As for General Su, who had stopped his horse and held on to his lance, his heart was calm. Only Hu Han was in the picture. From the start he was rubbing his fists in excitement. He was getting closer and closer to the young man. Compared to Mr. Zheng, who was watching the battle from afar, Hu Han was more direct. When the two of them stopped, they were less than 5 steps apart. Hu Han actually felt a sense of danger. However, the smile on his face didn't change. He glanced at the bamboo blade and ancient sword hanging by the young man's waist. "Brat, you can't be a pure martial artist, right?" In the end, the young man in a green robe nodded and asked, "Don't you think it's a coincidence?" Hu Han smiled. "It's a coincidence. How can it not be a coincidence? Since we're all from the pugilistic world, then I can't help but talk about the principles of the pugilistic world. Let's make a deal. You and the young man can just leave and leave that female ghost behind. How about it?" Qin Pingan smiled and didn't say a word. Hu Han shifted his gaze and looked at the depth of Qin Pingan's footprints in the snow. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see the difference, but as a martial artist of the 7th realm, Hu Han's eyesight was naturally excellent. He saw the young man's footsteps from the moment he got off the horse to the place where he was standing. Qin Pingan smiled. "Don't look. You won't be able to see the truth. The second time I traveled, I was alone on an immortal ferry. I already knew how to hide the depth of my footsteps and the speed of my breathing. One shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but one must be wary of others. Therefore, after practicing more and more, it became a habit. Perhaps there are times when I don't even notice it." Hu Han was stunned. He clicked his tongue and said, "Little brother, you're an expert." Qin Pingan didn't admit or deny it. "You're a martial artist of the golden body realm? But your foundation is so broken that it's no different from paper." Hu Han chuckled. "Little brother, your words hurt my feelings. Be careful that I don't pull out your tongue." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "It's my fault. In the past half a year I've interacted with too many dead people. I'm used to chatting. Actually, I'm not like this when I'm fighting an enemy." Hu Han came to a realization and said, "No wonder. It's fine. As a senior in the martial world, I'm the opposite of you. I like to chat with people, kill people while you're at it." Snowflakes flew from the snow under Hu Han's feet. He threw a punch at Qin Pingan's abdomen. With his sleeves rolled up, Qin Pingan placed one hand behind his back and used his other palm to press against the fist. The moment they touched, he pulled back. However, he had already borrowed the force to take 4 to 5 steps back. Hu Han's punch missed. He followed him like a shadow and punched out like a rainbow. The wind and snow on both sides of the short man were swept up and tilted by the vigorous fist force. Qin Pingan used his elbow to block Hu Han's punch and slid back a few steps. If he took another 2 steps back, he would be on his mount. Hu Han felt that he had more or less figured out the true foundation of this mysterious young man. Just as he was about to stop hiding and kill him, the young man's elbow not only blocked his fist, but also suddenly burst out with a fierce force like a flood breaking through a dam. Hu Han was so frightened that he quickly suppressed the pure true qi in his body and took a few steps back. Of course, even if he took a step back as a martial Dao master of the golden body realm, he was still as smooth as flowing water without any signs of weakness. When Hu Han came to a halt, his eyes widened as he remarked, "Good lad, you sure are good at acting. You even managed to fool me once." It turned out that the young man's fist force seemed to be trying to fight him to the death. However, it was actually just a light touch. It was like a child holding a hammer and using all his strength to lift it up before smashing it down on the ground. Then, when the hammer was an inch above the ground, it stopped moving and hovered in the air. The key was that the child seemed to be using a lot of strength to lift the hammer, but when he lifted it up, it didn't seem to be strenuous at all. Perhaps Hu Han didn't take a step back and took the opportunity to get closer. Perhaps he could even punch through the young man's chest. However, Hu Han knew that it was more likely that the young man had a backup plan waiting for him. For example, the young man's hand that was hidden behind his back. Since the other party was so proficient in controlling his own fist aura, even if his cultivation level was not high, there must be an expert who had helped him temper his body, or he had truly experienced incomparably dangerous life and death battles. Qin Pingan shook his wrist with a calm expression. "Let's not talk about that martial madman. Although your realm is high in terms of martial arts attainment, you're not even as good as a smiling face I met in my early years. He should be a pure martial artist like you. If his fist intent isn't enough, his movement technique makes up for it." Hu Han's expression was unsettled. It wasn't that the Stone Hair Kingdom's #1 martial artist was afraid after just exchanging blows. Of course it was impossible. Instead it was the young man's hand behind his back and the sword at his waist that annoyed him. This was a kind of instinct that a martial arts grandmaster had honed on the line between life and death. This was the most troublesome thing. As for the nonsense of a weak foundation, a weak golden body, and fist intent isn't enough, his movement technique makes up for it. Hu Han didn't take it to heart. As long as the palm is in the right position, you can retract and release it freely. Practicing martial arts is also about refining the heart. Its importance is no less than that of a cultivator. After the fist intent is the fist stance, and after the fist stance is the art of martial arts. A golden body cultivator like you won't live for more than a few days if you're thrown into some place. You'll only become the best whetstone for the martial artists there. Qin Pingon smiled. Alright, that's enough chit-chat. I already know how strong you are. Hu Han put one hand behind his back and raised his other hand to beckon Qin Pingon with a finger. He said with a cheeky smile, I'll return the favor. This time it's your turn to attack first. I don't want you to think that I'm bullying a junior. In fact, as long as it was a close combat, Hu Han, who was nicknamed the blacksmith, would always win. There was only a wrong name given by one's parents, but there was no wrong nickname given by Jianghu. When Ma Di heard Qin Pingon say that the palm is in the right position, Ma Di almost laughed out loud. At first she thought that Mr. Qin was just spouting nonsense. However, Ma Di's expression suddenly changed. Looking at the guy's back, she wondered if his knowledge and fist intent were really connected. If it were anyone else, Ma Di would not have thought of such a strange idea. However, when it came to Qin Pingon, Ma Di felt that if it came to Qin Pingon, everything in the world would turn out to be one. For example, who would sit in the house at the entrance of Verdant Gorge Island like him? Would he really leave the Book Slips Lake and have this trip? Qin Pingon took a step forward. As usual, he did not look like a grandmaster at all. Compared to Hu Han, who used his energy fist to shatter the surrounding snowflakes every time he attacked, it was a world of difference. Hu Han could taste the aftertaste of his words. This young man who hid his strength must be seriously injured. That was why every time he attacked he looked like a bookkeeper who was doing a small business, calculating the slightest bit of profit. There was no pride of a martial artist at all. Hu Han was filled with murderous intent. He completely let go of his attacks. In that instant Hu Han's heartstrings tightened. His instincts told him that he should not let that person throw a punch at him. However, his martial arts knowledge and Jianghu experience told him that if he did not hold back in close combat, his opponent would die sooner or later. He felt a little uneasy. The punch arrived. After taking the punch, Hu Han laughed. Are you trying to scratch my itch? After that, Hu Han could not laugh anymore. The punch arrived. Punch after punch. The momentum was like a waterfall that flowed 3,000 feet. Hu Han only countered with punch after punch. The two of them moved unpredictably, the wind and snow blowing wildly on the road. Even if they were just at the Golden Body Realm, they were still at the Golden Body Realm. After 7 or 8 punches, Hu Han's forehead was covered in sweat. After 11 punches, Hu Han was not only sweating profusely, but blood was also seeping out of the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the young man who punched faster and faster still showed no signs of exhaustion or wanting to stop. The incomparably sullen Hu Han, a stately Realm 7 martial artist, simply gave up on the thought of retaliating. Stellar energy spread throughout his meridians, protecting the various major aperture points as he allowed the youth to continue punching. Fist intent could last for a long time, but a martial artist's pure Xianxia would eventually run out. That would be the best time for Hu Han to deliver a punch. However, Hu Han heard Mr. Xing shout from behind him, General Su, quickly help Hu Han break this person's fist intent. General Su frowned, but he did not hesitate and rushed out on his horse. He was said to be the best horse fighter in Stone Hair Kingdom. He sat on horseback and wielded a long spear. His combat strength was extraordinary. He was not a martial artist in the ordinary sense. The reason why Hu Han was willing to ride side by side with this person and even talk and laugh was, of course, the main reason. Everything depended on one's ability. As for the poetry scholar with a horizontal lance, that was widely known throughout the Stone Hair Kingdom, it originated from the first time this person entered the palace to meet the emperor. He was specially allowed to bring a long lance into the palace. Then, in front of all the civil and military officials at the end of that day's court meeting, the emperor actually ordered someone to bring an untamed horse over. He had to ride the horse and hold the long lance. On a long slab of stone, he had to use the tip of the lance to write a poem that had been passed down for generations. Moreover, he had to ride the horse without stopping. Otherwise, his ancestral long lance would be taken away and he would be expelled from the border army. If he succeeded, he would be greatly rewarded. He would be a rank 4 military officer. In the end, he became famous throughout the kingdom. He gently put down the long spear and kowtowed at the bottom of the stairs to thank the emperor for his kindness. At that time, the young general trembled and spoke emotionally. Everyone felt that this young man who was prosperous in martial arts was so grateful that he could not hold back his tears. The emperor was so happy that he personally gave him the title of Horizontal Lance Poetry Scholar. However, he had been angry about it all these years. He saw it as the biggest humiliation of his life. For 4 generations, a long spear that was soaked in the blood of countless enemies was passed down from father to son. After it was passed down to him, it was no different from a woman doing embroidery with a needle. Sumao was a hero for generations. His ancestors were willing to die for him. On the battlefield there were no cheers or applause. How could Sumao be an actor who played to the crowd? 1 man, 1 horse and 1 spear. When they charged, it was as if the mountains were collapsing. Although Qin Pingan and Hu Han were tangled up, Sumao's spear pointed at Qin Pingan's neck after the 12th punch. Qin Pingan did not force himself to send out the next punch. All of this was within his expectations. If it wasn't the cavalry's spear that arrived, it would be the middle-aged man's sword. Qin Pingan only sent Hu Han, who was not fatally injured, stumbling with a palm. He blocked the tip of the cavalry's spear and moved a few steps to the side. Sumao twisted his wrist slightly. The spear that almost skewered Hu Han into a candied hawthorn only pierced through the latter's armpit. Qin Pingan stomped heavily on the ground. On the ground, the snow within 70 to 80 feet of Qin Pingan was instantly blown up. Sumao closed his eyes almost instantly. He suddenly opened his eyes and raised his spear, thrusting it forward. The spear sank. A green figure stepped on a long spear and slid down. With a knee strike, he knocked Sumao off his horse and sent him flying. However, Sumao held onto the spear tightly and did not let go. Sumao spat out a mouthful of blood. When he stood up, he realized that the person was standing on his horse and did not follow up with another attack. Only then did Sumao look at Hu Han, who had left the battlefield, and roared, "Hu Han! I was the one who saved you from your predicament. Yet you chose to stand by and do nothing to harm me." Qin Pingan did not look at Sumao. Instead, he looked at Han Jingxin and the middle-aged swordsman. He smiled and said, "I advise you not to count on him. He's just a golden body realm cultivator who is scared out of his wits. He can't be relied on." Han Jingxin's expression was grave. Sumao and Hu Han had both been defeated? Losing to Sumao twice wasn't something to be afraid of. What he was afraid of was that the young man had struck his vitals. Sumao already had a rift with Hu Han, and if Hu Han really lost the guts of an evolved Jing master, how was he going to continue fighting? Could it be that he could only rely on this Mr. Zeng? Hu Han was more reliable than Sumao. However, Han Jingxin had his own plans. Mr. Zeng had to make the final decision and kill that person. Otherwise, he had to protect him. If Mr. Zeng did not make a move, no matter how bad the situation was, there was still room to maneuver. Once Mr. Zeng made a move and lost, would he still have to apologize to the other party? That would require the other party to be willing to give him a chance to repair their relationship. It was said that there were some mountain cultivators who were too stubborn. When they became ruthless for the sake of the great Tao, they would not even recognize their own family. Mr. Zeng softly said, "Your Highness, if I don't make a move, the hearts of the people will be scattered and we will be at the mercy of others. Only by making a move can I have Hu Han and Sumao join forces with me to kill this person. However, there is a condition. I cannot be defeated in a single move." Han Jingxin forced a smile. Mr. Zeng must be joking. Sumao returned to the cavalry and changed his mount. His face was filled with resentment. Hu Han also wanted to return. But just as he was about to move, the young man turned his head and looked at him. Hu Han seemed to have been scared out of his wits. He angrily stayed where he was. Qin Pingon felt that whether it was Hu Han or Su Mao, neither of them were so simple. It was just that the situation was delicate. Everyone was hiding their strength and not willing to go all out. It seemed that the morale of the cavalry under Han Jingxin was worth pondering over. The middle-aged swordsman who had never used his sword before slowly rode out. The two horses were about 30 steps apart. Qin Pingon, who had been standing on his horse, asked, "Mister, are you not a sword cultivator but a swordsman?" The middle-aged swordsman shook his head. "I am not worthy of being called Mister. My surname is Zheng and I live in the pugilistic world. I will go wherever there is food to eat." The man smiled. "Next, I might not be so righteous." Qin Pingon placed one hand behind his back and spread out his other hand. "Do as you wish." The man looked at Hu Han. "I implore General Su and I to put aside our differences and work together to kill the enemy." Qin Pingon smiled. "Since Senior Zheng is a pure martial artist, you should be able to see that this golden body martial artist of yours is like a crane in a flock of chickens. A true martial artist is someone who uses all his strength to raise his state of mind. Even when facing an enemy one level higher than him, he is not afraid at all. If it is life or death, then so be it. On the other hand, not only does he have a poor foundation, but he also lacks that breath. He likes to drag himself down a level to fight with others. The Jianghu of your Stonehair nation is really interesting. If not for this person being the leader of the Stonehair country's pugilistic world, the entire Stonehair country's pugilistic world would be dragged down by him." Su Mao's lips curled up. He seemed to agree with those words. However, this did not stop him from holding his spear and slowly walking out. Hu Han was deep in thought. Unexpectedly, Qin Pingon turned his head and said, "Have you thought it through? Unfortunately, you can't do it." Hu Han stretched his neck. "Oh, that might not be the case." Hu Han's aura changed. It was as if he was the real Hu Han at this moment, the person who made the Stonehair country's pugilistic world bow down to him. Hu Han said loudly, "Mr. Zheng, General Su, I will be the first to attack. You just need to support me." Qin Pingon turned a deaf ear to Hu Han's words and ignored Su Mao walking out with his spear. In the wind and snow, Qin Pingon could only see the middle-aged swordsman with the long sword on his back. The man did not attack, but the long sword on his back came out of its sheath and charged into the sky, disappearing in an instant. This was the specialty of a swordsman, the controlling sword art. It was also the reason why the sword Xiao on the mountain looked down on the swordsman below. Qin Pingon's left hand pressed on the hilt of the ancient yellow sword. "What a coincidence, I am also a swordsman." He slowly pushed the sword out of its sheath with his thumb. It was like a mountain. It was hard to tell if it was a fist essence or a sword essence. Su Mao could not help but narrow his eyes because he felt that it was too dazzling. However, Su Mao was the first to attack. The war horse galloped forward with his spear. Hu Han did not want to fall behind and charged towards Qin Pingon. The middle-aged swordsman smiled. The ancient sword with the white jade Lingji hilt was still missing. Qin Pingon took a big step forward on the horse's back and then stepped into the air, disappearing into thin air. Hu Han jumped over the horse's back and landed on the opposite side of the road. In the next moment, the green figure appeared beside Su Mao. With a shoulder strike, Su Mao and his horse were sent flying. Su Mao left his horse in midair and landed steadily. The pitiful horse fell heavily into the snow dozens of feet away and died on the spot. However, something even stranger happened. Just like Qin Pingon's inexplicable disappearance, the middle-aged swordsman also disappeared into thin air without a trace. Not only that, the scabbard on his back was also abandoned. It fell off the horse's back and stabbed into the snow. Qin Pingon stood on the horse's back and frowned in silence. He gently pushed the ancient yellow sword back into the scabbard. He lowered his head and stared at the empty scabbard. Hu Han and Su Mao, who might have been focused on him, did not notice that the scabbard was real. However, what was hidden in the scabbard was not a long sword, but a straight saber. Qin Pingon felt somewhat helpless and muttered, "Don't tell me I really met a person who owes me a saber?" The scabbard was left behind. The person ran away and the straight saber should have been taken with him. There was something strange about this. Previously, that Mr. Zheng said that Qin Pingon was like this. Now it was an eye for an eye. He would put aside the things he did not understand and finish the things he did understand first. For example, Qin Pingon used the sword controlling technique to pull the scabbard out of the snow and waved his sleeve. The scabbard flashed like a flying sword. It pierced through the neck of the prince of the stone country. After confirming that there was no immortal technique like the death substitution talisman, Qin Pingon no longer looked at the corpse that slid off the horse's back. Qin Pingon turned around, his gaze moving between Su Mao and Hu Han. Su Mao did not move, holding his lance tightly. Hu Han had already started running. Qin Pingon chased after him. The two figures disappeared from everyone's sight. All the elite cavalry looked at each other. They waited for Su Mao's orders. Since the sky had already collapsed, there had to be someone tall to hold it up. About half an incense stick later, they could vaguely see the green figure return, carrying something in his hand. Ma Duyi and Xing Yi were about to go crazy. It turned out that not long after Qin Pingon left, Su Mao seemed to have been possessed. Not long after Qin Pingon left, he first gathered a few elite retainers from the prince's residence and then went on a rampage. After that he went on a killing spree, killing all 40 or so cavalrymen one by one. In the end he even squatted down and used his saber to cut off Prince Han Jingxin's head and hung it on his waist. He then picked 3 war horses and mounted one of them. The other 2 were used as backup horses for long-distance raids, so as to not harm the war horse's legs. Su Mao did not leave. Instead he sat quietly on the horse's back, waiting for Qin Pingon's return. Qin Pingon approached Su Mao and tossed Hu Han's head to the general on the horse's back, asking, "What do you think?" Su Mao took the head and hung it by the saddle, smiling. "You've already guessed it, right? The future emperor of the Stone Hair Kingdom is dead. As a sinner who must die for failing to protect his master, what else can I do? I can only seek refuge with Dali's Su Gaoshan." Qin Pingon was not surprised. Su Mao asked, "You won't kill me?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "You've already helped me clean up the mess. Why should I kill you? I'm just asking for trouble." Su Mao glanced at the pale-faced young man and smiled. "I hope we won't meet again in the future." Qin Pingon nodded. "That better be the case." Su Mao turned his horse around and rode away in the snow. Qin Pingon squatted down and used both hands to scoop up a handful of snow to wipe his face. Besides the corpses on the ground, there were also war horses that were pacing back and forth, lowering their heads to touch their masters. When they let go, blood stained the snow and scattered on the ground. Ma Duyi and Xing Yi, who had just arrived, were about to speak when Qin Pingon waved his hand, indicating that they should not speak. He leaped onto the back of a war horse and looked in a direction that was slightly different from the direction that Su Mao had left in. After a while, Qin Pingon sat on the back of the horse and wiped away the blood that flowed from his ears and nose. After killing Hu Han, he had consumed the secret ointment from the Yang family's shop. There was no pain all over his body, but it was still troublesome to cover up his miserable state. Otherwise, a formidable person like Su Mao might come back to kill him. In fact, Su Mao did have such a plan. However, after Qin Pingon noticed it, he decisively gave up and left. It was not difficult to kill Su Mao, but after killing Su Mao, Qin Pingon would have to deal with this mess himself. After that, he would have to face endless troubles in the north. The reason why Qin Pingon did not use the 2 flying swords and did not take out the half-immortal weapon from the beginning was that he was purely a martial artist. Killing a member of the royal family, even if it was an emperor, was not considered breaking the rules of the mountain. This was because martial artists were never from the mountains. Qi refinement warriors were, and naturally the sword cultivators among them were. Besides, Qin Pingon also wanted to fight to his heart's content. This was inspired by the otherworldly item General Wei at the Lingguan Temple that night. He felt that it was not very useful. Ma Di understood the deeper meaning of Qin Pingon's action better than Xing Yi. She had never felt so creeped out. How could the Stone Hair country be worse than the scheming of the Book Slip Lake? Qin Pingon said in a hoarse voice, "We can't stay here for long. We should at least leave for 100 miles and find a hidden place to stay. It will be fine as long as we can avoid the wind and snow." The 3 of them continued on their journey. Qin Pingon had to put on the golden robe over his cotton robe to hide his bleak appearance. Su Mao was already far away. However, the general of the Stone Hair country who was about to join the Dali Iron Cavalry suddenly stopped his horse and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Zheng?" The middle-aged swordsman walked out of the wind and snow and came to Su Mao's side. He smiled and said, "General Su, you can return the long spear passed down by your ancestors to me. I believe that in the ancestral teachings of your Su family, there is a hidden sentence that you have been puzzling over all these years. However, if it is possible, I would like to borrow a horse from you. You can keep this long spear with the words wind and snow engraved on it. In the future, even if I don't come to take it personally, someone will come to Dolly's hunting inspector Su Mao. What do you think? Su Mao nodded. His eyes were burning. The man led the horse and went further and further away. This man, whose identity, sword, name, background, everything seemed fake. As he led the horse away, he seemed to have sensed something. He smiled and said, "My heart is not forced and my body is not restrained. What is the qi in the intestines that cannot be released?" He turned to look in the direction of Qin Pingon and said regretfully, "It is a pity that the quota is limited. I can't make a deal with you. It is a pity. Otherwise it would be a good deal. It is better than getting a Dolly's hunting inspector." The speed of the three of them was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. It all depended on Qin Pingon's injuries. However, in Ma Duyi's eyes, although Mr. Chen's injuries were not light, his state of mind did not seem to have changed. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, "It is snowing in winter and there is the sound of jade breaking. Have you heard of this saying before?" Ma Duyi nodded and said, "I have." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "You are indeed knowledgeable. You live up to your name." Ma Duyi held back her laughter and said, "I just heard it." Qin Pingon was stunned and said with a smile, "This joke is like the wind and snow." Ma Duyi was a little confused. She began to think deeper about this sentence. Zheng Yi said in a muffled voice, "Mr. Qin should be saying that Miss Ma's joke is more chilly." Ma Duyi looked at Qin Pingon suspiciously. Qin Pingon chuckled and said, "You believe Zheng Ye's words?" Ma Duyi thought about it and felt that he was right. She glared at Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi was a little sad. Ma Duyi hesitated for a long time but still did not dare to speak. Qin Pingon said, "You want to ask if you want to collect the souls of those riders?" Ma Duyi was a little guilty. "I don't think it is necessary, but..." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "But you think that I am a little muddle-headed and always like to do strange things in circles, right?" Some things that could be said meant that they were not suppressed in the heart. This was a good thing. Ma Duyi was in a good mood and smiled a little. Qin Pingon said, "Actually, as long as you hold the thread, even if it is a mess, you don't have to be afraid. You just have to take it slow." Ma Duyi's competitive temper flared up again. "Then Mr. Qin said that we should ride a horse a few hundred miles away? Why can't we take it slow?" Qin Pingon poured out a secret elixir from the water hull, drank a mouthful of wine and swallowed it together. He felt helpless but did not refute. Ma Duyi laughed to herself. Zheng Yi shook his head. The three of them rode in the wind and snow. 448. The wind and snow were dangerous. The three of them rode all the way to the hinterland of the Shihao kingdom. Many tall cities that were fought over by the military were already in ruins. On the contrary, most of the rural areas were lucky enough to escape the disaster. However, the refugees fled from their homes and encountered 3 consecutive heavy snowfalls after the beginning of winter this year. Along the official roads, there were many frozen and thin skeletons, young and old. Ma Duyi was kind-hearted and Zheng Yi was simple. No matter if it was a human or a ghost, they did not look like real cultivators of the Book Lake. Therefore, when Qin Pingon passed by a county and said that he would pay the local people to help open a porridge and medicine shop, they continued their journey. This made Ma Duyi and Zheng Yi very happy. Qin Pingon then took out the Verdant Canyon Island's jade token and hung it on the other side of the waist of the cross of blades and swords. He then went to find the local government. Ma Duyi wore a veil hat to cover her face. She also wore a thick cotton-padded coat which covered the graceful figure of the fox skin beauty. Before this, they had already passed through many counties. The closer they were to the central part of the Shihao kingdom and the further north they went, the more dead people they saw. They could already see more soldiers and horses. Some of them were the scattered soldiers of the Shihao kingdom who retreated to the south. Some of the soldiers were wearing new and shiny armor. Zheng Yi would think that the soldiers of the Shihao kingdom who rushed to the battlefield in the north might be able to fight against the Dali Iron Cavalry. However, Qin Pingon was very clear that once a war broke out, the soldiers who were wearing the new armor from the arsenals of various places and holding the equipment that had been sealed for years would die very quickly. Only the lucky few would have the opportunity to turn from new soldiers who did not know how they were killed into old soldiers who knew how to survive step by step. In the river of time in the lotus flower-blessed land, Qin Pingon witnessed many fierce battles that determined the fate of the four kingdoms. In the vast world, Qin Pingon also saw the soldiers of the southern border army of Dali. He understood why the border army of Dali had the title of Warriors of the Ridge. They were the last surviving soldiers who had been through hundreds of battles in Dali. Perhaps in the past 100 years, the number of battles and deaths that a 20-year-old soldier of Dali had fought and seen were more than the 40-year-old generals of the Shihao kingdom. Qin Pingon actually thought further. The Shihao kingdom was one of the vassals of the Zhuang dynasty. Not to mention Huang He and Han Jingling, most of the vassals of the Shihao kingdom, such as the Prince Han Jingxin who died in Qin Pingon's hands, dared to personally kill a Dali scout who had 2 cultivators with him. The northern border army of the otherworldly creature General Wei was also wiped out. The emperor of the Shihao kingdom still tried his best to transfer soldiers from all the borders to block the southern route of Dali. Now that the capital was besieged, the emperor of the Shihao kingdom was still determined to defend until the end. Why was the Shihao kingdom willing to do this? They did not hesitate to sacrifice so many lives to block the path of Su Gaoshan's Dali cavalry. According to the book, it was snowing in winter and the sound of jade breaking could be heard. Qin Pingon looked into the distance. The road and the mountains were also covered in snow. It was as if the heavens had placed a heavy burden on the human world. Qin Pingon sighed. But when he thought of the clanking sound of armor in the temple of Lingguan that night, he felt a little relieved. On this journey to the north, Ma Diyi was still all right. He had been an immortal master of records before and he had also been a serious scholar. It was natural for him to be sad, but he was not too shocked. However, he had seen too many hellish scenes day after day. Even Xing Yi, who often cried silently at the beginning, was a little numb. During this period, Xing Yi was possessed by male otherworldly items again and again. Some of them fulfilled their last wishes, while some of them only regretted that their homeland had changed. The female otherworldly items that lived in the fox skin beauty left the human world one by one, such as Su Xianxia. There would be new female otherworldly items that used the talismans to travel the human world. The talismans were like inns and fairies. They came and went. Some of them were sad and happy reunions and some of them were separated by life and death. According to their own choices, there were truths and secrets in their words. On this day, Qin Pingon brought Ma Duyi and Xing Yi to visit the county governor's official residence. They were unimpeded. The local county governor was a fat old man who could barely see his eyes. In the officialdom he liked to smile when he saw people. Once he smiled, it was even harder to see his eyes. In the past year, the old man's life had not been peaceful at all. In the turmoil and chaos of war, he hired an immortal master to guard the nearest immortal cave in the county city. In desperation, he also roped in 2 unknown cultivators. To put it bluntly, they were the wild cultivators from the lower 5 realms whom he used to look down upon. The immortal master of archives, who was also from the lower 5 realms, was so angry that he almost went back to the mountain. The prefectural governor persuaded him in every way possible and added 3 snowflakes to his monthly salary. Only then did he manage to keep the immortal on the mountain who did not want to be associated with wild cultivators. The prefectural governor's heart ached. Fortunately, when Qin Pingon visited him, he immediately felt that the extra 3 snowflakes were worth it. That was because the immortal master of archives was indeed a real immortal that wild cultivators could not compare with. As soon as he touched it, he knew that it was a very valuable object. It was definitely what the experts called at a glance. Anyway, he recognized the large jade tablet of the Green Gorge Island and trembled with fear. He almost knelt down and kowtowed to the young immortal from the book Slip Lake. What happened next was easy to handle. The consecrator, who claimed to be surnamed Shin, said that he wanted to open a kanji shop and medicine shop in the county capital to provide relief to the people. He would pay for it, but he would have to trouble the government to provide manpower and effort. Back then, Ma Duyi and Xing Yi finally saw the old county governor's eyes. They were round and not small at all. They must have felt that it was incredible. The immortal master who served the old county governor was not any better. A great philanthropist from the book Slip Lake was just like a big demon who opened a mansion and claimed to be an immortal master. On the other hand, the two cultivators who seemed to be respectful and timid looked at each other and did not speak. After that, everyone felt that it was even more strange. The young master surnamed Qin asked the old county governor to invite a group of officials who were skilled in household registration, taxation, and business calculation. Everyone sat down together and began to discuss the details in detail. The current market price of rice and medicine, the amount of granaries stored in the government, the approximate number of local poor people and refugees, the location of the porridge shop and medicine shop, the number of idle people who could be transferred from the county city's government office who would not interfere with official business, and so on. Every link was carefully considered, making the group of old foxes in the government office feel as if they were facing a great enemy. After the discussion, the county governor's office started to get busy that night. The officials scattered in all directions. Qin Pingon and the other two lived in the backyard of the government office. However, in the middle of the night, the two cultivators secretly came to the door. They were not afraid of the first master of offerings of the verdant canyon island at all. They were completely different from their obedient attitude during the day. One of the cultivators rubbed his fingers and thumbs and asked Qin Pingon if he should give him some hush money. As for what Master Qin wanted in the county city, whether it was people, money, magic weapons, or spiritual weapons, the two of them would not care. At that time, Ma Duyi and Xing Yi were still in Qin Pingon's room and they had a rare chat. Because even the slow-witted Xing Yi could not understand that Mr. Qin had been doing what he wanted to do step by step. Although there would be some bumps and imperfections and there would be times when he returned without success, even if he could not fulfill some small last wishes. However, there were still many otherworldly items and ghosts in the Shihao country. Just like Miss Su, they did not have so much regret when they left. Logically speaking, Mr. Chen's state of mind should be getting more and more relaxed. However, that was not the case. Therefore, Ma Duyi and Xing Yi would sit with Mr. Chen on the premise that they did not disturb him. Most of the time, she and Xing Yi would talk nonsense and Mr. Chen would never feel bored. He just did not like to talk much. However, when he heard the two of them quarreling about trivial things or just talking nonsense to kill time, Mr. Chen would smile. Ma Duyi and Xing Yi would often feel confused and thought that they had said something funny. Mr. Chen did not react. Why would he smile when he heard some unfunny words? At this moment, the man and the ghost who were standing on the small stove under the table and eating melon seeds felt that it was very funny after seeing the two cultivators who thought themselves clever. Ma Duyi's eyes were narrowed. He was curious about the accountant's response. Qin Pingon asked with a smile, "So, how much snow do you think is fair?" A wild cultivator already has a draft in his mind. "Little brother, you're able to imitate a jade token of worship from the verdant canyon island and even deceive an immortal master. It's obviously a big deal. Tonight we've spent a lot of money just to open the porridge and medicine shop. So the hush money should be at least 40 or 50 snowflakes. What do you think, little brother? Are you willing to part with this small amount of money so that you can make a lot of money steadily?" Qin Pingon stretched out his hands and pressed on the shoulders of the two rogue cultivators. "Now that you've seen through my plan, I'll have to kill you all. There's no need to pay hush money. If you take the money and go back to discuss it with me, you'll want to take a mile after taking an inch. In the long run, not only will it be troublesome, but it may also ruin my plan. Why don't we do something straightforward?" The two cultivators were horrified. When their shoulders were pressed, their chi resonance shook and their reiki stagnated. Without waiting for the two of them to beg, Qin Pingon said with a straight face, "I have a big plan. The two of you might be able to help a little. But if you want to leave this county city alive, you have to take out a sum of money to buy your lives. Although the two of you are only cultivators of the lower 5 realms, you should at least have." The two cultivators who were not rich in the first place were devastated. They took out 32 snow, which was really gone. Qin Pingon took the immortal money and waved his hand. "After you go back, be quiet and wait for my news. If you know what's good for you when it's done, I will give you some leftovers. If you dare to have any evil thoughts, your natal items that are really valuable will be directly removed from the Kichi residence. At that time, you will regret coming to the county governor's mansion." The two cultivators who had at least not been robbed by their fellow cultivators rejoiced that they had survived. Could it be that they had profited from a disaster? The two cultivators went back and thought it over. They felt that it was still a little dangerous, but they didn't dare to sneak away. They also felt sorry for the 30-something snow that they had painstakingly saved. For a moment they were worried about their gains and losses inside. Ma Duyi and Xingyi laughed cheerfully. Qin Pingon sat at the table. When we leave the county we will return the snow to them. Then Qin Pingon turned his head to look at Xingyi. In the future when we go to the counties and cities further north, there may be things like opening a porridge shop and a medicine shop. But we will do one every time we go to a place. It depends on the timing and the occasion. Let's not talk about these things for now. I have my own plans. You don't have to think about these things. However, Xingyi, you will handle the porridge shop and medicine shop. You will deal with all the people in the government. In the process you don't have to worry that you will make a mistake or that you will spend too much money. None of these are important things worth worrying about. Moreover, although I won't interfere specifically, I will help you keep an eye on things. Xingyi first nodded vigorously, then hesitated to speak. Qin Pingon said, everything is difficult at the beginning, but you have to start. Xingyi said nothing more. He was nervous but also excited. It seemed that compared to the matter of cultivation, it made this youth feel more comfortable. Qin Pingon said again, when you feel tired or annoyed, remember not to be embarrassed to say it. Just tell me directly. After all, your cultivation now is still focused on cultivation. Xingyi nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Mr. Qin, don't worry. I definitely won't delay my cultivation. Qin Pingon smiled knowingly. In reality, the youth would only be more diligent and attentive. After that, the porridge shop and medicine shop in the county city were quickly and methodically opened. It was because the government was familiar with such matters, and of course, it was also because the county governor was personally supervising. As for the identity of the cotton-robed youth, the old county governor's explanation was vague. He didn't tell anyone, but it made people feel some respect. 3 days later, Qin Pingon asked Ma Duyi to secretly place the 32 snow pellets in the room of the 2 mountain cultivators. Then the 3 of them rode to a porridge shop near the city gate. They stopped their horses at a distance and dismounted. Qin Pingon asked the immortal master who had accompanied them all the way to look after them for a while. When they arrived at the porridge shop, Ma Duyi didn't want to be a beggar, and Xingyi didn't feel the need to drink a bowl of plain porridge. Qin Pingon patiently queued up alone and asked for a bowl of porridge that was slightly thick and 2 steamed buns. He squatted by the side of the road outside the queue and ate the steamed buns with the porridge. From time to time he could hear the shouts of Suli. Suli would tell the local poor people and refugees loudly about the rules. They were not allowed to be greedy and could only divide the porridge according to the number of people. When eating the porridge and steamed buns they couldn't be greedy. If they ate too fast it would make things worse. Qin Pingon looked at the queue that was as long as a dragon. Many of them were young and strong local men who were wearing rather thick clothes. Some of them were holding their children's hands and eating candied haws. Not far from Qin Pingon, there was a group of local men who were not very thin. They were eating and drinking while complaining that pig food was inferior. Qin Pingon just silently chewed and swallowed slowly. His state of mind was like an ancient well. This was because he knew that things in the world were like this. It was hard to cherish things that didn't cost money. If he spent money, even if he bought the same porridge and steamed buns, it might taste better. At least he wouldn't curse and complain. After returning the bowl of porridge, Qin Pingon walked towards Ma Duyi and Xingyi and said, let's go. The 3 of them rode out of the city. Ma Duyi was a meticulous person. He had been visiting the porridge and medicine shops with Xingyi for the past few days and discovered some clues. After leaving the city, he finally couldn't help but complain. Mr. Qin, at least 30% of the silver we spent was pocketed by those officials from the Yamen office. Even I saw it clearly. Mr. Qin, how can you not see it? Why don't you scold that old county governor? Qin Pingon only said, I see. Ma Duyi was about to die from anger. Xingyi was even more shocked. The youth really didn't know. How could he see through the twists and turns of the officialdom? When Ma Duyi saw that the accountant didn't continue, he became even more furious. Mr. Qin, if you continue to be like this, I won't help you next time. I'll let that silly boy Xingyi work on his own. Let's see if he'll be more of a hindrance to you. Qin Pingon thought about it and gave Ma Duyi an explanation that wasn't really an explanation. He said slowly, since you're doing a good deed, you've mostly done it. It's just that it's not perfect. Don't be too demanding. I'm already mentally prepared for 30% of the silver. In fact, my bottom line is even lower. The officials in charge of this matter can even fill their own pockets and steal 40%. I can accept that. 30% or 40% is fine. Just take it as repayment for doing a good deed. Ma Di never expected such an answer. He wanted to be angry but couldn't, so he just kept quiet. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "If you feel unhappy, as long as you're willing to help Xing Yi, my bottom line can be changed from 40% to 20%. How about it?" Only then was Ma Di satisfied. He began to urge his horse closer to Xing Yi. She and the stubborn youth patiently explained to each and every one of their insights and tricks. Qin Pingon suddenly slowed down his horse and took out a long and small wooden box from his sleeve. It was a small item given by Tan Yuanyi from Grain Island as a token of appreciation for the alliance between the three of them. It was quite rare. It was a small sword tomb in good condition. It was only a finger long and was extremely small and portable. It could be used to store flying swords. However, it was not as flexible as the large sword room. The rules were rigid and only one flying sword could be sent and received at a time. The consumption of spiritual qi to nourish the flying sword was far more than that of the sword room. Even so, as long as Qin Pingon was willing, he could easily sell it for a grain of money. Therefore, Qin Pingon certainly wouldn't refuse Tan Yuanyi's kindness. Qin Pingon opened the small wooden box that had been slightly trembling all this time and collected a messenger flying sword from the Verdant Gorge Island. The secret letter said that after Lu Laoqing of the Palace Willow Island found out that he was already in the Stonehair Nation, he sent a message to the Verdant Gorge Island saying, "Come back to my Palace Willow Island to discuss the price." Qin Pingon held a grain of snow tightly. His spiritual qi dripped into a sword column in the wooden box like water drops. He then pressed an ingenious mechanism in the wooden box. The flying sword from Verdant Canyon Island flew out of the wooden box and flashed away, returning to Book Slip Lake. Xing Yi couldn't take his eyes off it. He used to do odd jobs in the simple sword room on Maoyu Island. However, this was the first time he saw a small sword tomb that he had only heard of but never seen before. It was really wonderful. Ma Di wasn't any better. Qin Pingon put the wooden box into his sleeve and exhaled. This was great news. As he said to Xing Yi, everything in the world was difficult. Everything was difficult at the beginning. It was important to be able to take the first step and stand firm. Qin Pingon formed an alliance with Lu Zhimao, who was supposed to be his enemy, and Tan Yuanyi, a spy from Dolly from Grain Island. He went to Gonglu Island and personally took risks to deal with Lu Laoqing. He also took the opportunity to make up for his mistakes in various parts of Shihao country, this time to understand more about the situation of Shihao country. Naturally, he had something to ask. Qin Pingon had a conversation with Gu Qian's mother in the house near the mountain gate of Xianxia Island. However, the woman might not have listened at that time. Most of the words that Qin Pingon said seemed to be understated. She probably wouldn't think deeply about it. She might not even take it seriously. Her temperament was actually not complicated. She hoped that Qin Pingon could ensure the safety of her and Gu Qian in the suddenly changed Book Slip Lake. She also hoped that the accountant would remember their old friendship and live up to the name Pingyan. There were a few sentences that involved Book Slip Lake might be different in the future. The woman might not think deeply about it. However, Qin Pingon was already doing it. Qin Pingon had to take every step carefully. It was just like Lu Laoqing's half-true half-joke on the ferry. "You're unscrupulous." What a big ambition. Lu Laoqing had already sensed that something was wrong. He guessed that Qin Pingon wanted to change the rules of Book Slip Lake from the root. He would do his best to make use of fake things. Qin Pingon didn't talk about the good and evil of people. He was doing one thing. He treated everyone as chess pieces and tried his best to draw a bigger chess shape that belonged to him. From the chess pieces to the chess shape and then to the chess momentum. He hoped that he could at least participate in the big rules of Book Slip Lake in the future and set the rules. Therefore, Lu Laoqing asked Qin Pingon at that time if he had learned Go from Mr. Qi in Liju Cave Heaven. That was the reason. In fact, the two sides had been competing in a tug-of-war. The undercurrent was surging, the intrigue, the search for the opponent's spoon on the chessboard, the unreasonable move and the immortal move. They were all particular about each other. In the face of Lu Laoqing, a cultivator of the 5 realms on Gong Willow Island, or even Lu Zhimao, a cultivator of the nascent soul realm, Qin Pingon actually relied on his fists to speak. Once he crossed the line and entered the battle of the Great Tao, blocking the path of any one of them was tantamount to suicide. Since the gap between the realms was so big, not to mention that reasoning with words was useless, the so-called reasoning with fists was even more courting death. Qin Pingon had something to ask. What should he do? Then he could only work hard on the matter of cultivating the mind. He carefully guessed the weight of all the invisible hidden chess pieces, their respective demands, bottom lines, natures and rules. If possible, Qin Pingon would try to make a deal with Han Jingling, the prince who fled from the Book Lake, Huang He, the son of a general in the border army, and even Su Gaoshan, the general of Dali who had the power of the country. The difficulty lay in the fact that the other game that Qin Pingon was secretly planning right now was more difficult than making up for his mistakes in order to fulfill the wishes of the otherworldly items and ghosts. It was the first time that Qin Pingon tried to build a chessboard as a Go player. The key was that he could not make a single mistake. One careless move and he would lose the whole game. It meant that Qin Pingon was playing the biggest spoon. As for the former, if he let Gu Kan, who was unwilling to admit her mistakes, stop making mistakes and then make up for them himself, Qin Pingon would not lose more than that except for the consumption of his energy and money. Instead, he would not be walking on thin ice. However, the reason why Qin Pingon was so good at hiding his emotions was that even Zheng Yi could detect the subtle fluctuations in Qin Pingon's state of mind. It was because after Qin Pingon sent off Zhou Xian and the others, there was a bigger and seemingly unsolvable disappointment that lingered in his heart and could not be removed. That feeling was not the same as when he was in the slightly gloomy house on the verdant canyon island. At that time, all the ghosts had not been invited out yet. As long as Qin Pingon glanced at the Yama Palace on the table, he would close his eyes to rest for a while or before he went to bed. It was as if there were countless ghosts outside the wooden door of his heart wailing and howling. They were knocking on the door, shouting and cursing loudly. After seeing them off one after another, Qin Pingon's disappointment came from a sudden discovery. In the account books, among the names of the people who had died in vain, those who made him feel the most guilty, such as Su Xinjai, who had always been thinking about Huang Lishan and his teacher, had let go of their obsession and chose to leave the human world completely. On the contrary, many of the names and otherworldly items that Qin Pingon felt less guilty than Su Xinjai. Some of them had more wishes, some of them were greedy, and some of them were even more resentful after death. Many otherworldly items temporarily stayed in that Yama's palace and the fake Luli pavilion. In fact, after Qin Pingon had made up his mind, he no longer felt much guilt. However, Su Xinjai and the others had made him feel even more guilty than before. In fact, it was even heavier and more intense than at the beginning. That feeling lingered outside the wooden door of his heart. However, those outside the door who had already decided to leave the human world did not complain or curse. Instead, they gently knocked on the door as if they were worried that they would disturb the people inside. Then they only said the same parting words. "Mr. Qin, I'm leaving." At this moment, Qin Pingon suddenly squeezed the horse's belly and sped up. He left the muddy official road and took a detour to a small hill. Riding on a horse, the road was uneven. Qin Pingon pulled the reins and stopped the horse at the top of the hill. Zheng Yi wanted to follow but was stopped by Ma Duyi. Qin Pingon looked around blankly. With the blade strengthening gourd and the sword and saber at his waist, he could still ride the horse in the snow. In fact, he was all alone and had no one to rely on. Ma Duyi and Zheng Yi stopped their horses at the foot of the hill for a long time. They did not see any signs of Qin Pingon turning his horse around. Ma Duyi, who had stopped Zheng Yi before, was a little anxious. Zheng Yi, on the other hand, was patient and not in a hurry. Ma Duyi could not stand Zheng Ye's "fortune favors fools, and he doesn't know how lucky he is." She laughed angrily. "You're heartless. You don't have to worry about anything as long as you eat and drink." Zheng Yi was just a timid and clumsy young man. He did not dare to talk back. More importantly, he did not feel that Miss Ma was wrong. Ma Duyi was about to speak. Qin Pingon rode down the hill. In the eyes of Ma Duyi and Zheng Yi, this Mr. Chen's expression seemed to be different. He was no longer worried. Instead, the haze had disappeared and he was even happy. Ma Duyi and Zheng Yi looked at each other. Qin Pingon took off the blade strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. He smiled. "Let's continue." The three of them meandered north. Along the way, the snow was heavy and it melted very slowly. There was almost no greenery in the mountains and rivers. But finally there was some warm sunshine. Along the way, Zheng Yi had seen and heard a lot. He saw the legendary Dali border scouts. They had bows and swords and old armor. The cavalry did not have an arrogant look on their faces. There was no murderous aura on their bodies. They were like ice under the river, slow and silent. The Dali scouts only looked at the three of them for a moment before they whistled past. The tall young man, whose courage was in his throat, waited until the scouts were dozens of steps away before he dared to breathe normally. He also saw groups of rich and powerful families rushing south in a flurry. There was an endless stream of them. From the retainers to the coachmen, and the occasional peek at the faces of the three riders on the side of the road. Everyone was in danger. Xingyi saw Mr. Chen stop at the side of the road. He waited until the convoy was far away before continuing on his way. Then he saw a small box that had rolled on the ground and its owner had no time to care about it. Qin Pingon got off his horse and opened the box. It was filled with ancient books. He casually flipped open one of the books. There were several seals on it. Different dynasties, different characters, and different scholars. Qin Pingon hugged the box and looked back. He thought for a moment and did not return the abandoned box. He temporarily put it away and continued on his way. Ma Di tried to find something to say. He joked, "Oh, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You just took it for yourself?" It was rare for Xingyi to have the courage to speak up. It's something that others don't want. And it's a book. Are you just going to leave it in the mud? Qin Pingon shook his head. They are running for their lives. Even if you delay them for a moment, there will be unpredictable results. Xingyi glanced at Ma Di. Ma Di rolled his eyes. Later, the otherworldly item, who was a host in a talisman made of fox skin, went to a small county that was not affected by the war. She asked around with a strange local accent and finally found a mansion with a high gate. Then the four of them found an inn to stay in. That night, Qin Pingon put away the talisman and quietly sneaked into the mansion. Then he took out the talisman and let her show herself. Finally, they saw the handsome scholar who had left his hometown to go to the capital to take the imperial exam. The scholar was almost 50 years old. He was holding his young son who was sleeping soundly. He was drinking with some of his good friends in the official circle. His good friends congratulating him for getting a blessing in disguise. He had met a Dali commandant and was promoted to the third position in this county. His good friends joked that he would not forget his old friend after getting rich. The old scholar, who was not wearing a new official uniform, laughed heartily. The otherworldly item wearing the fox skin looked sad. She seemed to not recognize her childhood sweetheart. Perhaps it was because he was not young anymore. After leaving the mansion, the otherworldly item wearing the fox skin walked with Mr. Chen on the quiet street. Qin Pingon suddenly said, "That kid looks more like his father. What do you think?" The woman nodded and suddenly cheered up. "Yeah, I think so." After that, they left the small county that the Dali cavalry didn't care about. The three of them continued to head north. In a small county where people needed to stop their horses to buy sundries, Qin Pingon passed by a big gold and silver shop. He hesitated for a while but still turned around and walked into the shop. There were 2 old men and 2 young men in the shop. They were all busy working in the shop. Qin Pingon took out a gold ingot of the Xianxia country's official seal and exchanged it for official silver and a pile of copper coins. The old masters of the 2 shops didn't interfere. They let their young disciples work. A master could lead a disciple through the door, but it was up to the disciple to cultivate. In the marketplace, if a master raised a son, he would hope that he would be able to take care of him in the future. When a master raised a disciple, of course he would raise a smart disciple who could help him. The 2 young men were about the same age. One of them was clumsy and inarticulate like Xingyi, while the other had bright eyes. As soon as Qin Pingon stepped through the door, the smart young man sized him up from head to toe. Qin Pingon gave them the gold ingot. According to the current market of the Xianxia country, he took the slightly overpriced official silver and copper coins. When they talked, he first spoke in the Zhou dynasty's official language. The 2 young men were a little confused. Qin Pingon then spoke in the unfamiliar Xianxia country's official language. Finally, the transaction went smoothly. Qin Pingon then left the shop. In the shop, after the man in the cotton robe left the shop, the inarticulate young man was still immersed in the joy of earning a sum of money for the shop. Then he kicked his good friend who grew up with him. Following the latter's line of sight, the inarticulate young man found that the two masters who quarreled almost all the time were sitting together for the first time. They were discussing things seriously. After Qin Pingon returned to Ma Duyi and Xing Yi, Ma Duyi smiled and asked, "In such a small town, there are two qi cultivators in such a small shop?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "They should be selecting disciples. Each of them has their eyes on a young man." Ma Duyi curled his lips and said, "Two old cultivators who are at most in the cave-dwelling realm. How good can they find?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Shouldn't I be the one to say this?" Ma Duyi snorted coldly. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment and said, "If I'm not wrong, one of the two old men should be a sea-viewing realm cultivator, and the other may even be a Dragon Gate realm cultivator. But the two old men noticed you early, so they quickly hid their qi and deliberately let you mistake them as cave-dwelling realm cultivators. As for why they didn't simply pretend to be old men in the marketplace, they should feel that in such a remote place where spiritual qi is thin, two cave-dwelling realm cultivators are enough to frighten us, who have crossed the river. They are not too shocking. So they are experienced in Jianghu." Ma Duyi's eyes lit up and said, "Mr. Qin, what if they think we are targeting them? For example, we want to poach their disciples? Mr. Qin, I think it is inappropriate for you to walk into the shop." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "That's why we, the foreigners, immediately set off on our journey after buying the sundries. Also, I'll say this in advance. When we leave the county gate, remember not to look around. Just focus on hurrying on the road so that they won't be suspicious." Ma Duyi was a little confused because he still didn't understand why Qin Pingon walked into the shop. This was not the usual style of this accountant. Qin Pingon asked Xing Yi to go to a shop to buy things by himself. Then he and Ma Duyi stopped their horses on the street outside. Qin Pingon explained softly, "What if the two old men didn't come here to recruit disciples? Not only are they not some immortal masters, but they are also the evil cultivators of the mountain and swamp. So I went into the shop and took a few more glances. They don't look like evil cultivators or ghost cultivators with evil intentions. As for more, since I can't see through them, I won't care." Ma Duyi sighed with a smile in his eyes and complained, "Mr. Qin, you think about so many things every day. Don't you find it annoying? Even I find it annoying when I hear it." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "It's not annoying to think about these things. But when I think about how you shamelessly refuse to return to the talisman paper every day, I have to count with my fingers every day how many snowflakes I have spent. It's annoying." Ma Duyi said angrily, "So boring." Qin Pingon covered his sleeves with his hands and smiled without saying a word. After Zheng Yi finished buying the sundries, Qin Pingon told them a little interesting thing. He said that at the shop, the Dragon Gate cultivator with higher cultivation chose the dull young man, while the sea-viewing cultivator chose the intelligent young man. But these were small things in the eyes of outsiders. Perhaps to the two young men who were still ignorant for the time being, when they really set foot on cultivation in the future, they would understand that this was a big deal. Just like when the three horsemen parted ways with Su Mao. There was a young woodcutter who happened to pass by and accidentally tripped. In the end, when he dug up the snow to take a look, the scene under the snow scared the young man half to death. Perhaps it was the will of the heavens. The young man who was almost unable to bear the bitter days gritted his teeth and plucked up the courage to dig up the snow. When he left trembling with fear, the young man had an extra piece of jade that emitted warmth on his body. That piece of jade was Han Jingxin's beloved piece of jade. One side was engraved with the three ancient characters Xianxia Mountain, and the other side was engraved with a paragraph of Xianxia Mountain's Tao formula and poem. On the great Tao, fortune and misfortune were hard to predict. Every bite and drink was as different as the clouds and mud. Afterwards, Qin Pingon and the three horsemen continued on their journey. On a dusk several days later, on a relatively secluded road, Qin Pingon suddenly flipped over and dismounted. He walked out of the road and walked a dozen or so steps to a snowy area that reeked of blood. With a wave of his sleeve, the accumulated snow scattered in all directions, revealing a tragic scene. Not to mention the broken limbs and broken bones, the chest had been completely sliced open, revealing the miserable state of death. Moreover, the death should not have been too long ago, at most a day ago. Moreover, there was not the slightest trace of yin qi in this area that should have been tainted with yin qi. This was done by a cultivator who possessed a unique secret technique. Ma Di could not bear to look at it, and Zheng Yi even ran to the side to retch. Qin Pingon buried the corpses in a place slightly further from the road. Before that, he would do his best to piece the pitiful people together into a complete corpse. After Qin Pingon finished this and confirmed that there was no one in the vicinity, he took out the replica of the colored glass pavilion. He asked for an otherworldly item that was a Dragon Gate cultivator before his death and was made into a ghost general by Yu Hui after his death. Then this ghost general, who had retained its intelligence, spent most of the day to bring the three horsemen to a towering mountain range that was rarely visited by humans. At the border of the Earth realm, Qin Pingon put Ma Di into the talisman and let the ghost general reside in Zheng Yi. They began to climb the mountain and finally found an immortal's cave on the cliff with the two words, Xianxia, engraved on it. The layout of the mountains and rivers was actually very beautiful. The location of the immortal's cave was like the finishing touch. However, the cultivator who first opened up this immortal's cave was long gone. Then it was occupied by the mountain spirits and ghosts. Qin Pingon and Zheng Yi stepped into it. After more than 100 steps, their vision suddenly became clear and bright. It was a huge stone cave lit by candles. There were more than a dozen mountain spirits who had yet to fully transform into human form and a great demon sitting on a throne. If he stood up, he should be more than 20 feet tall, so his body was as big as a small mountain. He was wearing a yellow robe and golden armor, and the crown on his head was slanted. There were two beautiful women in revealing clothes leaning against the throne, massaging the great demon's calves. Beside the throne, there was a red sandalwood official hat chair, and a man in a green robe sat there with a playful smile. Whether it was a human or a demon, they seemed to be waiting for two idiots to walk right into their trap. The great demon in the yellow robe and armor still had the head of a leopard. He leaned lazily against the back of the chair, shaking a huge wine cup in his hand. When the scarlet wine spilled on the ground, he gently lifted his foot and stepped on the head of a beautiful woman. The latter immediately lay on the ground and licked the wine clean. When she raised her head, her face was full of intoxication. The man in green robe turned around and gave a thumbs up, praising, "Great king, you have the spirit of a general holding a cup and watching the snow fly." The great demon grinned, "Watch your mother's snow? Where did the snow come from? Not to mention my immortal's cave, hasn't it stopped snowing outside for a long time?" The man smiled and pointed at the full chest of a beautiful woman. "Great king, you only need to lower your head and you can see it." The great demon laughed loudly. The entire immortal's cave was instantly filled with noise. Qin Pingon asked, "Are you done chatting?" The great demon with an imposing aura narrowed his eyes. "Are you in such a hurry to jump into the frying pan?" Qin Pingon nodded. "We still have to hurry. It's a little urgent." The man in green robe laughed. "The world is so chaotic. The sooner you die, the sooner you can be reincarnated." Qin Pingon nodded again. "Makes sense." An hour later, Qin Pingon and the real Zheng Yi left this immortal's cave. The ghost general who chose to stay in this Xianxia mansion saw them off to the door. As for the immortal's cave behind them, the great demon of the sea-viewing realm in yellow robe and golden armor was dead. As for the man in green robe who was the military counselor, if he was not a spirit or a ghost, he was a human. He died before the great demon, and his soul was devoured by the ghost general. The two women who were also human, after the secret restriction was removed, one chose to rely on the new master's ghost general, and the other committed suicide by hitting the wall. But according to the previous agreement with her, her soul was collected by Qin Pingon into the replica Luli Pavilion that was originally the ghost general's residence. As for those mountain spirits and ghosts, some were killed but some were still alive. Because Qin Pingon, the real accountant of the Verdant Gorge Island, from the time he punched to the end, it was actually less than half an incense's time. He had been calculating the accounts for an hour. Qin Pingon said to the ghost general, "Before I leave the Book Lake, I will come and take a look. After that, Zheng Yi will come too." The ghost general nodded. "I will cultivate here peacefully and will not disturb the ordinary teachers. Now that the Stone Hair Kingdom is so chaotic, there will be many ghosts and ghosts that are hard to find." Qin Pingon asked, "What about 10 or 100 years later?" The ghost general was stunned. Qin Pingon said, "You will strive for the identity of a mountain god, even if it is just a temple that is not recognized by the imperial court." The ghost general bowed and said, Mr. Chen's kindness, I will remember it in my heart. Qin Pingon did not say anything and just went down the mountain with Xingyi. On the way, Qin Pingon took out the talisman, and Ma Di could see the light of day again. He immediately chatted with Xingyi. Qin Pingon shook his head helplessly. After that, the horses continued to gallop towards the north. However, compared to the main roads in the south of the Stone Hair Kingdom, Qin Pingon and the other two had started to choose smaller roads. One day in the twilight, the three of them arrived at a city before it closed. They were checked by the guards at the city gate and hurried into the city. Now this scarred, northern city was already in the hands of the Dali Iron Cavalry. However, the Dali Iron Cavalry did not leave too many soldiers to guard the city, only about 100 of them. It was not even enough to guard the city gate, let alone the city. Other than that, there was only a group of military officials who were secretaries, and secretaries who served as retainers and guards. After entering the city, they walked almost half of the city before they finally found a small inn to stay in. The reason was simple. First, the war had ended and there were many casualties. Then there was the incident of assassins attacking Dali's officials. Second, the day after tomorrow was New Year's Eve. The people's lives were in decline and business was slow. On top of that, it was New Year's Eve. Qin Pingon and the others were quite lucky to find this inn. The next day, Zheng Yi was possessed by a man's otherworldly item. He took Qin Pingon to find a Jianghu sect that had its roots in the provincial capital. In the entire Jianghu of the Stonehao country, it was only a third-class force. However, to the people who were born and raised in the provincial capital, it was still an unshakable giant. That otherworldly item was one of the people. His sister, who depended on each other for survival, was chosen by the legitimate son of the sect's leader. One day, she and her fiancé, who was a poor teacher without any official title, drowned in the river. The woman's clothes were untidy and her body was soaked in the water. Who would dare to look at it? The man's death was even more tragic. It was as if his legs had been broken before he fell into the river. A young man spent all his family's savings to bury his sister and the man he had long recognized as his brother-in-law. Then he quietly left the city. Later he wandered around and arrived at the border of Book Lake. He became a servant in the Immortal's mansion. Without the talent to cultivate, he couldn't even practice martial arts. Then, like his sister and brother-in-law, he died. Xingyi stood outside a door with a new plaque. On the way here, the otherworldly item was already in a daze. At this moment, his expression was even more dazed. The hatred of that year was something that happened 30 years ago. Before leaving the inn, he asked the innkeeper for directions. The old man sighed endlessly, saying that the man of that family, as well as all the people in the sect who used spears and rods, were all heroes who could support the heavens and the earth. Unfortunately, good people didn't have good lives and all of them died. A Jianghu faction with more than 100 men swore to protect the city gate of this city. After they died, there were almost no men left in the mansion except for the children. Xingye's face was full of pain. He squatted on the ground and held his head. He kept murmuring, "How could this be? How could this be?" Qin Pingon squatted beside him. Even if Xingye's face became more and more ferocious and his eyes became more and more gloomy, Qin Pingon was still quiet. He just took small sips and silently drank wine. After a while, Xingye's eyes gradually became clear. He sobbed and finally put his hands on the ground. He lowered his head and gasped for breath. He couldn't even cry anymore. Qin Pingon said, "When I was at my worst, I felt like you. I felt like a dog, or even worse than a dog. But in the end, we are still human." Qin Pingon smiled sadly. "Of course I survived. Although I didn't eat shit, I had a lot of luck. I'm much better than you." Xingyi took deep breaths and sat on the ground. He stretched out his hand. "Mr. Qin, can I have some wine? I haven't drunk wine in my life." Qin Pingon handed over the blade-strengthening gourd. "There's enough wine. I'm just afraid you can't hold your liquor." Xingyi raised his head and took a big gulp of wine. He coughed and trembled all over. He wanted to return the gourd to the bookkeeper. But the bookkeeper was already squatting there with his hands in his sleeves. He looked like the most ordinary teacher in the market, basking in the sun on a warm winter day. He shook his head. "Drink some more. Maybe after drinking a few more mouthfuls, you'll get used to it and know how good it is." Xingyi took another sip of wine. He frowned and wiped the corner of his mouth. He shook his head and said, I still think it tastes bad. Qin Pingon took the blade's strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. He then put it on his waist. Xing Yi sat on the ground and looked at the mansion. His face was full of pain again. He wanted to say something several times, but he swallowed back his words and covered his face with his hands. Qin Pingon turned his head and asked, Why? Do you want me to write down the name of that family for you to write down when you hold the Granzhou ritual in the Water and Land Dojo? Qin Pingon shook his head gently. I won't agree to it. I'll write down your name, your sisters and brother-in-law's names. But I won't write down any of those people's names. Because I don't know them, but I know all of you. Xing Yi sobbed. Am I stupid? Qin Pingon nodded. Very stupid. Xing Yi wiped his face. His eyes were firm. I'm just a good-for-nothing. How can I have the face to visit my sisters and brother-in-law's graves? Mr. Qin, can you help me burn some incense and toast some wine? Anyway, I've already told Mr. Qin the exact location of the grave. I won't go. Qin Pingon asked softly, Have you really thought it through? You know you won't have the chance to regret it in this lifetime. Xing Yi nodded. Yes. Qin Pingon nodded. Mr. Qin, suddenly said, Mr. Qin, can you tell my sister and brother-in-law that you're my friend when you visit the grave? Qin Pingon nodded. No problem. Xing Yi insisted on kowtowing to the accountant. Qin Pingon did not agree. But Xing Yi insisted on doing so, saying that he would not be able to leave in peace. Qin Pingon looked at the man whose real name was Zhou Xian and was speechless. Chinese New Year's Eve. On a small hill about 10 miles away from the city. Someone was burning incense and toasting wine in front of a small grave. The young man in the green cotton robe told the whole story, including the part where Xing Yi asked him to pretend to be his friend. In the end, Qin Pingon looked at the small grave and said softly, To have a brother like this, a brother-in-law like this, and I, Qin Pingon, to have a friend like Zhou Xian is an amazing thing. In an inn in the city, the night was dark. Chinese New Year's Eve. The three guests did not spend money to have a reunion dinner. The innkeeper was a little disappointed. Qin Pingon only asked for a stove and a bag of charcoal. Ma Duyi and the gloomy Xing Yi sat with Qin Pingon until midnight. There was also no conversation around the stove, nothing was said. After that, Ma Duyi and Xing Yi returned to their rooms. Qin Pingon was in a foreign land, keeping watch alone until dawn. A year passed just like that. (449). According to the small-town custom of Lizhu Cave on the first day of the new year, every family stood upside down with a broom, and it was not suitable for traveling. Qin Pingon asked Ma Duyi to guide Xing Ye's cultivation. After spending time with each other, Qin Pingon gave Ma Duyi a piece of paper at the end of last year, which detailed the secret method of ghost cultivation. If she had any doubts, she could ask Xing Yi. Although they were both cultivators, the difference in cultivation aptitude was obvious at a glance. Regarding the cultivation of this secret technique, Ma Duyi soon caught up with Xing Yi. In less than a month, he was able to give Xing Yi pointers and solve the problem. Fortunately, Xing Yi was used to this. Instead of being discouraged, disappointed, or jealous, she became more diligent in cultivation and was more determined to make up for her lack of skills through hard work. This made Qin Pingon feel somewhat gratified. Being able to accept one's fate and not accepting it was an extremely valuable temperament for cultivators. As long as one persevered, great talents would not be an extravagant hope. Today Qin Pingon was basking in the sun in the deserted courtyard of the inn, where there was no one else. He opened the bookcase that was left in the muddy snow, and recorded the contents of the book one by one. He was thinking that if there was an opportunity, he would ask Xing Yi to exchange the book with the original owner. The private seal of the book collection that was printed on the pages of the book had two seals: Flowing Water Cloud is Present, and Craggy Old Man. If Xing Yi followed the vine to find the melon, it should not be difficult to find the scholarly family that fled to the south. At noon, Qin Pingon received a flying sword message from Verdant Canyon Island, saying that it was a flying sword from Cloud Mountain Longquan Dali. As Qin Pingon was not at the Book Slip Lake, he had to temporarily stay in the sword room of Verdant Canyon Island. Lu Zhimao then used his flying sword to ask Qin Pingon how to deal with this matter. Qin Pingon replied, informing Lu Jimao of the current location of their group of 3 riders. He would have to trouble Island Master Lu to personally make a trip and bring him a messenger flying sword. On the night of the first day, Lu Jimao rushed to the inn in the state city and personally delivered the messenger flying sword from Dali to Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon did not open up the flying sword in front of Lu Jimao. An earth immortal of nascent soul realm, especially an old nascent soul cultivator like Lu Jimao who had a high chance of reaching the 5th tier, would possess an endless amount of spells and divine abilities. Both of them were merely allies who sought benefits, not friends. Their relationship was not that good. The 2 of them sat across from each other in the inn. Lu Jimao went straight to the point. According to Mr. Chen's instructions before he left Verdant Gorge Island, I've already removed the prohibition spell on Hong Su in Zhou Xian Mansion. However, I didn't take the initiative to send Hong Su to Gong Willow Island to show my goodwill to Lu Laoqing. Now Lu Laoqing and Mr. Chen are also allies. Even if a friend of a friend is not necessarily a friend, the relationship between Verdant Canyon Island and Gong Willow Island has improved because of Mr. Chen. Tan Yuani has paid a special visit to Verdant Canyon Island. Obviously she has more respect for Mr. Chen now. Therefore I've personally come to deliver the messenger flying sword from Dali to Mr. Chen. Take it as Verdant Canyon Island's New Year's greeting to Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, please don't refuse. This has been the rule of Verdant Canyon Island for many years. In the first month, everyone has a share of the island's offerings. Qin Pingon smiled. I know the size of Verdant Canyon Island and the old rules of Verdant Canyon Island. Therefore, even if Island Master Lu doesn't want to give it to me, I'll remind you. Lu Jimao took out a string of slightly sparse walnut bracelets. It seemed that the bracelets were not well kept for a long time and almost half of the walnuts had been lost. There were only 8 walnuts carved with the images of Rain Master, Thunder God, Lightning Goddess and other deities. Each of them was the size of a thumb and exuded a sense of antiquity. Each of the ancient deities were vivid and lifelike. Lu Jimao smiled. You just need to pluck them and throw them to the ground. They can be used to order wind, rain, thunder, lightning, fire and so on. The power of a single walnut after it explodes is equivalent to an all-out attack from an ordinary earth immortal. However, each walnut will be destroyed once it's used up. Therefore it's not a good Dharma treasure. However, Mr. Chen's body and soul are damaged now. It's not suitable for you to fight often. This is just right for you. Qin Pingon gently kept it in his sleeve. He thanked Lu Jimao. Indeed. Island Master Lu, you're too kind. Lu Jimao smiled. 3 things have happened recently that have shaken the Zhuang dynasty and all the vassal states. The first is that the level 9 sword cultivator who was hiding in the Scroll Lake was chased by a green-clothed woman and a white-clothed youth for more than 1,000 miles before finally killing him together. The woman in green was the nameless cultivator who destroyed the ancestral hall of Furong Mountain during the Alliance meeting on Gonglu Island. Rumor has it that her identity is Dali's henchman. As for the young man in white who appeared out of nowhere, his Dharma spells were heaven-defying and his Dharma treasures were dazzling. The chase was like a walk in the park. The level 9 sword cultivator was in a sorry state. Lu Jimao looked at Qin Pingon with a smile. Qin Pingon asked, "What about Huangyong Island?" Lu Jimao said, "After the Earth Immortal couple from Huangyong Island heard the news, they visited Tan Yuani on the same day and asked for protection. They've completely surrendered to Dali." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "That's good news." Lu Jimao continued, "The second thing is that the Supreme General Su Gaoshan announced that before the Lantern Festival of the first lunar month this year, the capital of Shihao Kingdom will be breached. Those who don't want to be buried with the Han family of Shihao Kingdom only need to put up the 2 statues of Dali's door gods Yuan and Chao on their doors during the first lunar month. If the Dali cavalry breached the city, the doors of the noble families who didn't put up the door gods will be regarded as the sinners of the Han family. Within 3 days after the city is breached, put up Dali's door gods in the streets and alleys, and they'll be spared from all the attacks. After 3 days, all the houses that don't have Dali's door gods will be recorded in a book for future punishment." Qin Pingon said softly, "The temple has to be calculated first and the heart has to be attacked first." Lu Jimao had a playful look in his eyes. As for the third thing, if it's a peaceful era, it's not a small movement. But now it's not that conspicuous. the most favored prince of Shihao Kingdom Han Jingxin, died suddenly in the wilderness. His body was incomplete, and the imperial consecrator, Mr. Zheng, went missing. The #1 martial artist of Shihao Kingdom, Hu Han, was also beheaded. It said that Su Mao, who wrote poems with a horizontal lance, offered his 2 heads to Dali's Supreme General Su Gaoshan on a snowy night. He was promoted to a 4th-rank official in the Dali dynasty, Qianwu Ox General. Can be said that he reached the sky in 1 step. Now it's not easy to gain military merits in Dali. Lu Zhimao took out 2 wine bowls and placed them on the table. Qin Pingon took off the blade's strengthening gourd and smiled. Lu Zhimao kept one of the wine bowls. He knew that the bookkeeper would not use his wine bowl, but he still had to follow the rules. Qin Pingon poured a bowl of wine for Lu Zhimao and drank from the blade's strengthening gourd. Qin Pingon took a sip of wine and said slowly, "Island Master Lu, you don't have to doubt me. I killed him. As for the 2 heads, they were taken by Su Mao. I didn't kill Su Mao and he helped me block the disaster. We both got what we needed. So that's how it is." Lu Zhimao laughed heartily. Shihao Kingdom is not big, but it's not small either. To be able to bump into the tip of Mr. Chen's sword, Han Jingxin must be destined to be an emperor. But to be honest, among the princes, Han Jingxin was the one with the highest hopes. He was also the most shrewd. Originally, he was the one with the best luck. It's a pity that the little guy chose to die. There's nothing we can do about it. Qin Pingon asked, "Island Master Lu, there's one thing I don't understand. Including Shihao Kingdom, there are so many vassal states under the Zhuang dynasty. Why did they all choose to fight to the death with the Dali cavalry? In the Aquarius continent, as vassal states under the Great Dynasty, they shouldn't have been so resolute. There shouldn't be so little opposition in the court. Starting from the Great Sui Kingdom's vassal Huangting Kingdom to the north of Lakeview Academy, the entire northern territory of the Aquarius continent." Qin Pingon tapped on the table with his finger. "Only here. It doesn't make sense." Lu Zhimao hesitated for a moment, then raised his bowl and took a sip of wine. He said slowly, "The 100 schools of thought have their own bets. Though the Aquarius continent is small, Dali was able to get the support of the school of Mo, the school of Yin and Yang, and the military school led by Marshall Mountain. They all chose the Song clan. Then, as the most powerful kingdom in the central part of the Aquarius continent, it makes sense that the Zhuang dynasty would have the support of the 100 schools of thought. From what I know, they have the support of the Nong family, Yao family, Shang family, Zonghing family, and many others. Zhuang dynasty has a lot of sword cultivators and it's very lucky. It's also close to Lakeview Academy. It's not strange that Dali's cavalry would be stopped here." Qin Pingon was enlightened. He raised his blade's strengthening gourd and Lu Zhimao raised his bowl. Then they both drank. Lu Zhimao was dressed in plain white clothes. He looked simple, like a hermit living in the mountains. However, if one looked closely, he had the air of an immortal. Qin Pingon suddenly sighed. "I almost forgot that Island Master Lu is a nascent soul stage cultivator." Lu Zhimao drank slowly and looked at the window. The roof outside was still covered in snow. He smiled. "I almost forgot that Mr. Qin came from Clay Bottle Alley." Qin Pingon suddenly leaned forward and passed the blade's strengthening gourd to Lu Zhimao. Lu Zhimao was stunned for a moment, then gently clinked his bowl with Qin Pingon's. Qin Pingon drank a mouthful of wine and said seriously, "I was wrong. You and I can be considered as close friends. It has nothing to do with whether we're friends or foes." Lu Zhimao took back his bowl. He was not in a hurry to drink. He stared at the young man in the green cotton robe. His body and spirit were getting more and more haggard. Only a pair of eyes that used to be very clear and bright were getting more and more distant. However, they were not as turbid as before. They were not as shrewd as before. Lu Zhimao drank the wine in his bowl and stood up. "I won't delay Mr. Chen's business. If the matter at Calligraphy Lake can be resolved, there's no need for us to be friends anymore. I only hope that when we meet again in the future we'll have a chance to sit down and drink. After drinking we'll part ways and chat for a while." Qin Pingon shook his head. "After we part at Calligraphy Lake, once Island Master Lu enters the upper 5 realms, you'll have a whole new world. You may not have the same state of mind as you do now." Lu Zhimao smiled. "Mr. Qin, you're improving by leaps and bounds. By then you may not have the same state of mind as you do now." Both of them said in unison, were close friends. After Lu Jimao left, Ma Duyi and Xingyi came over and sat down with trepidation. Lu Jimao did not use the earth deity's abhijna to isolate himself from the world. When Qin Pingan talked to him, he did not deliberately hide anything. Therefore Ma Duyi and Xingyi could still vaguely hear the conversation. Ma Duyi had a complicated look in her eyes. Xingyi was puzzled. Qin Pingan did not explain much. He only asked about some key issues in Xingye's cultivation. He explained everything to the young man thoroughly. Other than being detailed, he would occasionally point out the problem and explain it to him from an advantageous position. Although Ma Duyi and Xingyi helped each other and could even answer Xingye's questions, she was still lacking compared to Qin Pingan. At least that was what Qin Pingan felt. However, those words that Qin Pingan thought were ordinary and uninteresting fell into the ears of Ma Duyi, who was more talented than Xingyi. Everything became clear. It was as if an immortal was guiding the waterfall. She and Xingyi could only stand under the waterfall and drink water to quench their thirst. After Ma Duyi and Xingyi left, Qin Pingan opened the restrictions on Dali's cloud-draping mountain flying sword. This was unexpected news. A Song clan's assistant minister from the Ministry of Rights had personally come to Longquan County. Other than inspecting Longquan County's Wenwu temple, he secretly paid a visit to the mountain god, Wei Pai, and proposed a new suggestion. Dali Imperial Court had recently redeemed many mountains that the immortal forces had given up. They planned to use this to make a big deal with Qin Pingan. Dali owed Qin Pingan the remaining gold and copper coins. Qin Pingan could use this to buy those mature mountains that even immortal residences had been established and had ready-made embryos for mountain protection formations. Once Qin Pingan agreed to this matter, in addition to the existing mountains like Luopa Mountain and Jinju Mountain, Qin Pingan would occupy nearly 30% of the mountain territory in the west of Longquan County in one go. Not to mention the amount of spiritual energy in the mountains. Just in terms of scale, Qin Pingan, this big landlord, was almost comparable to Saint Ruanjiao. In the secret letter, Wei Bian had frankly stated that this was an extremely good thing, but there were many hidden dangers hidden within. The entanglement between Qin Pingan and the Song clan of the Great Li would only grow deeper and deeper. In the future, if Qin Pingan wanted to distance himself from the Song clan, it would not be as easy as the Su clan of the Clear Breeze City to casually sell their mountain to others when they saw that the situation was not good. Dali Imperial Court had also stated that once Qin Pingan possessed such a large territory as Longquan County that had been downgraded from a heavenly abode to a blessed land, he would need to sign a special contract at that time. With the northern mountain padding Cloud Mountain as the Mountain Alliance target, the Dali Imperial Court, Wei Pai, and Qin Pingan would jointly sign a mountain alliance that belonged to the second highest rank in the dynasty. The highest mountain alliance was when the 5 mountain gods appeared at the same time and also required Emperor Dali's imperial seal to form an alliance with a certain cultivator. However, only a cultivator of the 5 upper realms that involved the Song clan's national throne could make Dali mobilize so many people. Wei Pai said frankly, "Do you trust me, Wei Pai? Whether or not I sign this mountain alliance with you, Qin Pingan, can be considered as one of the considerations, but the weight cannot be too heavy. When it involved the Great Tao, one must be extremely careful." At the end of the secret letter, Wei Pai also said that this matter was not urgent. He could help to delay it for half a year to a year and slowly think about it. Even if the situation of the Aquarius continent was clear by then, the Song clan had broken through the Zhuang dynasty and continued south at that time. Whether it was Wei Pai the middleman or Qin Pingan the buyer, they would just be shameless and shamelessly sign the contract with Dali. On the mountain and under the mountain, doing business should be like this. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. Qin Pingan opened the small wooden box and used his flying sword to send a message to Lu Jimao's exclusive sword mound. With the help of the island master, Lu Jimao could send a message to Mt. Pai Yunshan. All he needed to do was reply with a single word, "Okay." After Qin Pingan finished, he went to the window. Stone Hair Country's Long Lance military general Su Mao was an ambitious and ruthless person, and in this chaotic world the possibility of him rising up was very high. Once Dali was able to take down the Zhuang dynasty and continue south, Su Mao, who was already a middle-level military official in Dali, would be able to command a group of Dali's elite cavalry. It would be like adding wings to a tiger. When the army went south, there would be a large amount of military achievements waiting for him to seize. The crucial point was Su Mao's temperament and methods, which far surpassed Prince Han Jingxin. Su Mao was only lacking in his innate status. Su Gaoshan, it was said that he was also from a cold family at the border, and this was the same as Su Mao of the Stone Hair country. It was believed that the reason why Su Mao was able to be promoted was related to this. If it was the main general of another great army, Chao Gui, Su Mao would also be rewarded. However, he would definitely be promoted to a fourth-rank general. Perhaps in the future he would still be put in an important position. However, Su Mao's speed of climbing up the ranks of the military and official would definitely be much slower. This time Qin Pingan passed by many prefectures, counties and cities. The cavalry under Su Gaoshan's command naturally could not say that they did not commit any crimes, but many rules of the Dali border army could still be vaguely seen. For example, in the city where Zhou Xian's hometown was, there was a fierce conflict where the righteous Stone Hair country risked their lives to assassinate a secretary. After that, Dali quickly mobilized a troop of elite cavalry to reinforce the city, and together with the cultivators accompanying the army, the main culprits were all arrested and executed on the spot, and their heads were hung on the city wall. The accomplices in the city, including the provincial governor and several high-ranking local officials of the Stone Hair country, were all imprisoned and awaited punishment. Their family members were grounded in their mansions, but there was no unnecessary involvement. During this period something happened that made Qin Pingan and Su Gaoshan the most surprised. That was, on a snowy night, a young man sneaked up the city wall and stole the head of his master. As a result, the Dali soldiers on the city wall discovered it, and the young man escaped, but was quickly intercepted by two military secretaries. This matter could be serious or not, and it was also an isolated case on the way to the south. It was reported to various levels and finally, it alarmed the general Su Gaoshan. Su Gaoshan ordered people to bring the young man to the commander-in-chief's tent. After a discussion, he threw a large bag of silver to the young man and allowed him to bury his master's body. However, the only condition was that the young man should know that the real culprit was Su Gaoshan, and that he should not cause trouble for the Dali border army, especially the civil officials. If he wanted revenge, he should come directly to Su Gaoshan in the future. This matter was widely spread among the officials in Jianghu in the central hinterland of the Stone Hair nation. Then it was the first major event that Lu Zhimao mentioned. The woman in green and the young man in white. Qin Pingan smiled. With a thought, he leaped onto the windowsill. With a light tap of his toes, he leaped onto the roof ridge. He walked slowly and aimlessly, taking a stroll on the rooftops. The blade-strengthening gourd was still on the table. He did not bring the bamboo blade and the great imitation canal yellow sword with him. He followed his heart and did not overstep the rules. The world was vast and he could go anywhere. In the end, Qin Pingan stopped and stood on the roof ridge. He closed his eyes and began to practice the sword furnace stance. However, he soon stopped and listened attentively. There seemed to be the sound of snow melting between heaven and earth. One was the secretary of Dali's military who was stationed in this city. The other was a military cultivator who came from an unknown mountain in Dali. Of course, it was also possible that he came from Mount Shenwu, one of the ancestral halls of the military school. It was a young man in light armor. He also walked on the roof ridge. He had nothing to do today and he was not considered to be in the military. He carried a pot of wine that had been boiled on the stove in the house. He stopped at the roof ridge dozens of steps away and reminded with a smile, "It's fine to admire the scenery. It's fine even if you want to go to the top of the city. I just happened to be out for a walk so I can accompany you." This was a very kind and polite remark. With the momentum of the Dali cavalry, under the trampling of the horse hooves, everyone who was not from Dali was naturally an outsider. They were all vassals. However, the young cultivator's words were also a warning. Qin Pingan smiled and shook his head. "There's no need. I'll go back immediately." The young cultivator was stunned. Then he laughed and raised the wine pot high. It turned out that the young man in the green cotton robe was actually speaking in the most fluent Dali official language. Thus, the secretary of the military, who was young but had been in the military for nearly 10 years, loudly said, "E Province's Yunzai County, Guan Iran." Qin Pingan's expression was hesitant. It was not suitable for him to announce his name, so he could only cup his hands and smile apologetically. Guan Iran laughed and said, In the future, if you encounter any difficulties, you can find our dolly cavalry. Wherever the horse hooves go, it's all dolly territory." Qin Pingan's expression was absent-minded. He did not know how to answer. After that, on the third day of the first month, Qin Pingan's group of 3 left the city and continued north, approaching the northern border of Stonehair country. The snow melted. The spring light urged the willows to turn green and the sun shone with smoke. Along the way, Xianxia picked up a lot of good things, such as a seal of the Stonehair country's chief military officer engraved with the words, "Li Chao made." Many antiques were thrown on the side of the road like bottles and jars. Most of them were big weapons and pocket-sized items. They were not big or small and were not suitable for carrying. They were probably picked up by the refugees. In fact, they were all expensive items that were worth dozens or hundreds of gold during peaceful times, but now they were abandoned. There were also some precious calligraphy, paintings and copybooks that had long been soaked in mud and were almost completely destroyed, or treasured items that were sold cheaply to pawnshops in counties that were not affected by the war. He did not expect Ma Duyi to be a money grubber, and Xianxia was even more so. Every time they set up a local porridge and medicine shop, the two of them would go there whenever they had free time. They had already borrowed money from Qin Pingan twice. There was not much immortal money, only 12 pieces of snow in total. However, it was not easy to exchange it for gold and silver from the secular dynasty. They had to go to the Immortals' Ferry or the Immortals' Inn. Fortunately, one of the female otherworldly items in the fox skin charm paper came from a first-rate Immortals' cave in Stonehair country, but it was not considered a top Immortals' cave. After Qin Pingan fulfilled the wish of the female otherworldly item, he exchanged the immortal money with the immortals' money and gave it to Ma Duyi and Xianxia to deal with. For this reason, Ma Duyi especially pestered Qin Pingan to make a large bamboo box specifically to store the gold and silver. Qin Pingan had no objection to this. As long as it did not interfere with their own cultivation and business, he would let them do as they pleased. This day, in a small county near the border, after Qin Pingan took the lead with the local government, Xianxia and Ma Duyi, who were familiar with the place, began to busy themselves with the establishment of the kanji and medicine shops. They did not dare to be careless about this. Only after finishing their daily duties did they dare to happily go to the pawnshops to pick up scraps. This was because although Mr. Qin did not interfere in the specific matters, and almost never spoke, the two had been with this accountant for so long that they had long known Mr. Chen's style of doing things. Mr. Qin would see everything in his eyes and he would see even further than they did. As for the money they earned from Mr. Chen's accounts and the antiques they picked up from the pawnshops, they were temporarily deposited with Mr. Chen's personal belongings. This was due to Ma Duyi's family background. When he was alive, he was a small steward of the House of Treasures on the island where she lived. His eyesight was good, far beyond that of the young Xianxia. Later, Qin Pingan was worried that Ma Duyi would make an error in judgment. After all, the items they bought were mostly miscellaneous. They came from the rich families of the Shihao kingdom and wandered among the common people. Therefore, he invited the ghost of a cultivator of the Middle Five Realms who lived in the replica of the glazed pavilion to help Ma Duyi and Xianxia take a look. As a result, the otherworldly item refined by Ma Yuanji of the Zhou Xian mansion into a ghost general guarding the well became addicted. First, it belittled the items that Ma Duyi and Xianxia picked up as worthless. Then it insisted on leaving the replica of the glazed pavilion in person to help Ma Duyi and Xianxia, these two idiots, to buy the real good stuff. For this reason, it did not hesitate to show up in the face of a woman with fox skin talisman paper. An old man with a cultivation of sea-viewing realm before his death could make such a big sacrifice. It seemed that Qin Pingan's record in the account book was not false. He was indeed a fool who was addicted to collecting books like antiques. There was also a comment from an Earth Immortal cultivator in the early years, saying that if this sea-viewing realm cultivator had not spent too much on those items, he might have already entered the Dragon Gate realm. Qin Pingan also let the old cultivator do whatever he wanted. Every day in front of them, the old cultivator had a graceful and beautiful appearance, but he would sit in a bold and unrestrained posture. Anyway, it was not like Qin Pingan had never seen such a scene. To be honest, the scene at that time was a Du Mao, who was coy all day long. When he walked, his slender waist twisted and turned, which was actually more disgusting. That evening, Zheng Yi and his two ghosts went to the big pawn shops in the city to pick up scraps. In fact, it was impossible to walk by the river without staining one's shoes. An item that could catch the eye of an old ghost in the viewing sea realm would certainly tempt the ordinary cultivators. Even the immortal library master would specially go to the war-torn countries to see it as a rare opportunity to earn money. Among the family heirlooms of the rich and powerful families, there were indeed a few spiritual weapons that contained spiritual qi but were ignored by the family. Once they came across such spiritual weapons, it was possible to earn a few dozen or even hundreds of snowflakes. Therefore, Zheng Yi and his companions would also meet cultivators of the same path. Previously, in a big city they almost had a conflict. The other party was a few immortal library masters from a top cave residence in the Stone Hair Kingdom. Both sides said that they were in the right and no one could say that they were in the wrong. In the end, it was Qin Pingon who cleaned up the mess and forced Zheng Yi and his companions to give up the spiritual weapon. The other party also took a step back and invited the wild cultivator Mr. Pingon to drink. They had a good chat, but Ma Du-yi still secretly complained about Qin Pingon for a long time. Qin Pingon went to a dog meat shop in the market. This was his second time here. In fact, Qin Pingon did not like to eat dog meat, or rather he had never eaten dog meat before. However, the shop also sold other kinds of food. As a foreigner who did not eat dog meat, he sat alone at a table and did not drink. He spoke in unfamiliar official language of the Stone Hair Kingdom. On the table next to him there was a steaming hot pot of dog meat stew. He was eating and drinking. This young man in a green cotton robe was more eye-catching. Fortunately, the shop was a century-old shop that had been passed down for several generations and was not snobbish. The old man was the shopkeeper at the front desk, the son was a cook, and the grandson of Meng Shui was said to be a famous scholar in the nearby streets. Therefore, customers often teased the shop about how it would continue to operate in the future. The humorous old man and the dull man only said that it was fate and nothing else. But even the simple and honest man, when he heard such teasing, there would be some pride on his face. At home, smoke was rising from the ancestral grave. Finally, there was a promising scholar who had the potential to pass the imperial examinations. No matter how chaotic the world was, there would always be a day when it was not chaotic. The dog meat shop in the shabby alley was still full of customers tonight. Business was quite good. In the middle of summer last year, although the Dali barbarians had broken into the city, there were not many casualties. The army continued to move south, leaving only a few Dali barbarians who were said to be very proficient in the official language of the Stone Hair Kingdom. They guarded the governor's residence and did not show their faces in public. This was thanks to the governor's fear of death. He had already taken the gold and silver and ran away. It was said that he did not even take the official seal with him. He changed into a green scholar's robe and quietly left the city in the middle of the night when the horse hooves of Dali were still far away. He went all the way south under the escort of his personal retinue. Obviously, he had no intention of returning to the imperial court to be an official. In the shop there was a mute young man with dark skin. He was thin and dry. He was responsible for serving customers and serving tea. He was not clever at all. Hearing that he was a refugee who had escaped from the border, the old shopkeeper was kind and took him in as a shop assistant. More than half a year later he was still an unlikable young man. The regular customers of the shop did not like to deal with him. In the twilight there were fewer customers, but the smell of dog meat was still wafting in the shop. Qin Pingon ordered a pot of local wine from the prefecture city and sat near the door. The old shopkeeper was drinking with a regular customer. He was drunk and his face was red. When he talked about his precious grandson, the old shopkeeper, who could only hold half a kilo of wine, could drink 2 or 3 kilos. As he drank, he did not forget to tell himself that he could not charge less if he drank too much. The world was not peaceful now. Whether it was in the prefecture city or the nearby villages, it was difficult to go out and buy dogs. The customers were not as good as before, and the money in the customers' pockets was also far less than before. Therefore he had to be more careful. The expenses of his grandson's education were high. He could not be too tight on everything and let his child's classmates look down on him. Scholars all wanted that kind of face. The thin and dark young man was still busy cleaning up the mess of wine and meat on the table. His back was facing Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon ate the dishes and 2 bowls of rice. He also ordered a few dishes to go with the wine. He did not drink much and his chopsticks did not stop. The dishes were almost empty. Qin Pingon suddenly shouted the young man's name and then asked, "I have to entertain a customer later. In addition to the local chickens, are there any freshly caught river carps in the water tank in the backyard of the shop?" The young man nodded indifferently. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Then go and tell the cook that the dishes are ready. When the dishes are ready, my friend can come to the table. Oh right, add a portion of pork with bamboo shoots." The young man still nodded and went to the backyard. He gestured with the man who was resting in the kitchen. The man who had just been able to catch his breath, laughed and cursed. He shook his head and stood up to kill the chicken and cut the fish. He had to be busy again. It was just a business. Who would be willing to have a hard time with money? The young man looked at the back of the man who was looking at the water tank. His eyes were complicated. Finally, he silently left the kitchen and went to the chicken coop to catch the biggest one. As a result, the man laughed and scolded him, saying that it was for his son to nourish his body and that he should change it. The young man went to the chicken coop and changed it. He simply chose the smallest one. The man was still not satisfied. He said that the customer could not tell the size of the dishes at the same price. However, as a businessman he still had to be honest. The man simply went to the chicken coop and picked a bigger one and gave it to the young man. The young man was quite familiar with killing the chicken. The man himself went to catch a lively river carp. The young man glanced at the dog cage in the corner and quickly withdrew his gaze. The first pot of braised river carp was served. The young man found that the customer's friend had not yet arrived. Qin Pingon only said to wait for the second dish to be served. When the braised pork with bamboo shoots and onion and ginger chicken were all served, the young man found that the customer's friend still had not arrived. The young man was about to leave. But the sickly cotton-robed man suddenly laughed and said, "The dishes are all served. We are just waiting for you to take a seat." The young man was at a loss. There was only one table of customers left in the dog meat shop. The old shopkeeper was already inarticulate and was still trying to persuade them to drink. Of course, he drank a lot himself. Looking at the situation, the idea of not giving a discount for this meal had already been thrown to the back of his mind. Qin Pingon said to the young man, "Presumably, you already know that I have guessed your identity. And you have also guessed that I am a cultivator. Otherwise, you would not have intentionally or unintentionally bypassed me and deliberately avoided looking at me when you brought the dishes to the table last time. In that case, it is not a big deal for me to invite you to a meal. The food and wine were all served by you. I should be afraid and worried. What are you afraid of?" The young man hesitated. Qin Pingon looked at the table in the distance and said with a smile, "Don't worry. The old shopkeeper is already drunk. The guests at that table are ordinary people. They can't hear the words between you and me." The young man sat opposite Qin Pingon but did not take the chopsticks. Qin Pingon picked up a piece of river carp with his chopsticks, leaned forward and put it in the bowl in front of the young man. He also picked up some dried pork with bamboo shoots and braised chicken and put them in the young man's bowl. The young man frowned and stared at this strange foreign guest. Only then did Qin Pingon pick up some food with his chopsticks and eat a mouthful of rice. He chewed and swallowed slowly, then asked, "How many people do you plan to kill?" "The man with the spoon will definitely die. The old shopkeeper who has the unique skill of touching dogs will definitely die. I don't know how many dogs he has bought from shops or stolen from the countryside. What about the child who is in school? Do you want to kill him? How many of these familiar customers who are used to eating dog meat in this dog meat shop do you remember? Do you want to kill them too?" The young man put his hands on his knees and clenched his fists. His eyes were cold. He lowered his voice and said hoarsely, "You want to stop me?" Qin Pingon asked back, "What will happen if I stop you? What will happen if I don't stop you?" The young man said in a low voice, "If you dare to stop me, I dare to kill you." Qin Pingon held the chopsticks with one hand and reached out his free hand with a smile, indicating to the young man to eat first. "Let's not talk about whether you can kill me with your insignificant skills. Why don't we eat first and drink to our heart's content, then we can try to fight to the death. This table of dishes, according to the current market price, should be 7 or 8 taels of silver. This is still the price of this dog meat shop. If it were those restaurants in the prefecture city that opened in the downtown area, it would probably be 1 or 2 taels of silver. They would dare to offer a price. Eat if you don't want to, get lost if you don't have the money. The young man stared into the young man's eyes. After a moment he began to bury his head and eat. He didn't miss out on the dishes. If he really killed the demon for this cultivator in front of him today, he would at least have a full meal. The young man began to eat. Qin Pingon put down his chopsticks and poured the last bit of wine in the wine pot. He sipped the wine and picked up the few peanuts left on the plate with 2 fingers. Qin Pingon finished drinking the wine and eating the dishes. He sat there with his hands folded in his sleeves. The young man wiped his mouth and put down the bowl and chopsticks. Qin Pingon said slowly, "You want to kill the dog when you see the shop and the customers eat the meat. I can understand, but I don't accept." The young man sneered. Qin Pingon continued, "Because you have your reasons and you're even willing to pay the price with your life. But I hope you know more about this world. For example, you've eaten river carp, chicken and pork for this meal. In the future, when you embark on the path of cultivation, you will eat more delicacies. As half an immortal on the mountain, as long as you don't die, you will have this kind of banquet and wine. You may be a guest, you may be the host. In any case, other than dog meat, you won't have to worry about fish and meat for the rest of your life. Am I right?" The young man's face was blank. Qin Pingon said slowly, "As long as you take this step today, even if I don't stop you, you will be hunted down by the Dali army cultivators who are monitoring the whole city. You will definitely die. Even if you successfully escape from this prefecture city, how many people will you kill to eat the dog meat? You killed 10 or dozens tonight and 100 or 1,000 in the future. Anyway, if you die you won't regret it, right?" The young man lowered his head. Qin Pingon said, "Since I've seen it, I won't let you kill people here. Maybe you think I'm unreasonable and I'm bullying you. It doesn't matter. In this world, being reasonable is a very complicated and unpleasant thing. In fact, it's all the same. In your eyes, the dog meat shop, the old shopkeeper and his son, the customers who died inexplicably, and the children who may survive in the end but can no longer study, they will all think you're unreasonable, too unreasonable. You should know this small truth before you kill people." The young man raised his head. The man seemed to really care about that little money. Seeing that he didn't eat, he began to pick up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of meat stir-fried with bamboo shoots. After eating, he picked up a piece of braised river carp and then said, "The reason why I'm doing this and telling you this is that I see hesitation and struggle in you. You also think that the old shopkeeper and the cook who deserve to die actually have a good side. You have to know that I have met many people. Even if they are humans, they are even less like humans than you who have worked so hard to become humans. They are not even as good as you, far inferior. So I'm willing to treat you to this meal and..." Qin Pingon smiled and took out a piece of broken silver and put it on the table. Then he took out a small piece of money and put it on the table. With a flick of his finger, it slid just near the young man's bowl. "I'll tell you a possibility. This small piece of money is a loan from me. It's up to you whether you want to return it or not. You can return it to me in 10 or 100 years. For example, you can first become a mountain immortal in the eyes of the county magistrate of a small county and help him deal with some ghosts. After all, in a small place, you won't meet an unreasonable cultivator like me. You can deal with those ghosts. So you can take the opportunity to tell the county magistrate that the selling of dog meat in the territory is not allowed. You can also become a rich tycoon and buy all the dogs in a county or a state at a high price, causing many dog meat shops to have to change their business. You can also cultivate diligently and create your own mountain. Within 100 or 1,000 miles of the territory, you can set the rules, and one of them is to treat dogs well." The young man asked, "Why do you want to do this?" Qin Pingon thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Although I'm very disappointed in this world and myself, I also suddenly realize that no matter how high the price of being reasonable is, I still have to be reasonable." The young man asked again, "Sir, are you a Confucian student?" Qin Pingon was silent for a moment and shook his head. "Not for the time being. But I'm a swordsman." The young man was slightly stunned. "If you don't have enough money, you can borrow from me again. But after that, we have to settle the accounts clearly." Qin Pingon slowly stood up. "Think about it more. I don't want you to pay me back so quickly. Even if you're a little smarter, you can change to a county far away. As long as I can't hear or see you, it's fine. But if you can change your path, I'll be very happy to treat you to a meal. I didn't spend money in vain." Qin Pingon walked out of the dog meat shop and walked alone in the alley. The young man suddenly ran out of the shop and followed Qin Pingon. He asked, "Sir, you said that I can borrow money from you in the future, but you didn't tell me your name or your place of origin. If I run out of money, how can I find you?" "So it's like that." Qin Pingon stood in place and scratched his head. "I'm just being polite to you and saying some polite words that don't cost money." The young man smiled brightly. This was the first time he had laughed so heartily since he transformed into a human. Qin Pingon reached out and patted the young man's head. "My name is Qin Pingon. I'm now wandering in Stone Hair Country. Later I'll return to Xianxia Island in Book Slip Lake. Cultivate well." Qin Pingon continued walking. The young man shouted, "Mr. Qin, the old shopkeeper and his family are actually good people. So I will give them a very, very high price first so that they can't refuse to sell the shop to me. Then their grandson and son will be able to study properly. They will have their own school and library and they will be able to hire very good teachers. After that I'll return to the mountain and cultivate well." The man in the cotton robe who claimed to be a swordsman raised his arm high with his back facing the young man and gave him a thumbs up. The young man finally shouted, "Sir, where's your sword?" The man just strode forward. "It's in my heart." After a short pause, the young swordsman laughed and walked away. There was another addition. In the night, only 3 words echoed softly in the shabby alley. "Very fast." "450. The matter of the kanji shop and medicine shop had been resolved. Ma Duyi and Xing Yi originally thought that they would continue on their journey to the border of the Shihao country as usual. There were 2 men from the border army whose last wishes were related to the otherworldly items. They could no longer return to their roots, but their wishes fell on their hometown. However, Qin Pingon stayed for another day. It wasn't until dusk that he stopped at the city gate and watched a dark and thin youth leave the county city from afar. He then went to see the closed dog meat shop in the alley. On both sides of the wall outside the door, there were 2 door gods of Dolly, Yuan Chao and Yuan Chao. Only then did Qin Pingon return to the inn. Previously at the city gate, Qin Pingon saw the cultivator who followed Dolly's army, Guan Yiran. The latter deliberately left the retainers and soldiers beside him and stood alone at the city gate with Qin Pingon. He asked softly, "Are you going to cast a long line to catch a big fish and temporarily release the tiger back to the mountain so that you can find the place where this little demon obtained the Tao and 1 or 2 immortal items? Or are you going to let this little demon go far away and treat it as a good karma?" The mountain and lake monsters could transform into human form, so they must have great luck. Either they accidentally entered an abandoned immortal's cave or swallowed a Ganoderma medicine that condensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. No matter which it was, the former would follow the vine to find the melon, while the latter would directly refine the monster. Either way, it would be an unexpected windfall. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "It's the latter." Guan Yiran said regretfully, "It's a pity. If you didn't show up, I have 2 colleagues who complain every day that they don't have enough to eat would have already set their eyes on this little demon nesting in the dog meat shop. But since you intervened, I persuaded them to give up. It's just an extra. In fact, I still have military affairs to do. Of course, if you choose the former, we can do it together." Qin Pingon asked, "If I interfere, won't I be reducing the benefits of your colleagues? Won't it make things difficult for you?" Guan Yiran smiled and said, "Although my 2 friends and I are cultivators, we are actually more members of the Dolly army. So with your words and your kind intentions, it's enough. It's rare to meet people from the same hometown when you're away from home. You can be less courteous, but it's best if you're courteous. If you're courteous, that's fine. If you're not courteous, that's fine too. At worst, we'll just pretend not to know each other when we meet in the future. Everything will be done according to our Dolly laws and military rules." Qin Pingon deeply agreed. "That's right." Guan Yiran laughed heartily. "I'm very happy to be able to meet such a promising family member like you in a place thousands of miles away from home." Qin Pingon cupped his fists and said, "It's inconvenient for me to reveal my identity now. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely look for Brother Guan for a drink." Guan Yiran, Dolly's secretary, raised his arm, clenched his fist and tapped the armor on his chest. "Then I'll remember it. Let me say this first. On the battlefield, brothers were saved by me. It doesn't matter if you owe me your life. But if you owe me Guan Yiran wine, even the heavenly emperor won't allow it." This was a chance meeting between fellow countrymen in a foreign land. Every time they parted, they enjoyed themselves to the fullest. When the young man in the blue cotton robe was far away from the city gate, two cultivators wearing the special light armor of Dali's arsenal slowly came over. One was a strong young man and the other was a delicate woman. The woman looked at Guan Yiran, who seemed to want to continue, and asked curiously, "Yiran, the beginning of spring this year isn't a good sign. You lost so much immortal money for nothing, yet you're still so happy?" Guan Yiran chuckled and said, "I'm happy. Even 1,000 gold can't buy my happiness." The strong man said, "A young cultivator who can easily give away a small amount of money didn't ask for anything from that little demon. Instead, he deliberately sent her all the way to the city gate. Plus, he previously opened a porridge shop and medicine shop in the city. According to the spy report, it's not just one city but everywhere. If it's someone else, I don't believe that there's such a bodhisattva on the mountain. But if it's this person, looking at his words and deeds, it all makes sense. I think Yiran did the right thing. He's a fellow countryman. If he can be a friend worth drinking with, it's not a loss." A young woman with a graceful figure and a huge sword at her side complained, "You men are all like this. Whenever you meet someone you like to puff yourself up at your own cost. Is there a need for you to be like this?" Guan Yiran said seriously, "Miss Qi, I'm not happy to hear you talk about us men like this. I'm much richer than you, Xianfeng. Why do I need to slap my face until it's swollen? Who was the one who said that a dandy from a rich family like me stinks of money when I fart? A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory." The woman with a slender figure like a willow in spring punched Guan Yiran's shoulder, causing him to stagger back a few steps. The woman turned around and walked back to the city gate. Guan Yiran grimaced and rubbed his shoulder. "Really hurt?" He smiled bitterly. "The brawny man named you Xianfeng gloated." The woman was a military cultivator from the Wind Snow Temple. Compared to the cultivators of true Martial Mountain who mostly served as middle and high-level military officers in the Dali Iron Cavalry, the woman surnamed Qi didn't have such an opportunity. He just chose a different path. However, the Dali border army didn't find this strange. Most of the military cultivators of the Wind Snow Temple were like this. After leaving the mountain, they liked to be lone rangers. Occasionally there were women like this, but they also served as the personal retainers of some important generals. Yu Shanfeng put his arm around Guan Yiran's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Yiran, for so many years, just like me, I've known you for 7 or 8 years. But I still only thought that you were a general's son from the capital, the kind of family that can't achieve high or low positions. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been thrown to such a shabby place by your family and stayed there for nearly 3 years. You've always been the lowest level cultivator in our border army. You have to know that your capital accent is so annoying. On the contrary, Chi, you've only known each other for less than 2 years. This time we just went south together. But she was the only one who saw through your family's identity. She insisted that you were a rich family's son. Why, we old brothers who have pooped together in the snow don't quite believe it. Could it be that you two have already?" After Yu Shanfeng broke free from Guan Yiran, he pressed his thumbs against his chest and winked at the latter. Guan Yiran said helplessly, "Who doesn't know that this Chi has admired her junior martial granduncle of the Wind Snow Temple, Sword Immortal Wei Jin, for a long time?" Guan Yiran sighed, "And I already have a fiancé. To tell you the truth, she's really a legitimate daughter of the capital's aristocratic family. It's just that I've never seen her before. It's funny to think about it. In the future, when I get married and lift the red veil, I'll know what my wife looks like." Yu Shanfeng asked curiously, "Which family's unlucky daughter ended up with such a crude border army man like you? You don't have to bury your own brother like this." Guan Yiran held the hilt of the Dali border army's standard saber with his palm and walked side by side with Yu Shanfeng on the streets of a foreign country. Looking around, on both sides of the streets, there were almost 2 painted door gods, Dali, Yuan and Chao, posted on almost all the streets. There were only a few surnames in the Pillar State. Of course, the surnames Yuan and Chao were Dali, worthy of being the big surnames among the big surnames. However, there were actually 2 other surnames in the Pillar State that could wrestle with the surnames Yuan and Chao. However, one of them was on the mountain and almost ignored worldly affairs. His surname was Yu. The other was only in the imperial court and never set foot in the border army. His ancestral home was in Yi province and later moved to the capital. It had been 200 years. Every year the descendants of this family returned home to worship their ancestors. Even the Ministry of Rights of Dali paid attention to it. Even the imperial tutor of Dali once joked with His Majesty that 100 years ago, during the period when eunuchs interfered in politics, foreign relatives abused power, the towns rebelled and cultivators took turns to go to war, causing the whole of Dali to be in the most chaotic and tragic years. If it weren't for this family turning the tide and working diligently as the tinkerers of the Dali dynasty, Dali would have long collapsed to the point that it couldn't be any more broken. Yu Shanfang crossed his fingers and stretched forward, stretching his muscles and bones. The joints of his body crackled. Under the fate of many people, this half-wild cultivator, who was promoted step by step from a border army scout to a secretary, casually said, "In fact, sometimes when us old brothers drink and chat, we also feel that you're not the same as us. But in the end we can't say what's different about you. There's no way. We can't compare to those sons of generals who were stuffed into the army. We're all guys who wash our eyes in the wind and sand of the border every day. Our eyesight isn't good, far from those sons of officials." Guan Yiran smiled and said, "I recognize three kinds of friends. On the battlefield, those who dare to say they'll die. In the officialdom, those who truly have the strength of character are scholars. Finally, those on the mountain are good people." Guan Yiran was a bit sad. It's a pity that the first and third kinds don't seem to live for long. There's no need to say much about the battlefield. After so many years of life and death and the death of our best brothers, we're no longer like women crying our hearts out. The third kind, I used to know a young man called Yuan. I especially admire a peer of the same age. How good is he? He's so good that you feel, no matter how bad the world is, it's enough to have him in front of you talking and doing things. You only need to look at his back that's gradually getting farther and farther away and you'll feel happy. But such a good cultivator died in such an unworthy way. The clan that had high hopes for him and our imperial court for the sake of the big picture, chose to turn a big matter into a small matter and nothing at all. I think this isn't right, but will those big shots listen to the words of a small person like me, Guan Yiran? They won't. Even if my surname is Guan. Yu Shanfang laughed and said, "So what if your surname is Guan?" It wasn't the Guan family of Yunzai County, which was one of the pillars of the country. Your household register in the military clearly states that you came from the capital. Don't you know what kind of conduct our general has? I've already found out everything about you. You're just a third-rate general family in the capital. Let's not talk about the Yinqi Alley where the Shangzhou states are neighbors, where the Shangzhou states quarrel with the Shangzhou states, and where the Shangzhou states quarrel with each other across the wall. Your family doesn't even have the qualifications to build a small courtyard there. Why? Are you related to the Guan family in Yunzai County? It's because our old comrade and sworn enemy, General Liu, inexplicably found out that a young scout under his command was actually a second-rate general's son in the capital who didn't show off his abilities. His ancestor was a second-ranked general and even received a posthumous title that made people salivate. Our general felt that he was being suppressed by General Liu. Now he's dreaming every day that there's a first-rate general's son hidden among the children he brought out. What a joke. Guan Yiran hesitated for a moment. If I die one day, our general might cry and laugh and scold me. Yu Shanfang said in shock, "What? Are you really a descendant of the Guan family in Yi Province?" Guan Yiran nodded and said, "Yi Province is Yunzai County's Guan family. I'm the direct great-great-grandson. There's no other way. Although my family's ancestor isn't a cultivator, his muscles and bones are very strong. At 100 years old he can still drink a jin of wine and eat 2 jin of meat in a meal." Back then when the imperial tutor saw him he was surprised. Yu Shanfang rolled his eyes and said, "I don't believe you. If you can see the imperial tutor, I can see His Majesty the Emperor." Guan Yiran snorted, "I said it. If you don't believe me, then believe it or not. Anyway, it's none of my business." Yu Shanfang said suspiciously, "Really?" Guan Yiran smiled and nodded, "I'm not lying to you. Remember when I went back to the capital on leave 2 years ago? Chi said that she once followed the preacher to the capital in the first month. It might have been in that Yuhua Lane or Street. At that time I was visiting people, so Chi inadvertently glanced at me. However, those 2 places had strict rules, so Chi didn't dare to follow me. Of course, at that time Chi and I didn't know each other, so there was no need to investigate my identity. Yu Shanfang quietly stretched out his hand, sneakily wanting to touch Guan Yiran's head. Guan Yiran tilted his head and laughed angrily. What? Thinking about women so much that you've gone crazy. Do you think I'm Chi-Chi? Yu Shanfang rubbed his hands and said, I haven't touched a big shot in my life, so I want to get a feel for it. Tiske pillar steak Guan. Tonight, Lousy will get you drunk and then I'll touch you as much as I want. Call the old brothers one by one. Guan Yiran laughed. If you can do such a wicked thing, I'll go back and marry the girl you said was a fairy. When the time comes, I'll call you brother-in-law every day. Yu Shanfang kicked Guan Yiran's butt. Guan Yiran took the kick and didn't dodge. The two continued to walk side by side. Yu Shanfang suddenly sighed. About this matter, when the brothers leave, you should tell them, even if you secretly tell them. Guan Yiran was silent for a moment, then shook his head. I can't say it. Yu Shanfang nodded sadly. That's true. Guan Yiran suddenly laughed. When I die on the battlefield one day, the truth will come out. At that time, whether it's our general or you, at least you can pat your chest and talk to the other cavalry. Yu Shanfang shook his head. Don't die. Guan Yiran also shook his head, slowly saying, just because I'm a descendant of Yi Province's Guan family, born noble, I can't die? Dolly doesn't have such a reason. Yu Shanfang laughed. You're wrong. I just feel that I'm looking at you the same way you looked at that peer called Yuyin back then. In the future, you'll become a high official in our Dolly imperial court. Even if you go to the capital at that time no longer wearing armor and wearing official clothes every day, and I'll still stay in the border army, the two of us won't have anything to do with each other in this life, but I'll still feel at ease, and more at ease. Guan Yiran nodded. Yu Shanfang asked curiously, I'm puzzled. You young and old general descendants, why do you all seem to like to conceal your identity and become an inconspicuous border army scout? Guan Yiran laughed and said, in Ichi Alley and Qiao, Street, every descendant of a general family who still has a bit of face hopes that they can be a genuine frontier army scout in this lifetime, not relying on their ancestors' meritorious service, but relying on their own ability to cut off the enemy's head one by one and hang it next to the saddle. In the future, no matter what the reason is, when you return to Inchi Alley in Chong Street, even if it's the worst young man in Chong Street after becoming a border scout and then meeting those bastards of Inchi Alley on the road, once there's a conflict, as long as it's not too unreasonable, you can just beat the other side up. After that, you don't have to be afraid of implicating your ancestors and family. Absolutely nothing will happen. From my grandfather to my generation, it's always been like this. Yu Shanfang clicked his tongue in wonder. This is also possible? Guan Yiran stomped his feet and smiled. That's why the hooves of our Dolly cavalry can step here. Yu Shanfang asked in a low voice. Yiran, do you think it's possible that one day in the future, you'll become the first descendant of your Yunzai County's Guan family to obtain the title of a general? Thank you for your auspicious words. Thank you for your auspicious words. Guan Yiran hurriedly bowed to express his gratitude. After straightening his back, he joked, can't you obtain the title as a hunting envoy? Yu Shanfang patted Guan Yiran's shoulder. Since you're already a descendant of the Guan family, you have to keep a low profile and tone down your tone. Otherwise, just your Beijing accent alone is so annoying. What will happen in the future? Won't you have to be a girl for me and my brothers to touch every day? Guan Yiran rubbed his chin. Makes sense, makes sense. At the peak of Sui Mountain, the golden armored deity said helplessly, if you continue to waste time like this, I'll see how you'll survive in the future. How long has that busy Grand Chancellor delayed for you? No matter how much he admired your fallacious reasoning in the past, it's going to exhaust all of his goodwill towards you. The old scholar sat cross-legged, rubbing his ears with both hands. The sky wants to rain and the mother wants to marry. Let him be. The golden armored deity said slowly, according to the news, there's something wrong with the Hall of Ancestral Masters of Mount Longhu. That fire dragon spiritual master from the North Continent seems to have done more harm than good after that person delivered that sword strike. The old scholar laughed. How do you know that in the eyes of others, a great disaster isn't the result that this grand heavenly master of Mount Longhu with a different surname wants? The golden armored deity was just casually mentioning it. Not to mention a grand heavenly master with a different surname, even if it was the grand heavenly master of Mount Longhu's grand heavenly master residence, he, the great god of Mount Sui, wouldn't care at all about what he did. However, the three grand chancellors of the academy who belonged to the three branches of the Confucian school respectively hit a wall with Bai Zhe, that proud scholar, and the old scholar. They either returned empty-handed or couldn't even meet each other. Even the master deity of Mount Sui and the Great Peaks would feel worried. This was because the matter was too big and involved the most fundamental trend of the world. The old scholar said, "Compared to the other major schools of Confucianism, my students are considered very few. It can't be helped. I'm picky and no one can compare to me." The golden armored deity sneered, "Is there any meaning in telling such nonsense to me alone?" The old scholar nodded, "It's more interesting than telling it to me alone." The golden armored deity shut his mouth and didn't say anything. Seeing that this fellow didn't quarrel with him, the old scholar was a little disappointed. He could only continue, "Boss Cui Dong is the most talented and likes to go down a dead end. This is the best attitude to have when it comes to learning. However, Cui Dong is too smart. He's been pessimistic about this world since the beginning." Let's talk about third brother first. Qi Jingchun is the most knowledgeable. It's not as simple as just being the most knowledgeable. Even I, as a teacher, have to praise him as all-encompassing and magnificent. If he didn't have a teacher like me and was in the school of the Sage of Rites or the Second Sage, he might have achieved even more. Qi Jingchun, on the other hand, is optimistic about this world. Back to second brother left and right is the most stubborn. He's actually a very good person. When I was still living a poor life in the shabby alley, I let him manage the money. He's much more useful than a teacher like me who can't even hold on to a bag of money. Cui Dong said that he wanted to buy chess manuals, Qi Jingchun said that he wanted to buy books, and Alliance said that he wanted to drink wine. How could I not give him money? With my skinny bamboo pole, I'll definitely puff myself up at my own cost. Left and right are in charge of the money. Left and right's aptitude, knowledge, talent, and disposition aren't the best among the disciples, but he's the most balanced. Moreover, he's born with willpower. Therefore, even though he started learning the sword very late, it was really too fast. Yes, it was too fast. It was so fast that I panicked back then. I was afraid that he would become the first 14th level sword practitioner in the world in thousands of years. What should I do then? Don't think that this guy is far away from the mortal world. Left and right are the ones who are most afraid of loneliness. Although he has been far away from the mortal world for more than 100 years and has been wandering on the sea, what about left and right's true thoughts? What about me, his teacher and his junior brother? Which teacher wouldn't like a disciple like this? I still remember that there was a great scholar who scolded me back then. He scolded me. It was indeed a little evil. How could I be calculative with him? He's just a small sage of the academy. He doesn't even have the qualifications to accompany the sacrifice. It would be too degrading for me to quarrel with such a junior. Left and right sneaked over and beat him up until he cried for his parents. Left and right were also honest. He actually foolishly admitted to it and even ran back to me to admit his mistake. Admit your mistake, admit your mistake. Don't you know how to cover your face and beat people up? After that, he ran away and refused to admit it. What can he do? Come and beat me. Can you beat left and right? Even if you can, left and right won't admit it. Can the deputy hierarch of that branch beat you to death? If he can beat you to death, can't I beat him to death? That's why left and right are still stupid. As a bitter teacher, what else can I do? After all, Xiaoqi and the others are still watching. Then I'll just punish him. I have to bring left and right to apologize to him. I still have to do this and that and make up for it. So annoying. The golden armored deity was puzzled. Left and right are willing to admit their mistakes to you. Why would they be willing to apologize to others? The old scholar rolled his eyes. Of course I have to reason with left and right in private. How can I be the disciple of the sage of literature if I beat him up so lightly? How can I stand up for your teacher? Left and right nodded silently. They agreed and said they would pay attention in the future. The golden armored deity chuckled. I'm convinced. The old scholar sighed. As for fourth, it's more complicated. He can only be considered half a disciple. It's not that I don't want to acknowledge him. It's because he feels that his background isn't good and he doesn't want to cause trouble for me. Therefore he doesn't acknowledge me. The reason is different on this point. In the end, it's still very similar to that disciple of mine who is in seclusion. Other than that, the registered disciples and the others all have their own merits. Among them, Mao Xiaodong is the most similar to me in terms of teaching and dispelling doubts. Of course his knowledge is still not as high as mine. He follows the rules in everything he does. However, there's still some distance between him and the old man's so-called following one's heart and not overstepping the rules. It's a pity that others can't point this out. One can only figure it out and see through it on their own. Buddhism is extremely good when it comes to the saying of the Han. In this matter, Taoism isn't good enough. The old scholar didn't go into detail and didn't talk about it on a higher level. He changed the topic. When I quarrel with others, I never feel that I'm always right or good. Whether others are good or bad, I have to know. Otherwise, what's the point of quarreling? I say that I'm happy to say it, but where does my knowledge end up? Knowledge is most afraid of becoming rootless water that falls from the sky. It seems to be high and mighty, but other than a few flattering words from the scholars themselves, what's the point? It doesn't touch the ground, doesn't nourish the land, doesn't truly benefit the common people, doesn't give them a big basket or a small basket that says, there are thousands of hardships in life, but I have a place to put them in peace. In any case, it's just stuffing some paper articles into it, making people mistakenly think that only sages are qualified to talk about principles. It's tiring to death. How can you talk about teaching? The old scholar stood up, his body stooped. He looked into the distance and muttered, is it wrong to be good by nature? Great good. However, there's a very awkward question here. Since people are good by nature, why is the world so complicated? What exactly did the Confucian school of Confucianism teach? Did they teach people to be evil? Then what should I do? The old man and the sage of rights were both waiting, and then finally I came. I said that people are evil by nature, and within the same school, we sharpen each other, learn from each other, and improve. The key is that I can still stand and reason well, so I became the sage of literature. However, there's an even more awkward question. For an outsider like you think that evil by nature can become one of the branches of the Confucian school. That's fine. But can it really become the main branch of the Confucian school? The old scholar asked and answered his own question. Definitely can't. The old scholar raised his thumb and pointed to his heart. Even I think so. There was a long silence. The golden-armored deity let out a rare sigh with some regret. The old scholar didn't put away his thumb and suddenly sighed. Thinking about it this way, I really am a sage and a hero. Amazing, amazing. The golden-armored deity didn't say a word. The old scholar turned his head and said helplessly, why don't you refute me a little? That way I can convince people with reason. The golden-armored deity said indifferently, I won't give you such a chance. The old scholar made a no sound and said happily, then it seems that I have convinced people with virtue. The golden-armored deity took a deep breath. Otherwise, the old scholar suddenly said seriously, don't be in such a hurry to chase me away. I also want to learn from Bai Zhe and the most frustrated scholar. Let's wait a little longer. Although I don't know what they are thinking, I also want to wait and see. The golden-armored deity asked, what if you wait until the end and you are wrong? Won't you regret it? The old scholar put his hands behind his back and smiled coldly. Regret? From me to these inner disciples, regardless of the choice we made, regret it? Not at all. On the golden arched bridge. The sword was inserted into the railings of the bridge. The tip of the sword and a small part of the blade had already sunk into the railings. Sparks flew everywhere and it was incomparably dazzling. The woman sitting at the side placed the umbrella horizontally across her knees. She stood up and opened up the seemingly ordinary oil paper umbrella. She raised her head to take a look and disappeared in a flash. Only the umbrella remained suspended in place. She stepped into a blessed land right at the mouth of a well. The umbrella that was given away casually, naturally had a deep meaning. It was just that the original owner gave it away, but the new owner might not live to find out the truth. But what did this have to do with the original owner? It was both a scheme and not a scheme. The Tao could be explained, but it could not be explained. Almost instantly, a tall old Taoist came to her side and smiled. Long time no see. She ignored him and looked around. She nodded and said, in the current situation, this is already considered a good move. The old Taoist smiled. Otherwise, how can I discuss the Tao with the Taoist ancestor? She glanced at him. The old Taoist looked calm. She stared at a certain part of this blessed land of lotus flowers and seemed to have understood something. She sneered. You have not forgotten your roots. The old Taoist laughed loudly and was very pleased. Taking advantage of the situation, turning the universe upside down and seeking a continent. She frowned. The old Taoist sighed. Now is not the same as before. She shook her head. It's just that I have changed masters. The old Taoist did not say anything. It was not good for him to comment on this matter. She asked, it's just such a small piece of land? The old Taoist smiled. It really can't be more than that. She seemed to have lost her interest and returned in disappointment. Her figure then disappeared, returning to her own world and putting away the tongue leaf umbrella. The old Taoist stood beside the well and looked down, staring at the quiet well water. The old Taoist retracted his gaze and looked up at the sky. This is my gift for returning to the green netherworld. What do you think? In the lotus paradise that was connected to the lotus flower blessed land, there was an old man who was still looking at a water droplet. He was looking at the water droplet falling on the uneven lotus leaves. The water droplet was the size of an ordinary raindrop, but many of the lotus leaves were as large as mountains. The larger ones were even as large as a province of the heavenly dynasties. Therefore, the veins of a single lotus leaf could be tens or hundreds of li long. Therefore, the path of a tiny water droplet where it ultimately landed, waiting for the result to appear, would inevitably be an extremely long process. The old man was not anxious at all. Time flowed by slowly. However, as the existence of the biggest rule in the world, even the mighty long river of time had to take a detour when it flowed past the old man. 451. There are a lot of things happening this month, so I can only try to update between 120,000 to 150,000 words. The city was filled with lush greenery, but in the entire northern border of the Shihao country, there were almost no princes or princesses who were out for a spring outing. The three riders went north, and before they knew it, it was already summer. On this day, on a small mountain ridge at the border of the Shihao country, the three riders stopped to rest. Zheng Yi was busy cooking, and Ma Di was grooming herself in front of the mirror, humming a little tune. She was in a good mood. The small green bronze mirror in her hand was a spiritual weapon that she had picked up at a low price. It was a rare mirror made of sunlight and moonlight. She had used less than 2 taels of silver to bargain with the shopkeeper of the pawnshop for it. If it was placed at the immortal fairy, according to the old cultivator in charge of the eyes, Gui Jiang, it could be sold for at least 40 to 50 pieces of snow money. Qin Pingon sat at the side and flipped through the account book. Most of the names had been lightly drawn with a red brush. These were the long-cherished wishes of those who had fulfilled their long-cherished wishes. However, the wishes of some otherworldly ghosts could only be put aside for the time being. In fact, Qin Pingon and both of them knew that those wishes were very likely to be reduced to Buddhist wishes. In this life, regardless of whether it was yin or yang, it would be very difficult to fulfill them. Some of the otherworldly ghosts had formed a dead knot in their hearts. In their grief and indignation, they could not control their emotions and their hostility skyrocketed. They almost directly turned into ferocious ghosts. They could only rely on the few mind-cleansing talismans that were posted in the King of Hell's palace to maintain their remaining spiritual intelligence. Ma Duyi, who was diligent and thrifty, did not complain about this matter. Mr. Qin wrote the mind-cleansing talismans again and again, and when the spiritual qi dissipated, he would replenish it again. It was simply a bottomless pit. Along the way, they encountered many defeated soldiers of the Shihao kingdom. They were scattered all over the mountains and forests, and they had become roving bandits. They gathered and dispersed randomly and crazily looted the provisions in Dali's rear. Among them, in order to survive and for the sake of righteousness in their hearts, they had to target the local people of the Shihao kingdom. At the end of last year, there were 3 consecutive heavy snowfalls. In addition to the chaos of war, the people in the northern territory of the Shihao kingdom were destitute. Even if these 300 to 400 soldiers at most wanted a small amount of food, the scattered and barren counties on the border relied on the small amount of stored food to survive until the next harvest. However, it was still not enough to satisfy the appetite of the Shihao kingdom's soldiers. Therefore, there were inevitably conflicts. One wanted to not starve to death, while the other wanted to live for the sake of the country. The conflicts became more and more intense. Qin Pingon and his men encountered a conflict that almost turned into a bloody battle. One of the young soldiers in broken armor almost cut the shoulder of a thin old man. Qin Pingon rushed in and held the Shihao kingdom's saber. In an instant, dozens of soldiers from the Shihao kingdom swarmed over. Qin Pingon stomped his foot and the men and horses were thrown off their feet. Qin Pingon threw the saber back in his hand and put it back into the young soldier's scabbard. His entire body was pushed back by the huge impact. Qin Pingon did not say anything after that. He just stood on the street with his horse. The hungry soldiers quietly retreated from the county. Qin Pingon and his men also slowly left. Behind them, the local people began to curse the soldiers of their country. They said all kinds of nasty things. They said that they did not have the ability to fight the Dali barbarians but bullied their own people. Each one was more impressive than the other. They should die on the battlefield so that they could avoid harming their own people in the future. Some people even suggested that they should send a message to the Dali cavalry in a nearby county. They might even be able to get a reward. After the cavalry left the county, the young soldier suddenly burst into tears. An old military officer who looked like a captain stopped his horse and cried. The entire group of soldiers, who were yellow and thin and almost all of them were injured, also stopped their horses and moved forward. They were panic-stricken and confused. Qin Pingon asked Ma Duyi and Zheng Yi to stay where they were and rode away slowly. At their peak, this famous old battalion of cavalry at the border of the Shihao kingdom had more than 2,000 elite riders. Now there were less than 80 of them left. They all looked like they were facing a great enemy. Qin Pingon threw out a heavy bag and said in the official language of the Stonehair Kingdom, "Let's go. Take off your armors and waistcoats. Use this money as your travel expenses and settlement expenses." The old military officer caught the bag and opened it. It was full of official gold ingots. The old man looked up with a puzzled expression. Qin Pingon said, "If you don't want to give up just like that, you can choose a few clever brothers to disguise themselves as merchants and go to those towns that have already settled down to buy grain. Try to avoid the spies and scouts of the Great Li and buy less grain every time. Otherwise, it will easily arouse the suspicion of the local authorities. Now I believe that you can't tell who is on your side." The old military officer asked, "That's it? Do you have other requests?" Qin Pingon nodded. "You don't have a choice right now. Since you are already in the worst situation, why don't you give it a try? Besides, if I want to rely on your dozens of heads to ask for rewards from the county government that has already surrendered to the Dali, there is no need to go through so much trouble. Your soldiers may not be able to see this point, but as a pure martial artist of the Fourth Realm, you should be able to see it clearly." The old military officer wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Pingon waved his hand. "That's all I can help. I'm not a child of wealth. Don't treat me like a fool." The old military officer was resentful. He could only give up on the idea that was indeed not very kind. After generously putting away the bag of life-saving gold ingots, he cupped his fists and thanked the thin man in the green cotton robe. "Sir, you are very righteous." Qin Pingon cupped his fists in return and left. As for the final decision of the Shihao Kingdom cavalry, they did not follow the young man's choice from beginning to end like the dog meat shop in the provincial capital. The old military officer was somewhat deflated. He hadn't even asked for the name. At that time Ma Duyi saw Sir Qin galloping back and said teasingly, "You say you're not a child of wealth, but in reality?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Seeing through but not speaking about it is a good habit to conduct yourself in this world." Ma Duyi was just about to say a few more words to him, but Qin Pingon had already galloped away. He could only hurry along with Zheng Yi. The hooves of the three riders lightly stepped on the boundless earth in the warmth of spring. At this time, Ma Duyi put down the bronze mirror and turned his head to look at Qin Pingon, who had already closed the account book. He asked, "Sir Qin, can we return to Book Slip Lake before autumn?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "More or less." Ma Duyi stretched himself and accidentally bumped into the big bamboo box behind him. He hurriedly reached out to hold it. The box was full of treasures that he had obtained at a low price from the three cities recently. Even if they were wrapped in silk and padded with cotton cloth, he was still worried that he would hurt those particularly delicate things. According to the old ghost who lived in the fake-colored glass pavilion, these were mostly treasures that the rich and powerful people in the human world liked. In troubled times they were far less valuable than real gold and silver. However, in times of peace and prosperity, Even a small bird food jar could be worth 200 or 300 taels of silver. It was not difficult for rich people who were fond of this kind of thing to double the price. These items could also be placed in Zhou Xian's items. However, Ma Di liked to open the box and rummage through it every time they stopped. Just like the small bronze mirror that he loved so much that he couldn't bear to part with it. Taking it out for fun was asking for trouble. She carried it herself. Zheng Yi was now a true fourth realm cultivator. Ma Di's comprehension and aptitude were better. He was even a fifth realm otherworldly item. However, in terms of cultivation foundation, Zheng Yi was still better. This was the importance of one's foundation. One didn't mind being slow, the other didn't mind being fast. Zheng Yi and Ma Di were getting along more and more harmoniously. They had some chemistry. As they ate, Qin Pingon still habitually chewed and swallowed slowly. Zheng Yi squatted at the side and ate big mouthfuls of rice. He asked casually, "Sir Qin, how's my boxing stance?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "It's sparse." Zheng Yi sighed. He originally thought that his six-step stance was not something that he could do easily. Practice makes perfect, and there was no way he could run away from it. Ma Di added fuel to the fire and said, "You're not cut out for martial arts. Even an outsider like me can see it clearly. Your boxing stance is empty and loose. You haven't even reached a higher level. Zheng Yi, do you still think it's pretty good?" Qin Pingon comforted Zheng Yi. "Since martial arts is not your main business, it's enough to strengthen your body and help you grow your muscles and bones. Otherwise, if you produce a breath of pure true qi, it will clash with the spiritual qi in your qi residence. It won't be good." Zheng Yi said gloomily, "Either I can't learn anything or I learn everything slowly. Sir Qin, why aren't you anxious?" Qin Pingon was amused and said, "If being anxious was useful, I would be anxious with you too." Ma Di held back his laughter and was about to say something. Qin Pingon raised his hand and said, "Shut up. Don't make fun of Zheng Ye's cultivation. Also, as for whether Zheng Ye's boxing stance is good or bad, it would be strange if you could tell. Senior just casually commented and borrowed it for you to use, right?" Ma Di smiled and narrowed his eyes. He didn't say anything, silently admitting it. The three of them continued to walk along the border of Shihao country. They came to a celestial sect in the northern region called Mount Yulul. The scenery was beautiful and the spiritual qi was abundant. When Ma Di and Zheng Yi entered the boundary, they felt relaxed and happy. They couldn't help but take a few more breaths. In many places with barren spiritual qi, the common people might not even meet a single cultivator in their entire lives. That was the reason why merchants bustled about in search of profits. And cultivators walking in the mortal world would also subconsciously avoid places with thin spiritual qi. After all, there were too many things to pay attention to in cultivation and it required painstaking effort. This was especially true for cultivators of the lower 5 realms, as well as the immortals of the middle 5 realms below the earth immortal realm. Wasting their precious time in a place with no spiritual qi within a radius of 1,000 miles was a kind of squandering. In the past, the chaos of war had spread to the mountains of Stone Hair Kingdom. Later on, for some unknown reason, many small mountains had gathered together, vaguely taking Yulua Mountain as the leader. Yulua Mountain occupied a relatively large area. Previously, it had followed the path of a single immortal, belonging to a large family with few members. Therefore, many of the mountains in Yulua Mountain were rented out to the low-level cultivator sects of Stone Hair Kingdom who came to seek refuge. In just 2 years, Mount Yulua had a good reputation. It was said that there were many celestial shops opened here. This was also the reason why Qin Pingon came here. Since he was passing by, he let Zheng Yi and Ma Di see if they could sell the dozens of miscellaneous spiritual weapons that they picked up at a good price. All the celestial money that they got would belong to them. As for how to divide the spoils, after the event, Qin Pingon didn't care. He let Zheng Yi and Ma Di discuss it themselves. However, he estimated that Zheng Yi would suffer a big loss. With Ma Di's shrewdness, 3 Zheng Yes would not be her opponent. Qin Pingon thought that if one day he opened a shop to do business, Ma Di would be a good helper. When they arrived at a mountaintop near the border of Yellow Mountain, Qin Pingon discovered that quite a number of refugees had been gathered there. The bazaar had been constructed quite well, and there was a boiling cauldron of voices. Along the way there were many places that were in the process of breaking ground, bustling with activity. Other than the relatively strong young men, There were also many women and children who were able to make it to Yellow Mountain alive. They were all working hard. What surprised Qin Pingon the most was that the Shihao country's martial temple had already been completed. Although it was crude, it did not lack the necessary etiquette of the imperial court. In addition, there were some cultivators who were busy building the protective formation of the mountain. This was probably the earliest embryonic form of an immortal fairy or a sect on a mountain. Two cultivators saw Qin Pingon and company who were leading their horses. Facing these three unfamiliar faces, their eyes were filled with vigilance. They secretly contacted their fellow cultivators and gathered together from all directions to intimidate this group of outsiders. Qin Pingon was no longer wearing the Verdant Gorge Island's jade pendant. There was nothing he could do about it. He asked one of the cultivators for directions and said that he wanted to go to the mountain where the ancestral hall of Mount Yulua was located. The group of cultivators led by an old cultivator in the cave-dwelling realm pointed the way. When Qin Pingon and company left the market, they heaved a sigh of relief and continued to work on the mountain and river formation. There was no other way. They were just a low-level sect. Even if they took refuge and moved to Mount Yulua, compared to the other rich celestial mansions, they could not gather too much celestial money. They could only be thrown here by the ancestral hall of Mount Yulua. When the door gods of Mount Yulua arrived, if there was any trouble such as Dali's cavalrymen who did not like the sight of Mount Yulua, they would be the first to suffer. They could only brace themselves and block the disaster for Mount Yulua. The establishment, rise, and inheritance of any sect on the mountain would inevitably involve hardships, humiliation, and danger. The old cultivator, who was already one of the ancestors in the cave-dwelling realm, stood on a high platform. His gaze quietly stopped on a refugee child who was helping his parents wipe their sweat. The old cultivator revealed a knowing smile. This was a good seedling. The ancestral hall of Mount Yulua was aware of the situation and had planned to pay a small sum of money and a mountain with a radius of more than 10 miles to change the household register of this family. However, he stood his ground against the opinions of the masses and rejected Mount Yulua's good intentions. Instead, he planned to personally take this child as his direct disciple. Perhaps after 60 years or 100 years, his sect would have another cultivator in the cave-dwelling realm. Perhaps even reaching the sea-viewing realm of the ancestor in the history of his sect would not be an extravagant hope. Thinking of this, the old cultivator was rather gratified. Although his fellow disciples in the ancestral hall quarreled fiercely at the beginning, after all, a small sum of money, especially an extra mountain, was of great significance. However, after rejecting the proposal of Mount Yulua's ancestral hall, they were united as one. Even the stingiest youngest apprentice brother had decided that on the day of the child's apprenticeship ceremony, he would take out a spiritual item that he had kept for a long time and give it to his apprentice nephew. After Qin Pingon left the market, he suddenly looked back and asked, "Did you see anything?" Xing Yi and Ma Duyi were puzzled. Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "Nothing. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me." Ma Duyi joked, "Mr. Qin, it's not good to speak halfway." Qin Pingon laughed. "When you are able to take charge of your own affairs, you will know that speaking halfway is a subject worth studying." Ma Duyi clicked his tongue and said, "Mr. Qin, you are getting better at bragging about your abilities." Qin Pingon turned around on horseback and gave a fist salute. "You flatter me." Ma Duyi laughed angrily. "Mr. Qin, if you continue to be like this, you will become the Mr. Qin in my heart." Xing Yi shook his head and said, "You flatter me." It was obvious that this young man was more biased towards Mr. Qin. In the end, Ma Duyi suddenly stretched out his sleeve and slapped him in the face, causing him to feel a burning pain. Xing Yi said angrily, "A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists." This time it was Ma Duyi's turn to shake his head. "Only villains and women are difficult to deal with. Don't you understand this simple principle?" Qin Pingon smiled bitterly. "That's not how you interpret it. However, since you are willing to mock yourself, I don't think there is a problem." The three of them laughed and joked along the way until they arrived at the real Mount Yulua's entrance. Compared to the two immortal mountains they passed along the way, this place was imposing and had a different world. Compared to Mount Huangli, the spiritual qi here was even stronger. At the foot of the mountain, there was a peaceful small town beside a mountain and a river. Or rather, it was a relatively large village. Looking at the buildings, there should be more than 1,000 people living here. The so-called grandeur of the mountain without the mortal world became a pavilion in the sky, a river without a source. It was just that many immortal masters who had yet to reach the peak of the mountain were too lazy or disdainful to think like this. To reach the village at the foot of the mountain and then to go up the mountain they had to cross a river. It was not an arch bridge but a slender serpent peacefully lying in the river. On its back there was a villager leading a buffalo over. They should be heading to the nearby fields to work. Behind the strong young man and the water buffalo, there was a young child riding on a green bamboo. He shouted, "Giddy up," as if he was riding a horse. Qin Pingon took the lead and stopped his horse, making way for the villager and the curved-horned water buffalo. After the villager and the water buffalo walked down the small bridge, it was obvious that they were experienced and knowledgeable. They did not look at the three outsiders. However, the young child riding on the bamboo horse saw a real horse and was very curious. Qin Pingon smiled at the child. The child also smiled shyly and followed his father and the water buffalo to continue on their way. Xingyi found it interesting. On the cloud-covered Yuluo mountain, there were often sword lights and rainbows cutting through the sky. However, the child obviously did not care about it. Instead, he was more curious about the horses beside them. The child riding the bamboo horse often looked back. Qin Pingon took the lead and led the horse to the low stone bridge that was not too high above the river. Halfway there were also villagers who needed to go to the other side quietly waiting. After walking down the stone bridge, Qin Pingon nodded to them to thank them. The villagers smiled and nodded back. Xingyi was thoughtful. So was Ma Duyi. At this moment Qin Pingon suddenly turned his head and looked at the sky. The small wooden box of the sword tomb in his sleeve and the verdant canyon islands offering jade tablet almost simultaneously became boiling hot. Regarding this matter, Lu Zhimao did not hide it at first. He could use them to track Qin Pingon's footsteps. Qin Pingon had no objection to this. A cultivator's snow-white rainbow light broke through the sky from outside Yuluo Mountain and landed with a loud bang. It was Zhang Yi, an old cultivator of Verdant Canyon Island with a panicked expression and chaotic spiritual aura. He was in charge of the secret storehouse and the fishing room. This secret journey to the north almost exhausted the spiritual aura accumulated in several of Zhang Ye's natal aperture acupoints. This was a reckless act that damaged the foundation of the Great Tao. It was the same reason that the courier horse would inevitably hurt the horse if it rushed 800 miles to send a message, or even if it died one after another. Xing Ye's face was full of joy at first. After all, Zhang Yi was his benefactor who personally pulled him out of the fire pit on Misty Moon Island. However, when the teenager saw Zhang Ye's face, he immediately shut up. Qin Pingon supported the swaying Zhang Yi and asked softly, "Is there a change in the calligraphy lake?" Zhang Yi said miserably, "The weather has changed." Qin Pingon sighed. He had expected this situation to happen. However, because it was not the worst situation, Qin Pingon did not do too much to deal with it. In fact, he could not do too many effective measures. After all, there was a limit to human power. It was very simple. Either Su Gaoshan, the chief of Dali, or the person behind Lu Laoqing of Gonglu Island had begun to enter the game. Or both sides had joined hands. Tan Yuani of Grain Island had changed sides and only wanted to protect herself. Lu Zhimao could not bear to give up the foundation of Verdant Canyon Island and was schemed against. It was normal to be in danger. However, this was definitely not good news for Qin Pingon at the moment. Qin Pingon had already grasped the situation of Calligraphy Lake. The chessboard that he had painstakingly set up might have been casually overturned by later players. Zhang Yi knelt down with a thud. "Please save the island master, Mr. Qin." Qin Pingon shook his head and asked directly, "Have Gu Kan and his mother been secretly detained by Senior Zhang?" Zhang Yi, who was kneeling on the ground, raised his head. "It happened so suddenly. Verdant Canyon Island could not do such a thing. Even if they could, I would not do it because I know it will only backfire. The only one who can save the island master is Mr. Qin." Qin Pingon helped Zhang Yi up and said slowly, "Senior Zhang, please get up and speak. I will listen to you first. However, it is almost impossible to save Lu Zhimao. I believe you already knew this when you were on your way here. The reason why you came here is to do your best and leave the rest to fate." Zhang Yi nodded gently and smiled bitterly. There was a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Qin Pingon was having a headache. In front of Zhang Yi, some words were just like the joke with Ma Duyi. He only said half of it and did not say it out loud. Zhang Yi naturally did his best. However, it was very likely that Zhang Yi also knew that his whereabouts had fallen into the eyes of some people. Perhaps they were overlooking this place from somewhere in Yuluo Mountain. Therefore, Qin Pingon did not kick him when he was down and kill him with a punch. In fact, he had already done his best. Qin Pingon said, "Let's talk as we walk." Zhang Yi steadied his mind. His first sentence shook the hearts of Ma Duyi and Zheng Yi, who were listening attentively. Our island master was not a match for an unknown cultivator. He has been seriously injured and detained in the water prison of Gonglu Island. Not only that, the general of Great Li's cavalry, Zhou Xian, has personally arrived at Cloud Tower City by the Book Slip Lake. He threw his whip into the lake and threatened to kill all the wild cultivators of the Book Slip Lake within 10 days. Qin Pingon's first thought was that the powerful cultivator who could suppress Lu Jimao was the Mahist ranger Su Ruo or the sage Ruan Tan. "452. Xianxia, who had come from afar, and Qin Pingon, who was leading his horse, walked side by side along the gurgling river that resembled a green ribbon. Perhaps it was because of this paradise with pleasant scenery, tranquility and peace. Or perhaps it was because there was an accountant who was half a family by her side. The old cultivator Xianxia, who had experienced countless storms, gradually calmed down. She slowly told Qin Pingon about the incident at the Lake of Slips. It turned out that everyone had underestimated Zhou Xian's appetite. He was one of the main generals of the Dali Iron Cavalry who had been eyeing the Zhuang dynasty. After taking down the capital of the Shihao kingdom almost effortlessly, he not only turned his horse around, but also led his iron cavalry to another Zhuang vassal state. Even though the war was equally fierce, he still had the leisure to come to Scroll Lake and publicly show up, threatening to wipe out the Scroll Lake. Those who complied would prosper, and those who disobeyed would perish. It was as simple as that. The so-called obedience was even more straightforward. The wild cultivators who were willing to hand over all their belongings and become the lowest-ranking Dali cultivator to attack the Zhuang dynasty could live and leave the Scroll Lake. Those who were willing to hand over half of their belongings and become the lowest-ranking cultivator of the Dali army to attack the Zhuang dynasty could stay at Scroll Lake for the time being. However, they still had to listen to the orders of the Dali Iron Cavalry in the future. As for Palace Willow Island, at the end of spring this year, a group of foreign cultivators had appeared and became the honored guests of Palace Willow Island. With Zhou Xian's public appearance, they talked nonsense to the tens of thousands of wild cultivators in the Book Lake. Just last night, under the personal leadership of Lu Laoqing, they rushed to Verdant Canyon Island without warning. One of the old cultivators was undoubtedly a cultivator of the Upper Five Realms after Lu Laoqing broke the Verdant Canyon Island's mountain and river formation. Undoubtedly, he was a cultivator of the Upper Five Realms. With his full strength, he was able to destroy the entire Hangbo mansion. After that, this cultivator who had been waiting for him, used a dozen magic treasures to form a formation and captured Lu Jimao, who was trying to escape, and escorted him to Palace Willow Island. Seeing that the situation was not good, Xianxia did not go to die. Instead, she sneaked out of Verdant Canyon Island through a secret underwater passage and rushed to Shihao Kingdom. With the offering jade token, she found Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon did not say a word. After listening to Xianxia's story, he asked, "What's Lu Laoqing's attitude?" Xianxia shook her head and said, "After the incident at Scroll Lake, we found out that almost all the Earth Immortals went to Palace Willow Island and captured our island owner back to Palace Willow Island. Lu Laoqing never said a word, nor did he see a local cultivator at Scroll Lake." Xianxia sighed with emotion. "Although I hate Lu Laoqing, I have to admit that this is what a wild cultivator of the Upper Five Realms should do." Qin Pingon said, "Now there should be many wild cultivators at Scroll Lake cursing Lu Laoqing as a traitor of Scroll Lake and a lackey of Dali." Xianxia smiled bitterly. "Thousands of islands and tens of thousands of wild cultivators. Everyone can't even take care of themselves. They are almost scared out of their wits. I guess people will tremble at the mention of Lu Laoqing and Zhou Xian." Xianxia shook her head gently. "What little backbone and integrity is left of Scroll Lake is completely gone. Like the dangerous and sincere cooperation we had earlier to kill the foreign nascent soul cultivators and golden coresword cultivators, We won't talk about it anymore. Lu Laoqing. I really can't imagine how great the profit was for Lu Laoqing to do this, to the point of selling the entire Scroll Lake. The gatekeeper of Red String Mansion, Hong Su, was ordered by me to go out and search for her for almost 10 years before I found the reincarnation of the previous female ruler of the Jianghu world. I brought her back to Verdant Canyon Island, so I know that Lu Laoqing is not as indifferent to Scroll Lake as the rumors say. Zhang Ye's expression was gloomy. He stopped and squatted by the river, washing his face with water. Compared to the time when he fought with Lu Zhimao at Scroll Lake, where the island was beaten by an earth immortal and sank to the bottom of the lake, Zhang Ye seemed to be more worried and helpless. As he grew older, it was inevitable that his spirit would decline. In particular, Zhang Ye only had 60 years left to live. Even if he wanted to die together with the enemy, he was willing to be cut into pieces. But would he agree? It was just a matter of moving a finger, and he, a Dragon Gate realm cultivator who was considered to be quite impressive in the Scroll Lake, would be reduced to ashes on the spot. Qin Pingon led the horse with the saber and sword at his waist. He said indifferently, as long as a person like Lu Laoqing makes up his mind to return to Scroll Lake, he definitely won't do it for a ruler of the Jianghu world. When he went to Verdant Canyon Island to suppress Gu Kan and the descendant of the true dragon, it was just a cover-up. In fact, if he didn't make a move, all the wild cultivators at Scroll Lake could only wait for death and be slaughtered. Because apart from Lu Zhimao, almost no one saw the general trend of the Aquarius continent and thought that Scroll Lake could stay out of it. Maybe they even thought that it would be better for the outside world to be in chaos, so that they could fish in troubled waters. Just like the Battle of the Shizhou Kingdom this time, many wild cultivators at Scroll Lake took the opportunity to infiltrate. I believe many of them made a lot of money. But they didn't expect that they would be raided right after they made a small fortune. They didn't know who they were working for after hundreds of years of hard work. Xianxia, who had been squatting by the river, said helplessly, "You can't blame Scroll Lake for being blind. To put it bluntly, other than our Verdant Canyon Island, there are also enemies like Green Tomb and Heavenly Grandmother Island. If they want to ride on the Dali Cavalry's coattails, they have to see if they are willing to stretch their legs and walk into the temple with a pig's head." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "That's true." Zhang Yan stood up and exhaled. "But if you are really smart and dare to bet big, you should have come to the Shizhou Kingdom earlier to contact the Dali Cavalry and take the initiative to submit a certificate of allegiance to a general. Then, as long as you are recorded by the spies at the Dali Green Wave Pavilion, you will have made a lot of money now. In the future, when Scroll Lake redistributes its power, there will be a lot of benefits. Our Verdant Canyon Island has actually done very well. Our loss is that we haven't been able to contact Su Gaoshan and only stayed at Tan Yuan's side on Grain Island. In addition, Lu Laoqing interfered and all our efforts were in vain." Qin Pingon frowned and thought deeply. After a moment of silence, he asked doubtfully, "Senior Zhang, do you know if there have been any big sect immortal mansions in the Aquarius continent in the past 10 years that wanted to change their sex? Even if there is a small sign of it, have you heard of such a rumor?" Zhang Yan shook his head and said, "No. For example, as the leader of the Aquarius continent, old sect Master Qi of the Divine Expanse sect has just become a Lord of Heaven and is as stable as a mountain. The Divine Expanse sect is also a group of Taoist immortals with peaceful cultivation and has never shown any signs of expansion. I heard from the island master that the Divine Expanse sect seems to have recalled a group of Taoist priests. It is very unusual. The island master even guessed that the Divine Expanse sect might have discovered a new cave paradise and needed to send people into it. In addition, there seems to be no sign of such a sign in Marshall Mountain, Wind Snow Temple, the Jiang family of Yunlin, and Old Dragon City." Qin Pingon nodded. "I see." Zhang Ye's heartstrings were stretched taut, then suddenly relaxed. She was extremely tired and her expression was haggard. But when she saw the face of the accountant next to her, Zhang Yan smiled. Even Mr. Chen didn't complain. If she acted like a little girl, wouldn't she have lived for hundreds of years in vain? Zhang Yan told Qin Pingon that the last discussion with Lu Zhimao in the Hengbo mansion was not to speak up for Lu Zhimao, but to tell the truth. The old people of the Scroll Lake left one by one, and the new people were more domineering. Zhang Yan, who was the first to be a proper immortal genealogy master, could not find anyone to talk to. She never thought that she would meet a cultivator who was as strenuous and unrewarding as her. Once she started talking, she talked a little too much. She paid attention to the thin young man's expression and saw that he was not impatient. Zhang Yan was relieved. Qin Pingon listened patiently. When Zhang Yan had nothing to say, Qin Pingon reminded her softly, "Senior Zhang, you'd better not return to the Scroll Lake. It's useless no matter what you do. It's better to wait and see." Zhang Yan shook her head and said with emotion, "Where can I go? The Verdant Canyon Island is my home. If this hadn't happened, I wouldn't have minded looking for a summer resort around the Scroll Lake to spend the rest of my life in peace." Qin Pingon hesitated. "Senior Zhang, let me ask you something else. In the eyes of the old cultivators of the Dragon Gate State, or did Lu Jimao mention that when you pass by a place, you can feel it and vaguely see the atmosphere?" Zhang Yan shook her head. "The island master never mentioned this. At least I don't have this ability. Involving the flow of fate energy is the specialty of the gods of mountains and rivers. Presumably, even the earth immortals can't see it clearly. As for the island master, a great cultivator who is only one step away from entering the upper 5 states, it's hard to say whether he can do it or not. After all, when the gods observe the mountains and rivers, they only see the real thing, not the illusory fate energy." Qin Ping, and was hesitant to speak. Zhang Yan suddenly laughed and said, "Why, Mr. Qin? Is it so hard to be a good person? It's obviously for the sake of others, but you have to weigh it more carefully than your own, Mr. Qin. There's something I shouldn't have said before, but now we can't be considered friends. It's just that it's hard to say whether Zhang Di will live or die tomorrow, so I won't stand on ceremony with you. I just want to talk to you." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Senior Zhang, go ahead." Zhang Yan stared at the young man in front of her and did not speak for a long time. Then she said with a laugh, "All of a sudden I have nothing to say. What should I do?" Qin Pingon had no choice but to take off the blade's strengthening gourd and drink to refresh himself. Even just hearing about the changes in the Verdant Canyon Island was very exhausting. It was like pulling one hair and affecting the whole body. Many subsequent calculations were even more exhausting. Qin Pingon said, "There's a small hill in the easternmost part of the Falcon Mountain that has just been moved here. I saw some strange phenomena there. If Senior Zhang trusts me, why don't you settle there first and take it as a relief? Now the worst-case scenario is that Lu Jimao dies on Palace Willow Island and is killed as a warning to others. At that time no one can stop Elder from doing what he wants, not even me. It's better than going back now. You might be regarded as an invisible provocation and be imprisoned in the water prison of Palace Willow Island. Senior, you might not be afraid of this and even be happy to see Lu Jimao again. But now only the Hengbo Prefecture has suffered, and even the vassal states including Plainscale Island have not been affected. This means that once there is a turning point in the future, the Verdant Canyon Island needs someone to stand up. I can't and I don't want to, but Zhang Yan is the most trusted elder of the Verdant Canyon Island. Even though her realm is not high, she can convince others." Zhang Yan thought about it carefully and nodded. She laughed at herself and said, "I have a hard life." Zhang Yan suddenly told Qin Pingon with the voice of the Heart Lake, "Be careful of Palace Willow Island. Someone is using me as bait. If it's true, why did they do this instead of simply using Gukan and the Spring Court Prefecture as bait? I don't understand. There must be a reason behind it. Of course, Mr. Qin, you should know that I'm just pretending to be obedient and asking for peace of mind. The moment I left the Verdant Canyon Island, I have already put the burden on Mr. Chen's shoulders." Qin Pingon smiled knowingly and said, "It's still necessary to be polite. At least the other party will feel better. This is also a small principle I just learned from a young man named Guan." Zhang Yan joked, "Mr. Qin, do you still want to learn from others?" Qin Pingon pointed at Zhang Yan and then pointed at Ma Duyi and Xing Yi. Then he pointed at the village at the foot of Mount Yaoyuo and casually drew a circle. "There are many principles outside of books. Let's just talk about a small matter. Even the villagers in the countryside know to be polite when crossing the bridge. How many cultivators high up on the mountain are willing to practice such a small principle? Am I right?" The depression in Zhang Yan's heart was slightly relieved. "Then I'll go to the small mountain that Mr. Qin mentioned and take a look and find some principles?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Why not?" Zhang Yan looked around. How many years had it been since she could calm down and see the human scenery at the foot of the mountain? Qin Pingon said, I won't rush back to the Book Lake immediately for Lu Jimao. I still have my own things to do. Even if I go back, I will only do what I can. Zhang Yan nodded. If we just met and heard this answer, I would be burning with anxiety. But now I'm not in the mood. I don't dare and don't want to force you. Mr. Qin, just do things according to your own ideas. Qin Pingon and Zhang Yan said almost at the same time, we still have to be polite. The two looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Yan straightened her clothes and left. She no longer turned into a rainbow and rode the wind. She walked across the small bridge and slowly left. Qin Pingon took Ma Duyi and Xingyi with him and led the horses through the village's bluestone path. After climbing the mountain, they passed through the gate of Mount Yulul. It was not 1,000 miles away. There was only a small memorial archway, and there was not even a cultivator guarding the door. The cultivators of Mount Falcon had a single lineage. Even if there was more than one lineage in the ancestral hall, they could still be counted on one's fingers. Excluding the consecrators and guests, the true cultivators of Mount Falcon numbered no more than 20. However, on Mount Falcon, there was a place similar to the Heavenly Street of Bronze Leaf Island and the Apes Wailing Street of Chishui City. After all, cultivators cultivated the Tao and used silver to pave the way. This was an unchangeable principle, so Mount Falcon was not too deserted. Qin Pingon looked back. Zhang Yan's figure was already nowhere to be seen. If Zhang Yan did not get the answer she wanted from him, and Lu Jimao was imprisoned and became a prisoner of Palace Willow Island, and was even likely to be decapitated, wouldn't Zhang Yan be disappointed? She would definitely be extremely disappointed. But disappointment was one thing, but what to do after disappointment or how to do it, depended more on one's temperament and skills. Therefore, Qin Pingon respected people like Zhang Yan and Guan Yiran, as well as the ghost general of Shihao Kingdom Huang Lishan and Su Xinzhai, whom he met by chance at the Ling official temple. We never knew when we were walking on the muddy road of suffering, whether we would encounter a bigger storm and snow, whether we would meet one or two good people like a flickering lamp. Qin Pingon invited the ghost who was a cultivator of Guanhai State when he was alive to take a look at Ma Duyi and Xingyi. On the street of Mount Yaluo, Ma Duyi shopped around all the shops, big and small. She compared the goods to 3 different shops. Some were selling spiritual weapons, some were buying. She and Xingyi already had a share of the loot. She would even help Xingyi to come up with a plan. In the current realm, which spiritual weapon should be bought was the most cost-effective. She should not blindly seek for the best and be greedy for the quality. Although Xingyi was picky and often envious, he would still listen to Ma Duyi's advice. Qin Pingon saw this and laughed in his heart. Because it was an immortal shop, some of the treasures that had been eaten for decades or centuries, or had just been bought at a low price were often added to the business of immortals. This was similar to when Qin Pingon bought the painting of the court lady and the great imitation canal yellow sword, and the old shopkeeper gave him 3 small things that didn't cost a copper coin. Every time this happened, the old ghost would come out. Cultivators who had cut themselves off from the mortal world, even if they were merchants, might not be able to judge the quality and value of antiques from the secular dynasties. Therefore, Qin Pingon and his group picked up some leftovers. They returned with a full load. They left Mount Falcon. Qin Pingon still followed the established route, walking on the border of Shihao Kingdom, passing through the cities and passes, fulfilling the last wishes of the otherworldly creatures and ghosts, big or small. However, during this period he kept a close eye on the movements of the Lake of Slips. It was similar to a cultivator in a shop in Mount Falcon buying a stack of old imperial newspapers at a low price. The news about the Lake of Slips was mostly trivial. In April, when the water was too small to be full, if he were in the small town of Lizhu Wonderland, he would have to be very careful about the competition for water in the fields. Otherwise, it would affect the annual harvest. When Qin Pingon was about to return to the Lake of Slips, he received an Immortals Imperial newspaper that was widely circulated in the north of Shihao Kingdom, which recorded several big news. The general of the other Dali cavalry, Cao Yao, was extremely bold in using his troops. He took the risk and divided his troops into 3 groups, leaving only the middle army to stay in the same place to confront the army of the Zhou Ying dynasty at the border. The other 2 cavalry groups successively broke through 2 vassal states of the Zhou Ying dynasty. Of course, they didn't annex them. Instead, they completely scattered the field troops of the two vassal states that could be freely deployed. Many troops could only shrink, relying on the big cities and towns to form their own camps, trapped in a corner. This gave Cao Yao's cavalry more freedom. The refugees of the two countries crazily poured into the border of the Zhou dynasty. Envoys from the vassal states' temples constantly went to the capital of Zhou dynasty. They cried for their parents, kowtowed and bled, and begged the Zhou army to save the people, so that they could decisively attack and fight the barbarians of the Dali outside the city. Because of this, the general who guarded the border of Zhou and confronted Cao Yao was criticized. The infamy of his cowardice spread throughout the Zhou dynasty. There was even a rumor that he had secret dealings with the Dali. The Zhou dynasty was forced to be divided into two camps, the main camp and the main camp. The civil and military were mixed together on and off the mountain. In the court, the Zhou emperor was so angry that he directly flicked his sleeves and dismissed the court to discuss the matter later. This was only a major event in the human world. Then in the recent summer, a shocking event happened on the mountain. Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple found the great cultivator from another continent who was temporarily cultivating in the central area of the Aquarius continent, the Lord of Heaven Xianxia of the North continent. After the battle, Wei Jin left the Aquarius continent alone and went to the inverted mountain on his sword. There were only a few spectators in the battle on the mountain. The outcome of the battle on the mountain was not leaked. But since Xianxia continued to stay in the Aquarius continent, the Taoist Lord of Heaven who had already angered the people of the Aquarius continent definitely did not lose. However, even if Wei Jin could not defeat Xianxia with one sword, the cultivators of the Aquarius continent did not have any complaints about the land sword celestial who had just entered the upper 5 states. They only felt honored as a cultivator of the same continent. The sword cultivators of the Aquarius continent were especially proud. This was a major event on the mountain that attracted the attention of the entire continent. Among them, there was also a matter that attracted the attention of a mountain in the central area of the Aquarius continent. A cultivator from the martial arts mountain named Ma Kuxuan, who was not even 20 years old and had only cultivated for a few years, had unexpectedly killed 2 golden core sword cultivators in 2 battles. It was said that Ma Kuxuan had hidden his trump card. The Zhou dynasty chose to remain silent because Ma Kuxuan's guardian of the martial arts mountain and the members of the royal family of the Zhou dynasty were watching from the side. There was no problem with Ma Kuxuan's attack. It was just an honorable. For a time, Ma Kuxuan's name spread throughout the entire Aquarius continent. After the young full moon, especially during the rainy season, there was a lot of dampness and evil qi. Whether it was a cultivator or an ordinary teacher, they all had to pay attention to nurture the yang qi and resist the dampness and evil qi. When Qin Pingan and the other 2 rode north, they took a route to the east of the capital of the Shihao kingdom. When they went south, they changed their route. On this day in the heavy rain, Qin Pingan and the other 2 rested in a dilapidated pavilion with their horses. Qin Pingan's heart skipped a beat. The wooden box in his sleeve trembled and was slightly hot. Unexpectedly, a messenger flying sword that should never have appeared had arrived. Lu Zhimao had already been detained in the water dungeon. It was impossible for him to have the ability to control his own small sword to send a message to him under the eyes of Lu Laoqing and that group of strange cultivators. Qin Pingan even planned to ignore it. But after weighing the pros and cons, he carefully put away the messenger flying sword that was indeed Lu Zhimao and opened the restriction on the flying sword. The secret letter only had 3 sentences. You have to be careful on this trip back to the Book Lake. The reason for this warning has nothing to do with you, Qin Pingan, and it has nothing to do with our established business. It is purely because I can't stand some people's faces. To show my sincerity, I borrowed Lu Zhimao's flying sword. Intercept the flying sword, there is no need to reply. After Qin Pingan put away the wooden box, he fell into deep thought. There was no doubt that it was the work of Lu Laoqing of Palace Willow Island. But as to why it was so, it was worth pondering. Lu Laoqing's honest warning was definitely not the superficial change of the situation at the Book Lake. There was no need for Lu Laoqing to tell Qin Pingan about it. Qin Pingan was not blind or deaf, and Zhang Yi had come to inform him. With Lu Laoqing's meticulousness and ambition, he would not waste his breath on this kind of thing. Then Lu Laoqing's so-called warning and caution must be more subtle. It was very likely that it was related to Qin Pingon himself. Qin Pingon stood at the edge of the constantly leaking small pavilion and looked at the gloomy curtain of rain outside. Now there was a worse result waiting for him. Zhang Yi had escaped from the Book Lake with the help of the hidden secret passage of the Verdant Canyon Island. It might have been within the expectations and calculations of some people behind the scenes. But why didn't they directly attack Gu Can and the Spring Court Mansion? Why didn't they choose a simpler and more effective method to force him to rush to the Book Lake? Why didn't they directly kill him? Qin Pingon sighed and murmured, "Is it another battle of the Great Path? Then it makes sense that it wasn't a sect from the Aquarius continent. Was it the Tongyi sect where Du Mao was? Taiping Mountain, definitely not it. The first sect I passed by in the Tongyi continent, the Fushir sect? But I was just passing by with Lu Tai at that time. There should be no conflict between us. The Battle of the Great Path also has a difference in strength and width. The other party must be a cultivator of the upper 5 states to be able to chase me all the way to the Aquarius continent. So the possibility of it being the Fushir sect is not high." Qin Pingon frowned, "But it doesn't look like the old Abbey Dean with the supreme Taoist power. The Great Path on his side shouldn't be so small." Qin Pingon suddenly turned his head and said, "Xing Yi Ma Di, you don't have to accompany me back to the Book Lake. Go directly to the border of the Shihao Kingdom and Meiyu Kingdom and wait for me at Liuxia Pass." Xing Yi wanted to say something, but Ma Di pulled his sleeve. Qin Pingon turned back and continued to look at the curtain of rain. They parted at the pavilion. He rode south alone. The thick green cotton robe was replaced by a thin, fitting green shirt. Qin Pingon arrived at Green Tong City in the boundary of the Book Lake without any trouble. Green Tong City was, after all, a power at the edge of the Book Lake. The undercurrents and changes at the Book Lake, as well as Su Gaoshan's shocking words and actions at Pond City, to the local residents of Green Tong City, whether they were the idle cultivators who could not establish their own sects or the commoners who were begging for food, the bigger the matter, the quieter it was. Because under the general trend, what else could they do if they did not accept their fate? It was especially so for the local ordinary people. The outside world was so chaotic. Even if they had some savings, where could they move to? Did they dare to? Green Tong City had many delicacies. Qin Pingon randomly found a bun shop and was pleasantly surprised. He bought 2 buns. He loved them, so he bought 2 more. It had been a long time since Qin Pingon felt 90% full. The shop was newly opened and the shopkeeper was very young. He was not a teenager. Business was good. On his way from Green Tong City to Pond City around the border of the Book Lake, Qin Pingon inquired about some news. Compared with the war-torn Shihao Kingdom, the gossip here was obviously closer to the truth. More than half a year had passed at the familiar ferry in Pond City, but the ferry was still quietly tied to the shore. Even though Lu Jimao had completely lost his power on the Verdant Canyon Island, his identity as the first minister of offerings still carried some weight. On the way here he left the horse at an inn. Qin Pingon gave the inn a sum of money and asked them to feed it. The third finger represented the great heat. Steam rose from the entire Book Lake, making it look like a huge steamer. It was hard to imagine that when he left the Book Lake, this place was still full of snow-white landscape paintings. Qin Pingon returned to the Verdant Canyon Island alone. After stopping the boat and crossing the mountain gate, the old cultivator at the gate was still listless. When he saw the accountant returning to the Verdant Canyon Island, he was still smiling. For example, Island Master Lu Jimao's disappearance, the ruined Hengbo Mansion, and Commander De Li's lashing of the Scroll Lake didn't affect this old cultivator's leisurely days. Qin Pingon greeted the old cultivator, chatted for a while and opened the door. There was nothing unusual except for some dust. Before leaving the Verdant Canyon Island, he had said that this place did not need to be cleaned. Qin Pingon first went to the Hengbo Mansion, which had become ruins and could no longer be rebuilt. He stood at the edge of the ruins and was silent for a moment. Then he turned around and walked to the Spring Court Mansion. Now the Verdant Canyon Island was leaderless. Xianxia, who could barely maintain the situation, had disappeared. Lord Tianhu, Lu Jimao's first disciple on the plain-scale island, was actually in seclusion because of this matter. In addition, Gukin had lost his little loach. Yu Gui, the first minister of offerings on the vassal islands, and some of Lu Jimao's disciples and the ministers of offerings on the vassal islands, were now secretly communicating with each other. During this time the Spring Court Mansion seemed to be prosperous without Hengbo Mansion and Lu Jimao, but in fact it was quite torturous. Even if the sky fell there would be a higher place to hold it up. Now that Lu Jimao was like this, who would be next? Everyone in the Spring Court Mansion, no matter how ignorant they were of the general situation, knew what was going on. Gu Kan's mother was already waiting at the main entrance with 2 young and beautiful maidservants. The spies in the Spring Court Mansion still had some spies. The woman walked quickly to Qin Pingon and said softly, "Ping, and why are you getting thinner?" Qin Pingon sighed in his heart, but he still smiled and said, "I've been wandering around the Shizhao kingdom and often slept in the open. But I'm used to it, so it's fine. Where's Gu Kan?" The woman smiled and said, "After you left the Verdant Canyon Island he liked to walk alone on the island. I don't know where he is now. A dog can't stop itself from eating sh*t. He's been like this since he was young. Every time it's mealtime I have to shout at him loudly. Now I can't do it anymore. No matter how loud I shout, Tinkin can't hear me when she's far away." Auntie wasn't used to it at first. Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. "Then I'll wait for him here. Once we're done talking I'll leave the book lake immediately." The woman was disappointed. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Qin Pingon nodded. The woman chatted with Qin Pingon, mostly reminiscing about the past. Qin Pingon also talked about Ma Kushuan's recent situation in the Mud Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley. The woman sighed with emotion. She didn't expect that the little fool who was bullied back then would be so successful now. It was a pity that Granny Ma, who had the worst mouth, couldn't see her grandson's good side and didn't have a life of happiness. Speaking of this, the woman seemed to be reminded of the past. She turned her head and wiped the corners of her eyes with a silk handkerchief. About an hour later, Gu Kan slowly returned to the Spring Court Mansion. He saw his mother and Qin Pingon waiting at the door. Gu Kan, who was as tall as a young man from the northern land, the devil incarnate of the Book Lake who made people forget his real age, still didn't speed up. When he reached the door, Gu Kan greeted the woman, then looked straight at Qin Pingon and said softly, "You're back?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "I've heard about what happened on the Verdant Canyon Island. There are some things I need to tell you." The woman tactfully said goodbye and left. Qin Pingon led Gu Kan to the ruins of the Hengbo Mansion and said slowly, "The more chaotic it is, the more you can't be impatient. It's not advisable to make mistakes in a hurry." Gu Kan nodded. Qin Pingon asked, "Did you know that Yuan of Huangxing Island has joined Dali's side?" Gu Kan still nodded. "I heard that there are no walls in the world that don't have ears. After meeting you last time, LV Kaisang didn't come even once. Instead Han Jingling and Huang He came to the Verdant Canyon Island after Su Gaoshan showed up and Lu Jimao got into trouble. Huang He even wanted to enter your house to take a look but I refused. He didn't look too good at that time." Qin Pingon glanced at Gu Kan. Gu Kan smiled. "I know I'm not smart but I'm not that stupid, right?" Qin Pingon nodded. "Don't be disappointed in people like Han Jingling and Huang He. That would be stupid. At the same time, don't be disappointed in LV Kaisang. She's not smart enough. You're true friends. Since you are friends, you should put yourself in her shoes and consider her situation. LV Kaisang also has her own sect and responsibilities. True friends should be more considerate. The world is complicated, so don't expect perfection. It's best if you have it, but if you don't, then keep your feelings to yourself. Maybe one day in the future a best friend will come to you. At that time it won't be too late to drink to your heart's content." Gu Kan was silent. Qin Pingon, "Isn't it too late for me to listen to your reasoning now?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "It's not too late." Gu Kan said, "But I'm still the same Gu Kan. What should I do?" Qin Pingon said, "A little better is a little better. One more reason is better." The two didn't say anything else. They walked to the old site of the Hengbo Manor that was in ruins. Qin Pingon asked, "Do you want to leave the Lake of Slips with me? We'll come back just like I did this time." Gu Kan asked, "Then what about my mother?" Qin Pingon didn't give an answer. He only gave a choice. Gu Kan shook his head. "I know you're doing this for my own good, but I won't leave. I won't feel at ease if I leave. Even if I'm useless here, I won't be able to live with myself if I leave just like this. I've already let you down and I've let the little loach down. I can't let my mother down as well. I still won't regret it. Qin Pingon, if you want to scold me, scold me. Qin Pingon didn't insist on his own opinion, nor did he scold Gukan. Gukan felt a little strange. Qin Pingon folded his hands in his sleeves. He looked at the puzzled Gukan and said softly, "Has Qin Pingon ever scolded the little slug of Mud Bottle Alley?" Gukan smiled. He also cried. So that's how it is. Qin Pingon's reasoning is so simple. "453. Qin Pingon's trip to the Verdant Gorge Island was hurried, and he left in a hurry. In fact, whether Gukan stayed or left did not affect the overall situation. In fact, Qin Pingon could not change much. There were some things behind the scenes, whether it was the actions of Dolly Su Gaoshan, the changes in the Book Lake, or the plan of the cultivators of Willow Island. As long as Qin Pingon was unwilling to leave the central part of the Aquarius continent, it did not matter where Gukan was. However, if Gukan was willing to stay on the Verdant Gorge Island and guard the Spring Court Mansion, it was the best. Qin Pingon rowed the boat and left. Disembarking at the Green Tong City, the ferry passed by the Furong Mountain that had been demolished by the ancestral hull. When the fire dragon appeared, its arrogance soared to the sky, and it was not inferior to the loach's ability to overturn the river and pour the water. Those who were at a high enough level in the Book Lake mistakenly thought that it was Gukan's great Dao enemy. Once it appeared, a battle between water and fire would break out. However, they did not expect that the group of foreigners who were rumored to be Dolly's clingy men would choose to withdraw and leave. However, there was no lack of excitement after that. The suspicious green-clothed woman who was shrouded in clouds and mist and a strange young man with a mole between his eyebrows joined forces to kill the 9th-level sword cultivator of the Zhou dynasty. It was said that not only did the cultivator's physical body become food, even his nascent soul was detained. This meant that the two old cultivators, who looked like a young man and a young woman, held back a lot of their strength during the pursuit, which made people even more afraid. There was a world of difference between defeating an earthly immortal and killing an earthly immortal. After Qin Pingon went ashore, he took back the horse from the inn and went to the shabby alley to buy a few meat buns with thin skin and stuffing. After a full meal, he then hurried to the southeast border of the Stone Hair Kingdom that bordered the Meili Kingdom. The mountain pass was called Stay, and it was a little famous in history. There were many different opinions. Some said that the founding emperor of the Zhou dynasty had once been here and succeeded in persuading the advisor of the Han tribe, who was praised as having half an achievement, to stay. Others said that the most powerful Yuanying sword cultivator in the history of the Zhou dynasty was disheartened and could not comprehend Dao there. In the end, he was still unable to become a sword celestial of the upper 5 states. He used a sharp sword chi to write the words "Stay" on the cliff. This made the sword cultivators in the central part of the Aquarius continent, as well as many Jianghu swordsmen, regard the small mountain pass of the vassal state as a sacred place in their hearts. They would all go there to admire the 2 words "Stay" on the cliff. Before autumn, Qin Pingon rushed to Liuxiao Pass and met up with Xing Yi and Ma Duyi, who had been waiting for a long time. Seeing the familiar figure of Mr. Qin and his horse, Ma Duyi and Xing Yi were obviously relieved. At first, the two of them felt quite comfortable without Qin Pingon beside them. Xing Yi was carrying the Yama Palace in the bamboo box. In times of danger, he could reluctantly invite a few Immortals Cave realm ghosts who were personally appointed by Qin Pingon to walk in the Stone Hair Kingdom's Jianghu. As long as they did not show off, it was enough. Therefore, Xing Yi and Ma Duyi were unrestrained at first. But as they walked, they felt a little jittery. Even if they only saw the Dolly scouts wandering in the wilderness, they would still be afraid. At that time, they realized that it was very different without Mr. Qin by their side. With Mr. Qin there were rules, but the man and the ghost were at ease. Xing Yi and Ma Duyi had talked about this feeling in private, but they could not come to a conclusion. They only felt that Mr. Chen's cultivation was not only high. At the historical site of Liuxiao Pass, they raised their heads and looked at the huge characters carved on the cliff. They also noticed that Mr. Qin had gone to Book Slip Lake alone. After he returned, he became more and more worried. Qin Pingon also noticed this. After thinking about it, he looked away and said frankly to them, Before coming here I took 2 jade tokens and wanted to see Dolly Su Gaoshan. But I didn't get to see him. Xingyi did not think too much about it. He just felt a little disappointed for Mr. Chen. But Ma Di knew that the clouds were treacherous and there must be hidden dangers. Qin Pingon tried to use a casual tone and said with a smile, "There are many things that you will never know the answer to if you don't touch it. As long as you make a choice there will be good and bad. This is the result of the bad. Not only did we not get to see Su Gaoshan, we may not have alerted the enemy, but this Dolly general will definitely worry about us. So we must be more careful from now on. If any of you accidentally see Dolly's cultivators on the way to Meili, just pretend you didn't see them. Don't worry, we won't have to worry about our lives." Although Xingyi nodded, he could not help but feel worried. Ma Duyi, on the other hand, was as open-minded as the world. He laughed and said, "As long as we don't get chased by Dolly's cavalry I don't care. If you want to look then look. We won't get away with a single copper coin." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "You two just need to compliment each other." Ma Diyi glared. "Mr. Qin, don't play matchmaker. I don't like Xingyi." Xingyi smiled innocently. He did not dare to say that he did not like Ma Diyi either. At the foot of the cliff there were only a few people. Most of them were traveling merchants from the Shihao Kingdom and the Meili Kingdom who needed to pass the test. Most of them were young and hoped that they could show off their wealth when they returned home. As for the older merchants and Jianghu veterans, they had already seen the 2 words "stay" on the cliff countless times. Just as Qin Pingon and the other 2 turned their horses around, a group of Jianghu swordsmen rushed over. They dismounted and took down their swords. Facing the 2 words on the cliff, they bowed respectfully. Among them, the elder loudly told the rest of the young disciples about the history of this ancient site. Of course, he also said a few words of praise for the people who use swords. The young men and women listened in high spirits, their emotions surging. Most of them had left their masters and came to Jianghu to gain experience. Qin Pingon could naturally see the depth of the elder. He was a level 5 martial artist with a good foundation. In a vassal state like Meili Nation he should be a famous Jianghu veteran. However, unless the old swordsman encountered a great opportunity, he would have no hope of reaching level 6. Because of the exhaustion of his qi and blood, he seemed to have fallen ill. His soul was unstable, making the bottleneck of level 5 even more indestructible. If he met a younger martial artist of the same level, he would naturally be afraid of the strong. When they met in Jianghu, most of them just brushed past each other. The 3 rode far away. The old man turned his head and looked at the backs of the 3 riders. One of them was a slender young girl whose eyebrows had slightly grown. She asked, "Master, the one wearing a green robe with a sword and a saber hanging on his waist is obviously someone from Jianghu. Is he a hidden master?" The elder smiled. "Just because he's in green with a sword doesn't mean that he's a sword immortal." They all mounted their horses and continued on their way. The Meili Kingdom was relatively peaceful, but the neighboring Stone Hair Kingdom was in chaos. Previously, an honest and upright official from the Stone Hair Kingdom, who had a good relationship with his sect, sent a secret letter saying that there was a powerful eunuch from the Stone Hair Kingdom who wanted to kill him and implicate the innocent. The loyal official, who was as famous as the courageous imperial censor in the Shihao nation's imperial court, said in the letter that he was willing to stay in the capital and be buried with the nation. He wanted the Dali barbarians to know that there were still a few scholars in Shihao nation who were not afraid of death. However, he hoped that his Jianghu friends could escort the local family members to Meili nation to seek refuge. Then he could go on with peace of mind. After Liuxiao Pass, the place where the horses stepped on was the territory of Shihao nation. There was a sentence in the official's letter that was written in heavy handwriting. When the old Jianghu martial artist and his fellow disciples read it, they all sighed with emotion. That was why he brought his disciples to take the risk and rode the horses in Jianghu without hesitation. The Han family is mellow and honest. Generations of emperors valued literary heroes and raised scholars for 200 years. They never mistreated scholars. We scholars should not let the Han family down. The elder sat on the horse and sighed in his heart. The Dali Iron Cavalry was now pressuring the Meili nation's army. The world was vast. Was it so difficult to find a place for the common people to settle down and a place for the scholars to be at ease? This experienced Jianghu man, who was used to bloody storms and ups and downs, had an unspeakable thought deep in his heart. If only the barbarians of the Great Li dynasty could take down the Zhou dynasty as soon as possible. After the chaos, there might be an opportunity for the Great Era. No matter what, it would be better than the few cavalry troops of the Great Li dynasty, who were like a few knives that made a hole in the vassal states of the Zhou dynasty. They had been cutting flesh with blunt knives. Wouldn't it be the common people who suffered? Without mentioning anything else, the barbarians of Great Li were merciless on the battlefield when they attacked the territories of various countries. Their speed of killing was fast. However, if one were to shift their gaze to the north in the past few years, the smoke of war had gradually dissipated in the north of the Aquarius continent. Countless fleeing commoners had returned to their homeland one after another. The civil officials of Great Li who were stationed in various places had done many personal things. But this kind of nonsense that was destined to be wrong once it was said, the old man could only use mouthful after mouthful of old wine to water it. On the other side, 3 horses galloped. As usual, they helped the otherworldly item ghosts to fulfill their wishes. Then, Zheng Yi and Ma Duyi were in charge of the porridge and medicine shop. But Meili Nation was considered stable and did not do much. The world was in chaos and the world was not good. The common people were ignorant and fearful, but there was nothing they could do. Qin Pingon and the others came across a strange incident by a stream in the wilderness. A group of bandits were actually looking at a middle-aged Taoist who was lying on a huge rock in the water with a worried frown on his face. The skinny middle-aged Taoist was born in the Zhou dynasty. He was now in the Immortal's cave state. He originally thought that the world was in chaos and as a Taoist he should go down the mountain to help the common people. He did not expect to meet a hemp-clothed sorcerer who was proficient in physiognomy. In the end, the sorcerer was told that he was a pitiful person who was destined to die young and starve for a lifetime. The middle-aged Taoist was very sad and began to wait for death. The group of horse bandits who had just entered the country from Shihao Nation had just made a deal and received a lot of money. They stopped their horses by the stream and saw this strange person who was about to die. They almost killed the middle-aged Taoist with a knife. Unexpectedly, the Taoist was very happy and begged them to be faster. The young horse bandit muttered in his heart and did not dare to use his knife. The Taoist was determined to die. He lectured the bandits who were used to robbing and robbing. He talked about blessings and misfortunes. After all, he was an immortal of the middle 5 states in the eyes of the people at the foot of the mountain. He was also an immortal master of the archives. He was knowledgeable and eloquent. Surprisingly, he did not make the bandits angry. Instead, he scared the bandits. They looked at each other and persuaded the middle-aged Taoist not to commit suicide. Therefore Qin Pingon saw this scene. The horse bandits had no intention of killing and robbing at this moment. Moreover, they did not think that the 3 riders were easy to bully, so they deliberately turned a blind eye. Qin Pingon did not care. He stopped the horse to wash the horse's nose and started a fire to cook. He did whatever he needed to do. The middle-aged Taoist saw that the horse bandits did not kill him. With the body of the Immortal's cave state, he would not die in a short time. Therefore he just lay on the rock and waited for death. If the horse bandits coveted the 3 people's wealth, the middle-aged Taoist would certainly stop them. Before he died, he would accumulate a small amount of good karma. In his next life he would be reincarnated into a good body. At least he would live longer and continue to cultivate. Qin Pingon squatted by the river with a bowl of rice. It was almost time for the other side to eat. A hot-tempered young horse bandit caught sight of Qin Pingon's line of sight. He stared at Qin Pingon and said, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen heroes eat?" A horse bandit leader kindly went to the rock and handed a bowl of rice to the middle-aged Taoist. He said that it was not a good idea to wait for death. It was better to eat. If there was thunder one day, they could go to the top of the mountain or under the tree and try to see if there was a possibility of being struck by thunder. Only then would it be a clean end. Hearing this, the middle-aged Taoist thought that it made sense. He wondered if he should go to the market to buy a big iron chain. However, he still did not take the bowl of rice. He said that he was not hungry and began to nag. He persuaded the horse bandit that since they were so kind, why not be a good person instead of a horse bandit? Now that the mountain was in chaos, it was better for them to be armed escorts. The horse bandit leader was a little tempted. He took the bowl of rice and left the giant rock in the river. He went back to discuss with his brothers. Qin Pingon felt that it was interesting. After finishing the rice in the bowl, Qin Pingon tiptoed and floated to the giant rock. Wearing a green robe, his sleeves fluttered and he landed beside the middle-aged Taoist. The young horse bandit almost spat out the rice in his mouth. However, he was slapped on the head by the horse bandit leader. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen heroes in Jianghu?" Qin Pingon sat cross-legged on the giant rock and smiled. "Why do you want to die?" The middle-aged Taoist was actually a kind person. He closed his eyes and said softly, "If one is destined to die, there is no hope for the Tao. Why not die?" Qin Pingon smiled. "Do you know that there is a serious scripture that is highly respected by Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism? Well, it is the ancient book that is called the head of all scriptures. There is a saying that, the Tao is 50, the heaven gives 49 and man escapes from 1? The middle-aged Taoist nodded. The number of Dian is 50, but 49 are used. We say that one is born too, and all things are born. Qin Pingon said, "Once the devil barrier comes, the cultivators will have a hard time. Even if you have millions of soldiers, it is difficult to defeat the enemy in your heart." The middle-aged Taoist sat up and sighed. "I know the truth, but I am just an ordinary cave-dwelling realm cultivator. How can I dare to hope that the Tao is in me? I'm really scared. After thinking for a long time, I still can't break through the barrier in my heart. I can only hope for the next life." Qin Pingon glanced at the horse bandit in the mountain and nodded. Indeed, it is easy to break the bandits in the mountain but difficult to break the bandits in the heart. It is all the same. The middle-aged Taoist forced a smile. "I appreciate your kindness." A skinny middle-aged Taoist and a haggard young man. They were strangers who met by chance. Both sides stopped talking and said their goodbyes. There was no more exchange of words. The group of horse bandits felt relieved, especially the young horse bandit. He felt that he had just taken a trip around the gates of hell. Xingyi could not understand the middle-aged Taoist's thoughts. When they were far away, he asked softly, "Mr. Qin, is there really someone in the world who is willing to wait for death?" Qin Pingon nodded. "On the path of cultivation there are all kinds of strange things. That Taoist, according to Buddhism, only by killing yourself will you have the chance to use the rod. Otherwise, even if you are an eminent monk, once you use the rod, you will not be able to achieve Buddhahood. You will only make your head hurt and cry out in pain." The two of you, have you heard of a Buddhist case? An eminent monk said, "The heart is like a mirror. Constantly wiping it clean, don't let dust fall." Another monk said, "Originally there is nothing, where does dust fall?" These two gathas, do you think there is a difference between the two? Xingyi shook his head. "I don't understand these." Ma Diyi smiled. "Of course the latter is better." Qin Pingon sighed softly. "Perhaps the latter is higher in Buddhism, but the former is a ferry that everyone in the world can sit on. Only when the person who is ferrying puts down the bamboo wormwood in his hand, stands up and goes ashore, and finally takes the step of getting off the boat, can it be said that he has comprehended the latter. Gradual comprehension is the foundation of epiphany. There is actually a sequence in this. In life, the mirror of the heart is covered with dust. If it is not wiped, it will accumulate and become dull. How can there be a Buddha who is born to reach the other shore?" Qin Pingon smiled and added, "Both gathas are good and correct. The reason why I am chatting with you is because when I was traveling to Qingwan, I heard scholars talking about Buddhism. They were very disdainful of the former and only praised the latter. In addition, in some books that are similar to the writings of scholars, they like to treat the former with derogatory words. I don't think it is very good." Ma Diyi smiled. "I rarely heard Mr. Qin talk about Buddhism. So you have already dabbled in it. Mr. Qin, you are really well read. I am very impressed." Ma Diyi made a face. I can't even continue." Qin Pingon smiled. "This shows that your flattery skills are not good enough." After that, the three of them saw a place of historical interest. It was an ownerless deep pool. It was autumn and the air was bitterly cold. On the stone wall, there was a vermilion cliff carving that could not be found in the county records. The ancient wall is painted with dragon gold. Rain workers ride into the autumn pool. The three of them looked up. There were indeed traces of painting on the wall. They could vaguely see the shape of a dragon. Beside their feet the pool was green and there were no fish or prawns. Qin Pingon retracted his gaze and reached his hand into the pool. The cold air made him think of the shop of the Ruan family built by the river in his hometown. He was attracted to the gloomy water in the Dragon Whisker River. This deep pool was actually suitable for refining swords. It was just that he did not know why there were no sword cultivators here. Qin Pingon quickly withdrew his hand. It turned out that the cold energy in the water wasn't pure at all. It was mixed with a lot of evil and foul energy, making it seem like a mess. Although it wasn't enough to immediately harm one's body, it was still far from the word pure. No wonder this was a great taboo for cultivators when refining swords. There must have been a story here in the early years. It was probably like the Eagle Fortress and Upper Balcony in Tongye Continent. After that, Qin Pingon traveled to Meli country. He passed through the countryside and the county town. There were children who were not used to seeing horses and hid in the depths of the reed flowers. From time to time he would also encounter seemingly ordinary traveling cultivators. There were also lively wedding processions on the streets of the county town with gongs and drums. Thousands of miles away they crossed mountains and rivers. Qin Pingon and the others accidentally came across the ruins of a deserted tomb. They found an ancient sword that was buried in the tombstone and only had the sword hilt. After thousands of years, the sword was still full of sword aura. At first glance they knew that it was not an ordinary spiritual weapon. It was just that it had not been nourished for a long time and was on the verge of collapse. Ma Di wanted to take it with him. After all, it was an ownerless object. After some refinement it might be sold for a good price. However, Qin Pingon did not agree. He said that this was a spiritual weapon used by a Taoist to suppress the feng shui of this place. It could suppress the evil and evil air so that it would not spread everywhere and become a disaster. As an otherworldly item, how could Ma Di not see it? He just did not care. He smiled and said, "Then let's pull out the ancient sword. If the deserted tomb is really haunted by demons, we might as well subdue them and get the spiritual weapon. Won't it be the best of both worlds?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "It's too old to be clear. How do you know that there are no difficulties and twists in this?" Ma Di complained, "Mr. Qin is good at everything. It's just that you don't do things in a straightforward manner." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Even a child with weak strength can break a bowl of porcelain. That's also a straightforward manner. Xingyi can do it. That group of horse thieves, Xingyi can do it. You can do it too. Of course it's easier for me." Qin Pingon sighed and said, "The convergence of people's hearts is a very scary thing. Ancient temples are lonely. If one enters alone and burns incense and worships Buddha, one will feel reverence. However, if it is noisy and crowded with people, one might not necessarily be afraid. To put it in a more extreme way, one might say that cutting gold leaf from Buddha's body will be done if someone takes the lead." Qin Pingon rode through the mass graves. Suddenly he looked back and there was no one around. Once they stopped by a lake in the mountains to rest. Xingyi picked up stones to play with the water. Ma Di chose a secluded place alone. He took off his boots and stretched his hands into the cold water. His face was full of smiles. Just then a dragonfly circled around and flew up to scratch his head. Ma Di stopped and wanted the dragonfly to stay for a while. In the distance, a young woodcutter with a bundle of firewood on his shoulder happened to pass by. He stopped and looked at him in a daze. He mistook him for a fairy. The young man admired him but felt ashamed. Ma Di reached out to chase away the dragonfly. He turned his head and reached out to twist the fox fur at his temples. He wanted to suddenly pull it off to scare the dumbfounded country boy. In the end, Qin Pingon threw a pebble at her which broke her finger. Ma Di turned around in a fit of anger. His legs swayed and splashed countless water. The young man ran away quickly. He did not want to tell his peers in the village that he saw such a beautiful fairy sister by the lake. He just wanted to keep it in his heart. In a bustling county, even Qin Pingon, who was used to seeing things, felt that it was an eye-opener. There was a drunken scholar who ran wildly. His clothes did not cover his body. His chest was bare and his steps were swaying. He was very heroic. He asked his servant to carry a bucket filled with ink. The scholar used his head as a pen to write on the street. There were also servants at the end of the street. Beside them were buckets filled with well water. They were just waiting for their master to go crazy so that they could clean up the mess and clean up. It was not tiring work. It was just that they were always looked down on. They were angry with the bookish master but did not dare to say anything. When he asked the people, he found out that he was a county magistrate with a scholarly title. Qin Pingon stopped the horse by the street. He saw the county magistrate sitting on the road exhausted. He turned his head and saw the young man who reeked of alcohol. He was covered in wine and ink stains. The smell was very strange. He slapped the street with his palm and laughed loudly. I respect the gods with calligraphy. May I ask if the gods have the courage to give me a few pointers? Where are the ancient sages? Come, drink with me. The young man suddenly wailed. I once saw the princess fighting with the bearers in the capital and accidentally learned the true meaning of calligraphy. I saw the princess picking flowers in the temple and learned the meaning of calligraphy. Your Highness, please take a look at the words I wrote for you. Zheng Yi was stunned. Mr. Qin, what did this guy write? I don't recognize a single word. Qin Pingon held back his laughter and pointed at the street. He said softly, it's a wild cursive, a poem of resentment. As for the content of the cursive, the sentence he just wrote was the moon shines through the window, the autumn ripples are about to slip away, drinking wine with the gentleman. He probably imagined writing a love poem for himself in the tone of the woman he admires. However, these words are really well written. They can't be any better. I've never seen such good cursive writing. I've seen experts in regular script and running script, but this is the first time I've seen such a level of cursive writing. In the end, Qin Pingon said, don't think that the county magistrate is talking nonsense. His words really have the meaning of the gods. It's only because the spiritual energy here is thin that the door gods and ghosts can't exist. Otherwise they would really show themselves and bow down to him. Qin Pingon suddenly laughed. He led the horse and strode forward towards the bookworm, who was drunk on the street and had tears in his eyes. Let's go and buy as many copybooks as we can from him. This business is definitely profitable. It's much better than you guys picking up scraps. But the premise is that we can live for hundreds of years. Zheng Yi and Ma Duyi looked at each other, thinking that Mr. Qin must have also lost his mind. Qin Pingon came to the scholar who was lying on his back and asked with a smile, I have wine that doesn't lose to the wine brewed by immortals. Can I buy some words from you? The man's eyes were hazy and he shook his head. Beg me? Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. I beg you. That person suddenly burst into tears. You're not the princess, so why are you begging me? Why do I need you to beg me? Let's go, I won't sell you my words, not a single word. Qin Pingon turned to look at Ma Duyi. When everyone's eyes followed, he shook his wrist and took out a bottle of immortal wine from Betail Ferry. He loosened the reins and opened the mud seal. He squatted down and handed the bottle to the scholar. You can decide whether you want to sell it or not after you drink my wine. If you still don't want to sell it after you drink it, take it as a tribute to your calligraphy on the street. That person sat up and took the wine jug. He tilted his head back and gulped down the wine in one gulp. He threw the empty jug aside and stood up shakily. He grabbed Qin Pingon's arm and asked, Is there any more wine? Qin Pingon smiled and said, Yes, but not much is left. The man said happily, Let's go to that broken government office. I'll write for you. You can have as much as you want as long as there's enough wine. Ma Duyi rolled his eyes. Where's the backbone of a scholar? Zheng Yi was a little happy. It was rare to see Mr. Qin in such a good mood. When they arrived at the government office, the scholar pushed away the messy books on the desk and asked his servant to bring him rice paper. He spread it out and grinded the ink. Qin Pingon put down a bottle of wine beside the scholar's hand. The walls were full of crazy cursive calligraphy that even the scholar himself could not recognize after he woke up. After drinking the wine, the scholar hiccuped and asked, Tell me, what do you want me to write? Give it to some knowledgeable general or minister. Forget it, I don't want to know. Whatever you want to write, it doesn't count. I'll write whatever I want. The falling paper created clouds and smoke, and the whole hall was full of wind and rain. The scholar really wrote whatever he thought of. He often wrote countless words in one stroke. Zheng Yi always felt that this deal was a loss. In the end, the scholar, who had a good alcohol tolerance but not good alcohol tolerance, wrote more than 10 copybooks of different sizes. He was completely drunk and fell to the ground. Qin Pingon spent a total of 5 bottles of immortal wine, Old Dragon City Osmanthus wine, and Book Lake Wuti wine. The reason why he could drink so much was not because the scholar was really good at drinking, but because he drank less than half a bottle and spilled more than half a bottle. In Ma Di's eyes, it was a waste of resources. Qin Pingan put away the copybooks and left the government office. The three of them led their horses and left. Ma Di could not help but ask, I can see that the calligraphy is good, but is it really that good? These immortal wines are worth a lot of money. If converted to silver, is a copy of cursive calligraphy really worth tens of thousands of silver? Qin Pingan received the copybooks and was very happy. It was as if he had drunk too much wine. He said with certainty, You don't believe me? Then just wait. When you come here again in the future, this street will definitely be famous everywhere. Thousands of years later, even if that scholar passes away, the entire county will bask in his glory and be remembered by future generations. The three of them slowly left the small county. At this time, the people of the county only saw the bookish county captain as a joke. They did not know that the calligraphy masters and countless literati of the future would envy them for being able to see that person's style. This year's Mid-Autumn Festival, Meili Country's families were still reunited. But it was hard to say for Stonehair Country. Next year's Mid-Autumn Festival, Meili Country might end up like Stonehair Country today. There were many monsters in the mountains. Another year's autumn passed and winter came. Just as Qin Pingan was about to finish his tour of the Meili Kingdom and return to Book Slip Lake, one day in a remote mountain range he saw an old ape in rags hanging from a high cliff. Its entire body was wrapped in chains, and when it sensed Qin Pingan's gaze, the old ape grimaced. Although it didn't roar, its ruthless aura was shocking to the core. Near the old ape there was a man-made cave. When Qin Pingan looked over, someone stood up and looked at Qin Pingan. It was a young monk with a withered face. The monk put his palms together and bowed silently to Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan also followed the monk's example and bowed his head and put his palms together. Ma Di asked curiously, What's wrong? Qin Pingan shook his head and did not speak. When they walked out of the mountain, Qin Pingan said, An eminent monk used his great perseverance to subdue a rebellious inner ape that was manifested by his inner demon. Ma Di was amazed. He can manifest his inner demon. Isn't this monk an earth immortal? Qin Pingan nodded. He's an otherworldly expert. On the other side of the grotto, the young monk sat cross-legged on the cushion. He stood up again and strode out of the grotto. Riding the wind, he leaped into the air and stared at the old ape that had gradually calmed down. The old ape's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. There was anger, hatred, pleading, pity, mockery, and so on. The monk turned his head and looked puzzled. Why was his inner ape so strange today? Previously, when it encountered earthly immortal cultivators who rode on swords or the wind, it never took a second look at them. The young monk seemed to understand something and smiled. He lowered his head and put his palms together again. He chanted a Buddhist chant and returned to the cave to continue sitting. An old cultivator with an indifferent expression and dark eyes appeared in the mass grave where the ancient sword was nailed into the tombstone. Underground, Yin-Chi was seething. Even though they sensed that he was most likely an earth immortal of the Yang realm, the malicious ghosts and otherworldly items hiding in the roots of the mountain could not change their natures. They gathered their baleful aura and tried to rush out of the ground. However, every time a malicious ghost surfaced, sword chi would immediately fall like rain. Wails could be heard from underground. Of course, the old cultivator was not afraid of these otherworldly items. He only frowned and muttered to himself, This is strange. You're not afraid of the aura of a golden core that I purposely let out, but you're afraid of a young man who doesn't look like one? It was rare to find a place to stay in an immortal inn. Ma Di leaned back on the soft bedding with an intoxicated expression. He could endure hardships, but he also had to enjoy blessings. Xingyi did not feel anything. He cultivated alone in the room. Qin Pingan asked for an immortal bulletin from the immortal inn. The Meili Kingdom's imperial court also began to quarrel. However, the quarrel was not about whether they should stop the Dali barbarians, but about how to defend their territory. One had to know that this was the decision made by the Meili Kingdom's emperor and ministers when the capital of the Stonehair Kingdom was already in a dangerous situation. The chaotic imperial court of the Stonehair Kingdom finally welcomed a new emperor. It was the vassal King Han Jingling, who had the reputation of virtuous king. He was Huang He's father, a general at the border who did not lose a single soldier on the battlefield. He became the leader of the generals of the Stonehair Kingdom in one fell swoop. He was a friend of the new emperor Han Jingling. He was also appointed as the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. The father and son were in the imperial court together. A large number of Huang family members rose to the sky and controlled the imperial court together. From the capital of the Stonehair Kingdom to other places, there was an endless stream of civil officials and generals who were willing to die. Even if it was just a small matter like pasting the door gods of other countries on their doorsteps, they were still unwilling to do it. Some of the descendants of the family who were unwilling to be killed by their masters secretly pasted the door gods of the Dali, Yuan and Chao clans. Some ruthless ones simply tied up the masters of the family so that they would not run over to tear the door gods and scold them for being unfilial descendants who had let down their ancestors. There were all kinds of people and only they knew the joys and sorrows. In this wonderfully written immortal court bulletin, the trivial matters that were written as entertainment material after a meal, when they truly landed on the heads of those influential families, were matters of life and death and tragedies of broken families and forced families to migrate. Compared to the inconspicuous Stonehair Kingdom, Book Lake was even more earth-shattering and soul-stirring. At the beginning of autumn this year, Zhou Xian began to settle accounts after autumn. The mountains of Book Lake, led by Grain Island, Huangya Island, Qingzhong Tianlao and other islands, surrendered to the Song clan one after another. They were willing to hand over half of their properties and the significant ancestral hall pedigree. Zhou Xian set up a banquet in Pondwater City's Fan Clan Manor. However, it was only in his name. He sent a general under his command who was only a lower third rank, as well as a few cultivators from the various armies, to be in charge of entertaining the heroes. Zhou Xian was not even willing to give face to those local bullies of Book Lake who obediently submitted to him. Qin Pingon was not surprised at all about this. Previously he submitted a name card to the cavalry of Dali with the offering card and the peace card of the Verdant Gorge Island, saying that he wanted to see the general. In the end, Zhou Xian's reply was very straightforward. It sounded like the general's own words, which were only 2 words: get lost. Qin Pingon was not angry or aggrieved. He was just a little helpless. As for the Verdant Gorge Island, which had lost Lu Jimao, they were not willing to fall behind. The forces led by Lord Tian Hu of the White Scale Island and Yu Hui of the Jindan stage, as well as several Jindan stage cultivators who were powerful enough in Book Lake, also sat in the mansion of the Fan family in Pondwater City during the banquet. However, their seats were not at the front. They were not even as good as the Tianlao Island. These were the wild cultivators of the Book Lake. They dared to risk their lives and could admit defeat. When the situation was good, they could be the ancestor. When the situation was bad, they could be the grandson. Qin Pingon guessed that there were also some island cultivators who were unwilling to hand over half of their properties. However, there was no need for the cavalry of Dali and the accompanying cultivators to do anything. The forces including Tan Yuani of the Grain Island and the pair of Jindan stage cultivators of the Huangyong Island would help Zhou Xian settle all the small troubles. There was no need for General Zhou to work hard. They would be happy to give the heads and properties of the islands to Zhou Xian as congratulatory gifts. However, the key reason why Zhou Xian could cut tofu with a knife at Book Lake was that in addition to the outstanding military achievements of his cavalry and the wild cultivators of Book Lake who were good at taking advantage of the situation. In fact, another Dali general, Chao Gui's irresistible force, was also very important. Of course, the most important of all was the rumor that the vassal of Dali, Song Zhangqiang, would personally accompany a prince of Dali to patrol the border where the cavalry under Chao Gui's command confronted the Zhuang dynasty. Qin Pingon put down the court bulletin. He folded his hands in his sleeves and fell into deep thought. There was still no definite news about Lu Jimao's life or death. Generally speaking, Zhou Xian would still try to rope in a great cultivator like Lu Jimao who knew how to judge the situation. Moreover, Lu Jimao was the first to join Dali's side. The problem was that the identity of the foreign cultivators on Gong Willow Island who Lu Laoqing said were unlikable was still not clear. It seemed that this group of people decided Lu Jimao's life or death. Even Lu Laoqing could only pinch his nose and accept it, so that Zhou Xian could not add flowers to his book of merits and win another nascent soul stage cultivator for Dali at his fingertips. What a great background. Qin Pingon rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Could it be the Tongyi sect that had suffered a great loss? He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Move to Book Lake. But the price to pay was too great. Cultivators could move to other continents, but they could not take away the mountains and rivers that had been cultivated for thousands of years in the territory of the Tongyi sect. When it came to the great migration of 2 continents, other than the spiritual energy of the blessed enclave, nothing else could be said. Moreover, with such a big movement, the people of the Tongyi sect were already scattered. During the migration process, tigers and wolves would definitely bite the fat meat. When it came to the Great Tao, even if it was a sect that did not lack righteousness, as long as they decided to take action, they would not be lenient. Moreover, the cultivators of the Tongyi sect were arrogant. They were used to being the leaders of the continent's immortals. Would they really be willing to run to the small Aquarius continent to take root and live under the charity of a secular dynasty's Song clan? If it was the Fusuan sect, it would seem more reasonable. However, that group of cultivators acted against Lu Jimao, especially the little scheme against him, which was also unreasonable. Qin Pingon stood up and came to the window. This immortal inn was built on the banks of a large river. The view outside the window was wide. The river water was surging and the boats came and went. In his field of vision, it was as small as a grain of rice. The Mayu country's water network was intertwined and the rivers were widespread. This was probably one of the reasons why they dared to fight to the death in the imperial court. On the river surface, there were continuous stretches of warships slowly going against the current. However, the water surface was vast. Even if there were tens of thousands of people with banners, they were still light as a feather. Qin Pingon lay on the windowsill. Zheng Yi and Ma Duyi came together, saying that they wanted to take a look at the water deity temple of the Spring Flower River. It was said that their wishes were especially effective. The water deity also liked to tease mortal teachers. Qin Pingon was not in the mood. He let them tour the temple by themselves. However, he reminded Ma Duyi that after entering the temple's boundary, he still had to first apologize and take the initiative to express his intention to the water deity temple. Otherwise, according to the rules, he would offend the mountain deity temple. If there was a conflict, they would not be in the right. At that time, he could only apologize and pay for it. In any case, Ma Duyi and Zheng Yi would pay for the deity's money. It could not be counted as Qin Pingon's. Ma Duyi smiled and said that he knew. After walking so far in the Jianghu, he did not need Mr. Qin to nag about such rules. Qin Pingon did not know whether to laugh or cry. So far in the Jianghu? You and Zheng Yi have only walked through the territory of 2 vassal states. However, Qin Pingon did not say this. He waved his hand indicating that they should just go out and play. Otherwise, he would definitely give Ma Duyi a few more words. However, when Zheng Yi closed the door, Qin Pingon took off the blade strengthening gourd and tossed it to Zheng Yi, saying that it was just in case. Zheng Yi was naturally overjoyed. However, as soon as the door closed, Ma Duyi snatched it away and hung it on her waist. Zheng Yi was at her wit's end. Qin Pingon smiled knowingly at this. Men giving way to women and the strong giving way to the weak. At the same time, it was not a condescending attitude of charity. Was this not a matter of heaven and earth? Only such a way of the world would slowly become correct and better. All principles and knowledge had to fall back to order. If one walked a little more, they would have walked so far. If one thought more, they would have thought so much. Qin Pingon, who was a little tired and a little relaxed, just lay on the windowsill, closing his eyes and taking a nap. Where my heart is at ease is my home. Where my home is, I cannot sleep. Dozens of miles away, in the Spring Flower River God Temple, an old man was lying on the beam of the main hall of the temple eating a chicken leg. His hair was decorated with apricot flowers and he wore embroidered clothes. He looked very funny. Suddenly, he shivered and almost threw the greasy chicken leg at the head of the pilgrims in the temple. This old man was born as a monster of the water tribe. He was chosen by a gentleman from the Lakeview Academy to build a golden body and become a river god who enjoyed the incense of the mortal world. He soared into the sky and passed through the roof of the main hall. The old water god looked around and was very nervous. He bowed in all directions and said in a trembling voice, "Which saint has graced us with his presence? I'm so scared, so scared." As for the culprit, he was taking a nap in the midst of his busy work. With morals, all evil would be repelled and gods would make way. 454. Outside the window the river flowed slowly. Qin Pingon, who was lying on the windowsill, only closed his eyes for a while and his spirit relaxed a little. This was a rare thing. Qin Pingon had not slept soundly for too long. Xing Yi and Ma Di had not returned yet. Qin Pingon was still a little worried. As he expected, after meeting with Zhang Yi, they returned to the Book Lake and left the verdant canyon island. This time, from the Liuxiao Pass to the Meili country, there were indeed many shadows along the way. Someone was following them from afar. The person's cultivation was very high and he hid very well. Qin Pingon only felt a little in his heart occasionally. Xing Yi and Ma Di were kept in the dark from the beginning to the end. Qin Pingon did not point it out so that they would be on tenterhooks and easily expose themselves and cause unnecessary trouble. Even if the other party did not show any kindness or hostility, Qin Pingon still felt uneasy. Before the Book Lake there were only a few cultivators who could do this. Lu Laoqing, who was in the pure jade realm, disdained to do so, and Lu Zhimao, who was in the nascent soul realm, would not do so. The Song clan did not want to complicate matters. Moreover, Qin Pingon was from Dali after all, and Lu Baixiang and the others had all become members of Dali. Even if the higher-ups of Dali other than Cui Dong were ready to make trouble, such as the confidant spy of the Empress in the palace, they would definitely not have the courage to do anything to the Book Lake. This was because this was under the nose of Cui Dong, and Cui Dong was most concerned about the rules. Of course, the rules of Dali, from the palace to the military and to the mountain, were almost all set by Cui Dong. Qin Pingon was almost certain that that person was one of the foreign cultivators on Gong Willow Island, the head of the group. That was not very likely. The matter of Calligraphy Lake was of great importance. Otherwise he would not have acted to suppress Lu Zhimao. This required him to personally oversee the Gonglu Island. Therefore it should be the second or third leaders of the group who crossed the river to spy on him and wait for an opportunity to make a move. Fortunately, the other party didn't want to kill him directly. It seemed like he hadn't thought of a foolproof plan that didn't leave any hidden dangers behind. However, once he made his move, it would definitely be thunderous. Regarding this, Qin Pingon still felt some gratitude towards Lu Laoqing in his heart. Not only did Lu Laoqing not come up with a plan for him, he did not even watch from the sidelines. Instead, Lu Laoqing had secretly warned him and revealed the heavenly secret. Of course, there was another possibility. Lu Laoqing had already told them about the jade tablet in the Confucian temple. The foreign cultivators were also worried that the jade tablet would be destroyed together with the common stone, which would fundamentally ruin their overall plan at the Book Slip Lake. However, Qin Pingon vaguely felt that Lu Laoqing was an interesting person. The former was more likely. It was a pity that Lu Laoqing was not the person who would ultimately decide the direction of the Book Slip Lake. As a result, the chessboard that he had painstakingly built, together with Lu Zhimao, Tan Yuani and Lu Laoqing, were all destroyed. Qin Pingon had to admit that this chessboard was almost overturned. Now Dali's chief general, Su Gaoshan, and the foreign cultivators were playing chess at the Book Slip Lake. Everyone else, including Qin Pingon, had to stand aside. However, Qin Pingon did not think that their painstaking efforts were all in vain in the end. Whether to accept one's fate or not, one had to know one's fate. For example, when Qin Pingon wanted to see Su Gaoshan, he received a rather domineering reply of, "Get lost." However, Qin Pingon could accept it calmly. Because of his trip to the Shihao country, he had seen and heard with his own eyes and ears. In addition to the previous summary of the Katkin Islands court bulletin, Qin Pingon dared to say that he understood Su Gaoshan's temperament relatively well. He was born in the Cold Clan, experienced hardships, and used his glorious military exploits as his foundation. This kind of person held a high position, so he was extremely tenacious. His heart was like a rock, and his state of mind was already similar to the heart of a grand cultivator. Perhaps when Cui Dong and Song Zhengqiang gave him orders, even if they did not lack reprimand, they would still respect Su Gaoshan. However, accepting one's fate was after all a hard work, but there was no reward. Of course, there would still be disappointment. This point was actually no different from Zhang Yi, who appeared in Yuluo Mountain. Qin Pingon wanted to touch the blade's strengthening gourd and drink a mouthful of wine, but then he remembered that he had already given it to Ma Duyi to hang on his waist. He sat back at the table, thought for a while, and simply took out the calligraphy of the bookish county magistrate. He spread out the calligraphy one by one and admired it. No matter how he looked at it, he liked it. He read it in one breath to his heart's content without restraint. What was the difference between this and a martial artist's fist? His expression was moving, he moved back and forth, all was in harmony with the Tao. What was the difference between this and a sword, a mortal's sword? There were always some similarities in the principles of the world. On each calligraphy, there was a different private seal of the young county magistrate. Most of the time there was only one seal and very rarely there were two seals. One of the calligraphy had a very strong tone. If you hold my waterside portrait, don't be afraid that every word will turn into a flood dragon. If you hold my waterside portrait and travel at night, ghosts and gods will not be able to hide. Next to each other, there were two seals, young flood dragon vigor, and thin dragon divine fat. There was another calligraphy and there were three seals in succession. At that time the young county magistrate's actions left a deep impression on Chen Pingon. His face was in high spirits, like a scholar exiled from the school of calligraphy. He laughed and said, "I met a fool who used immortal wine to brew my immortal calligraphy. How delightful!" The seals were respectively Kaiyuan, Changshu, and Immortal Ink Pool. Chen Pingon put them away one by one. In the future he must store them in Luopa Mountain. In the future, no matter who asked, no matter how high the price, he must not sell them. He must pass them down as family heirlooms. When he thought of this, Chen Pingon could not help but smile. Chen Pingon stretched his body, both hands in his sleeves, and kept turning his head to look at the river. There was once a beautiful poem extracted from a book and engraved on a bamboo slip. A small bamboo slip, but it carried such a great artistic conception. Falling trees and thousands of mountains, the sky is far and wide, Qing River is a clear moon. The magnificent river scenery outside the window unknowingly broadened his mind. "Mr. Qi, there is a saying that I may have achieved the things that I could not do at inverted hanging mountain after working hard." After Tsing Yi and Ma Duyi returned, Tsing Yi was in high spirits. He really met the water god of the spring flower river. He had a flower hairpin and embroidered clothes and was especially kind. When he saw them, he even showed up and personally brought them around the water god temple. However, Ma Duyi rolled her eyes, saying that the old man's gaze was uncomfortable. When he looked at the blade's strengthening gourd at her waist, he also looked at her waist. Chen Pingon could not say much about this. The Spring Flower River was the largest river in Meiyu country, and Meiyu country had always respected the water god. As the #1 river god, the Spring Flower River water god was definitely not simple. In fact, Chen Pingon had already seen many water gods. The first was Wei Pai of Chiduan Mountain, who was considered half a water god's wedding dress ghost. Later on, the water god of the embroidered river appeared beside Gukan's father, the water god of the buried river in Tongyi continent, and on the way to the north of the Great Spring Dynasty, he met a pair of opposing water gods who fought until the mountains and the water shook. Of course, there was also the water god of the White Swan River that he met in Xiang Prefecture of Huangting country, who gave Chen Pingon a headache. He just did not know how the relationship between the blue-clothed child and his Jianghu friend, the water god of the Imperial River, was now. Wei Pai and Julian sent a flying sword message to Xianxia Island. The letter more or less mentioned this matter, but it did not say much. It only said that the water god of the Imperial River of Huangting country had obtained a peace tablet and had personally paid a visit to Longquan County. The blue-clothed child held a welcoming banquet for him at Luopa Mountain, and finally invited the water god to a farewell drink in the small town. After that, the blue-clothed child did not mention much about this good brother who valued friendship and righteousness. Chen Pingon was somewhat worried, but based on the few words in the letter, it was not good for him to casually warn the blue-clothed child. In the eyes of outsiders, the blue-clothed child's almost childish Jianghu loyalty was actually not something that Chen Pingon disliked. In his eyes, it was precisely the most valuable aspect of the blue-clothed child. It was much better to be a little foolish than to be shrewd and not at all clever. At least in Chen Pingon's Luopa Mountain, this point was very important, of the utmost importance. Because this was Chen Pingon's little world, the rules were set by him. Chen Pingon's own personal likes and dislikes were like the old Taoist in a Taoist temple. In a blessed land of lotus flowers he was the god. Outside of this area, There were many people who were shrewd in conducting themselves and different from the great Tao that everyone strived to be first. Qin Pingan also recognized them and did not even dislike them. On the contrary, he felt that there were many things that could be learned from them. For example, Sun Jiashu, who owned an entire 100-li-long street outside Old Dragon City. This young head of the Sun family was not only shrewd, but also possessed a unique wisdom in conducting himself. But in the end, Qin Pingan and Sun Jiashu could only part ways at the Sun family's ancestral home. But in the end, when they boarded the ferry and left Old Dragon City, Qin Pingan's impression of Sun Jiashu had already deepened. The same rice could not only raise 100 different kinds of people. If one was willing to see the good in others, one would not go to a dead end. One also needed to know more about the differences between others and oneself. Only then would one know why others were living well and why they were not living well. Thinking and measuring hundreds and thousands of twists and turns. Just like the young county magistrate's cursive handwriting, which was so messy and crazy that Zheng Yi could not recognize a single word at first glance. But in fact, when it came down to the root, wasn't it still a single word? But looking at the characters and admiring the miracle of calligraphy, one could not recognize the characters and the characters did not recognize one. One could roughly see the momentum and it did not matter if one did not look at it. But when one was in this complicated world, one could not recognize the various rules and restrictions of this world, especially the rules at the lowest level that were the most easily ignored. Life was about teaching people how to conduct themselves. This had nothing to do with good or evil. The great Tao was selfless. For seasons flowed and time passed. After suffering, one could not help but say, "I should have known." Qin Pingan was a little worried. The little Taoist boy who carried the golden blade strengthening gourd on his back said that he was going to move to another world. Did that mean that the blessed land of lotus flowers would also be brought to the Qingming world? What about the imperial tutor of Nanyuan Kingdom, Zhong Qiu and Chao Qinglang? Would there be a chance to meet them again? The flow of time in the blessed land was under the control of the old Taoist. Would the next time Qin Pingan returned to the blessed land, Zhong Qiu would already be an ancient person who had obtained a great posthumous title in the history of Nanyuan Kingdom? Then what about Chao Qinglang? Qin Pingan had always been thinking about Chao Qinglang, the kind-hearted child, and could not forget her. Zheng Yi and Ma Duyi sat at the table chatting and eating melon seeds. Unknowingly, they found that Mr. Qin seemed to be a little worried again. Fortunately, this worry was not the same as before. It was not heavy. It was just the melancholy of thinking about someone or something. It was like a green ant floating on the surface of wine, and did not become sad like aged wine. But this accountant never said anything about his own happiness, anger, sorrow, or joy. He always enjoyed it alone. This made Ma Duyi and Zheng Yi feel a little disappointed. There was a knock on the door. This immortal inn built near the river sent over a copy of the Immortal Court Bulletin compiled by Meiyu Kingdom. It was fresh out of the oven and had the unique smell of immortal ink. After Qin Pingan expressed his thanks, he flipped through it and skimmed through it. Do you think that after he died he would regret sacrificing his life for the country? Also, the scattered soldiers of Shihao Kingdom who fought with the common people for food in the small county. Even if so many of his fellow soldiers died, how could that young warrior be willing to draw his sword against the common people? Qin Pingan drew an even bigger circle. You may not know this, but previously in the Stonehair Kingdom, I stopped a young mountain spirit who wanted to kill people in a dog meat shop in a county city. I even gave him an immortal coin. But if the demon race invades the world on a large scale one day, even if I know that among the demons, there will be the fox spirit from the ancient temple in the early years, and there will be this young spirit who finally gave up on killing people, when I face the mighty army in front of me, and I am the only one standing in front of them with the city and the common people behind me, what do you think I should do? Go to the battle formation and ask the demons one by one why they want to kill people, and if they are willing to not kill people? Qin Pingan said indifferently, since I chose to stand there and block the way, it means that I am prepared to die. Since the other party has killed their way there, they should do the same. The military saints guarding the ancient battlefield ruins are guarding the world. For example, the scholarly sage guarding the academy and the Taoist perfected lord guarding the Taoist temple. Why is there such a good time, place, and people? Probably this is part of the reason. When they are in it, outsiders have to do as the Romans do. Qin Pingon asked, "Do you understand what I mean?" Zheng Yi shook his head honestly. Ma Duyi asked, "I understand the general principle, but there is another problem. What if outsiders can forcefully break the world of the saints? Does it mean that the original principle is wrong?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "This means that you have not thought clearly about why the saints can guard the world. This is the root, the thread of the network, the beginning of the order. After that, you will wonder why it is still destroyed by external forces, and why the seemingly unreasonable outsiders beat the reasonable ones with their fists. As for why I said, seemingly, it is even more complicated. If there is a chance in the future, I will tell you in detail. Otherwise, you will only feel more and more confused, as if there is reason everywhere, but in the end, everyone is unreasonable." Ma Duyi nodded. "Okay, I will wait and see." Qin Pingon smiled, "But I hope that there will not be such a chance." Ma Duyi was even more confused. Qin Pingon said slowly, "We have seen the misfortune of the Stone Hair Kingdom with our own eyes. Only the poets and heroes are lucky. The voices of the fallen kingdom, the words of grief and indignation, and the civil and military officials who died for the kingdom are the easiest to remember in the history books. We have also walked through the Meili Kingdom. Most of the people are diligent and earnest, the scholars and literati, living a stable life. Tell me, which one is luckier, the Stone Hair Kingdom or the Meili Kingdom?" The answer was obvious. Dying generously was a last resort. Having no regrets did not mean that there were no regrets. Living well, even if it was not a pleasant life, was still the most simple wish of the people. Qin Pingon smiled. "We do not know many simple principles, and it is difficult for us to empathize with the suffering of others. But is this not our fortune? No matter how good a person was, they would not be able to empathize with the suffering of others. Years ago in the Yanji County of the Tsai Kingdom, the young man with a hatchet, Zhou Xian, protected the little girl. Why was he willing to trust Qin Pingon? It was because children were often more sincere, more sensitive to suffering and harder to resist. The little girl nicknamed Luan Luan felt the same joys and sorrows from Qin Pingon, who was in a more similar situation. It was not because in the eyes of the child, Qin Pingon was better than the girl beside her who was also a good person. At this moment Ma Duyi and Xing Yi looked at each other. In the end, Qin Pingon's expression was calm as he said, "But where did this luck come from? Shouldn't we know and cherish it? When no one is willing to delve into this matter, there is no need to complain when disaster strikes. The heavens will not listen, right? Is that why there is a bodhisattva sitting upside down on the altar? But I still feel that at this juncture, scholars should still take on some responsibility. They have read more books than the common people, obtained scholarly honors, brought glory to their families, and enjoyed greater fortune than the common people. They should take on some more burdens." Qin Pingon gently placed his hands on the armrests of the chair. When everyone sat in an improper posture, sitting as comfortably as possible, loosening the tenons and rocking the chair, the world would not be peaceful. This was why the Confucians paid particular attention to studying and cultivating the body. They had to sit upright and still, and the gentleman was cautious. After seeing the book slip lake, he was so disappointed. But when Qin Pingon left the book slip lake, he walked more roads and thought of more things. On the contrary, he was not so disappointed. After a short 2 days of rest, they left the Immortal Inn and headed for the southernmost territory of the Meili Kingdom. On the way down south, Qin Pingon met a down-and-out scholar. His speech and clothing showed that he had an impressive family background. At that time, the scholar of Meili Kingdom was disheartened about his official career and did not lack money, so he hired a carriage and servants to accompany him on his travels. In the end, one of them was tempted by money and collaborated with the other two to murder him. They almost pushed the scholar, who liked to recite poetry, off the cliff. If it was not for a kind porter who desperately tried to stop them, the scholar would have died before Qin Pingon could do anything. After that, the family might not even be able to find his bones. After Qin Pingon stopped them, he asked the scholar how to deal with the carriages and servants. The scholar was also a strange person. Not only did he give them the salary they deserved and let them take the money and leave, he also said that he remembered their household registration. If they dared to do evil again and he found out, he would settle the old and new debts together. A death sentence with their heads cut off was not a problem. The scholar only left behind the porter who carried the load. Then he insisted on traveling with Qin Pingon. They changed their route and went down south together. The scholar fell in love with Ma Di at first sight. Qin Pingon was not blind. Even Xing Yi could see that. Furthermore, the way the scholar expressed his goodwill was a bit too clumsy. He had nothing to say, so he deliberately talked loudly with Qin Pingon and criticized the current affairs. Otherwise, he would recite poems and prose in front of the marvelous mountains and rivers. Ma Di was very annoyed. For the first time he wanted Mr. Qin to put away the fox skin talisman and put him in his sleeve. What the eye does not see, the heart does not grieve. If it wasn't for the fact that the scholar didn't lose his elegance and didn't have the nerve to introduce himself and show off his family background, Ma Di would have scolded him and told him to put away his belly full of complaints as soon as possible. The scholar was obviously a descendant of the Meili Kingdom's aristocratic family. Otherwise, the arrogance revealed in his speech was not because he was the top scholar at the age of 20. It was because after 3 years of experience in the capital's Hanlin Academy and the Ministry of Revenue Yamen, he was sent out to be an official. He really wanted to be a good official and have the reputation of being a righteous lord. Unfortunately, after he left office, not to mention the umbrella of the people, there was only a lot of curses. The subordinates of the county yamen scolded him behind his back for being pedantic and not knowing how to fight for benefits for the yamen. He only cared about making them suffer. The local tyrants also scolded him for not knowing how to handle affairs. The people also scolded him for fishing for compliments and wasting people's money. One day when he spoke of his sadness and drank too much wine, the scholar's eyes were filled with tears. He did not care about pretending to be a famous scholar in front of Ma Di. Qin Pingon did not say much. He only talked about his rough views on honest and good officials. He talked about the benefits of the former and the difficulties of the latter. When the scholar heard this, he was drunk and angry. He said that it was already unacceptable for the officials to live with the light and dust. If they still had to wallow in the mire, then what kind of scholar was he? What kind of official was he? A real scholar should rely on real talent and real knowledge to occupy the center of power step by step. Then he could cleanse the impurities. Only then could he be considered as cultivating the body and governing the country. Otherwise, he should not be an official and let down the sage's principles in the book. Qin Pingon smiled and said that it was reasonable. He did not persuade him. It was not that Qin Pingon felt that the reason was unreasonable or that the scholar's thinking was too naive. It was the troublesome thing of this kind of scholar. Qin Pingon had seen it with his own eyes. Wu Yuan, who had the title of the imperial tutor's disciple, ran into a wall when she first became the county magistrate in Longquan. Speaking of those big surnames, were they not afraid of Cui Dong? However, it was precisely these amiable soft nails that were secretly buried inside and outside of the yamen, causing Wu Yuan to be badly battered. His official career was not smooth, and in the end he had no choice but to move out of the small town, moving to a place for the legitimate sons of the Yuan and Chao families. Following Longquan's promotion from a county to a county, Wu Yuan naturally followed suit and was promoted from a county magistrate to a county governor. However, Qin Pingon dared to assert that Wu Yuan's impression in the Great Li's imperial court had already fallen to the bottom. With a background and a backer, it was naturally not difficult for one to have a smooth sailing life. However, it was destined that one would not be able to have a smooth sailing life. In fact, back then Wu Yuan had indeed said something from the bottom of her heart to a certain son of a noble family in the capital. She told the secretary clearly that there was a difference between asking everyone to write a plaque for the Wenwu temple or asking the family to break the deadlock in Longquan. Incense was not only between friends but even within the family. It would also be used up, so it should not be used carelessly. If the present Qin Pingon heard this, he might sit down with Wu Yuan and have a good drink. Just this sentence alone was enough to make a pot of good wine. In the lotus flower blessed land, Qin Pingon had seen many generations of officials and officials. When they became local officials, they thought they could do it. In fact, many people went from glory to darkness and then to complete silence. During this period, there were also shortcuts that broke the rules. After a temporary gain, the local officials also pinched their noses and admitted their losses. However, they often rebounded silently. They increasingly rejected the sons of officials from the capital, and their methods became more sophisticated and insidious, teasing and playing with them like idiots. Therefore, Qin Pingon was now afraid of Su Gaoshan, who had turned from a peasant to a general in the army, But he would not underestimate Chao Gui, who had a noble family name and was blessed by nature at the beginning of the official career. Ma Di was furious. After holding it in for a long time, he could not bear it anymore and wanted to speak. However, Qin Pingon shook his head and signaled him not to speak. Qin Pingon could actually understand the scholar's dilemma. It was exactly the same as his own situation in the book Slip Lake. Should he ask a tiger for its skin and become an ally with Lu Jimao, who was a mortal enemy and should not rest until one of them was dead? Should they set the rules for the book Slip Lake together? If he did not do it, it would naturally save him a lot of trouble and effort. If he did it, he would be unhappy in his heart, not to mention other things. Sometimes, in the dead of night, he had to ask himself whether his conscience was lacking. Would there be a day when he would be like Gukin, who took a wrong step and could not turn back? Unconsciously, he would become the kind of person he liked and disliked the most in the past. Qin Pingon respected the scholar's choice. Perhaps if he did not become an official, he would have the talent of being the top scholar and the foundation of his family. Wouldn't it be better to concentrate on learning for decades and have students all over the country be a better way to break out of the situation? That was true. That beautiful possibility was right in front of the scholar's path. How could Qin Pingon bear to say that the scholar was wrong? He should be a scholar with a guilty conscience for the sake of the good fortune of the people at the moment. There was one more good official in the imperial court, but the country had one less real teacher? Qin Pingon did not dare to jump to conclusions about the trade-offs and gains and losses. These twists and turns were all what Qin Pingon read and thought about from books. Many words that he once only knew were good but did not know what was good about them, such as Mr. Chi's, alliances, and Old Man Yao's. The words of all kinds of people on the bamboo slips became clearer and clearer. It was as if the later generations had picked up the beginning and the end of the thread, clear and real. When there was a gathering, there would be a parting. No matter how much the scholar liked Ma Di, no matter how much he did not care about Ma Di's indifference and alienation, he still had to return to the capital. After all, playing around the mountains and rivers was not the scholar's job. When he left, he told him about his family background because if Mr. Qin wanted to drink with him in the future and ask for directions, he had to have an address. It turned out that the scholar was the grandson of the Minister of Works of Meiyu country. When they met, they would drink together. When they parted, there was no harm in drinking together. This was probably the good Jianghu. In fact, Xingyi still did not quite understand why Mr. Qin was willing to waste his time with a scholar. He insisted on accompanying the scholar to more than 100 miles of mountains and rivers. Even if the scholar was the grandson of a minister, so what? Xingyi did not think that Mr. Qin needed to deliberately befriend such a person. It was not worth it. Not to mention Mr. Qin, even Xingyi, a mountain cultivator who had not reached the middle 5 states, had nothing to do with whether he was a mountain cultivator or not. It was because Xingyi met the same person and encountered the same situation. He saved the person, drank, and left. However, when he thought of Mr. Qin, Xingyi was relieved. Ma Di had said Mr. Qin to his face and was unhappy. Xingyi actually felt the same, but it was different from Ma Di's. Xingyi felt that Mr. Qin was quite good. Perhaps in the future, when he had Mr. Chen's cultivation and state of mind, he would also chat more with the scholar when he met him again. Yes. Unknowingly, his heart of cultivation had changed from clinging tightly to Mr. Chen's sleeves and surviving. Even if he left Mr. Qin in the future, he wanted to live a more meaningful life. He wanted to live a different life from the wild cultivators on Maoyu Island and even the entire book Slip Lake. For example, he wanted to be more patient with the mortal teachers at the foot of the mountain. Xingyi must not have thought it through, but he had started to think about it. The tall teenager probably did not know that the teenager in Mud Bottle Alley back then also walked like this, and that was how he became the accountant today. After parting with the scholar, the 3 of them rode to the southernmost city of Meiyu country called Jingzhou. The highest official in the city was not the governor, but the owner of the military officer's office. The military officer was second only to the governor of the military officer's office. Qin Pingon stayed for more than 10 days. Because he found that the spiritual qi here was far more abundant than that of ordinary towns and cities, and it was beneficial for Ma Duyi and Xingye's cultivation, he chose a large inn near the water so that they could cultivate in peace. He himself wandered around the city and heard a lot of things. The military officer had an only son who was mediocre in talent and learning. He had no hope of passing the imperial examinations, and he had no intention of pursuing an official career. He spent most of his time in brothels and had a bad reputation. However, he did not bully men and women. He only had a strange hobby. He liked to let his servants catch cats, dogs, foxes and the like, break their legs, throw them backward and watch them as they struggled. In the end, a shocking rumor spread from the military officer's office. The military officer's only son's limbs were broken, and his fate was no different from the cats, dogs and foxes that had suffered at his hands. His mouth was stuffed with cotton and he was thrown onto the bed. The young man, who had long been hollowed out by alcohol and women, was clearly seriously injured, but he did not die. The military officer was furious. After confirming that it was the work of a demon, he spent a lot of money and invited the immortal masters of 2 immortal abodes to come down the mountain to subdue the demon. Of course, he also wanted to use immortal arts to cure his crippled son. At that time, Qin Pingon happened to be taking a stroll by the riverside of the transportation. He saw with his own eyes a group of immortal masters entering the city on a small immortal boat. The person standing at the bow of the boat was actually a Dragon Gate cultivator. In a vassal state like Mayu country, it was very generous to invite a Dragon Gate cultivator. It seemed that the military officer's residence was indeed very rich. Apart from making it convenient for Tseng Yi and Ma Duyi to cultivate, there was actually a more hidden reason why they chose to stay in Jing province. According to the immortal court report of the inn by the Spring Flower River, the green-clothed woman and white-clothed youth who had appeared out of nowhere had once stopped the old Jindan sword cultivator of the Zhuing dynasty, who was known to be one step away from the nascent soul stage, in the sky above Jing province. Apart from this battle, there were a total of 3 stop-and-go battles before and after Jing province. In the end, they just happened to kill the sword cultivator at the border between Mayu country and the Zhuing dynasty. Qin Pingon guessed that Cui Dongshan and Miss Wan Xiu were fishing, luring 1 or 2 nascent soul sword cultivators to leave the mountain and lose the protection of the mountain and river formation. Then they would rush to Mayu country's territory without caring about anything else and save the Jindan sword cultivator who had a promising future and was a national treasure. Otherwise, with Cui Dongshan's nascent soul cultivation and magical treasures, it would not be troublesome at all to deal with the Jindan sword cultivator. It was very likely that the military school's Ruanjia or the school of Moism's Su Rua were hiding at the border of Mayu country. Even if both of them were there, Qin Pingon would not find it strange. As expected of the immortal masters of Dragon Gate cultivators. After meeting up with another group of cultivators of a smaller force, they cured the son of a noble. However, he would walk with a slight limp in the future and was destined to not be able to lift anything heavy. The immortal masters of both sides used their immortal treasures and a spiritual item to follow the clues. That night, they found the demon that dared to attack the military chief's residence. A bloody battle broke out in the city. The immortal masters of each side attacked fiercer than the other, and the demon only avoided them by taking a detour. In fact, to be able to torture the military chief's only son in such a way, sneak in and then leave quietly, it meant that it would be easy for them to kill the young man. However, for some reason the demon did not kill anyone. It only injured people. In the night, Qin Pingon had been watching from the top of the city wall with folded arms. If the demon had not been stupid and intentionally or unintentionally chose a route that was not conducive to escape, there would definitely have been heavy casualties in Jingzhou City tonight. It was not that subduing the demon was wrong, but that the immortal masters of Dragon Gate attacked time and time again without thinking about the consequences. In the end, the demon still managed to escape from the city. The immortal masters swept past the top of the city wall like butterflies and sparrows, leaving behind the officers and soldiers who could only wave their flags and shout, and continued their pursuit outside the city. The officers and soldiers in the city certainly would not have thought that the 2 groups of immortal masters who left the city to chase after the demon in an aggressive manner actually stopped very quickly. Even though there were no traces of the demon, they still deliberately took out their spiritual items and smashed them continuously at an empty space. It was extremely dazzling. At the same time, the old immortal master of Dragon Gate who did not attack with all his strength changed his direction when he left the city and quietly left the demon-hunting army. Qin Pingon leaped down from the top of the city wall and followed him from a distance. In the mountains over 20 li away from Jingzhou City, Qin Pingon stood on the branch of a large tree and watched the old immortal master fight for a while before using a silver-white magic weapon, the demon binding rope, to successfully bind the fox that had revealed its true form. The old immortal master successfully used the demon binding rope to drag the snow-white fox that was covered in blood and went straight to Qin Pingon. He asked with a smile, "What? You want a share of the loot?" Qin Pingon floated down to the ground and smiled. "Old immortal master, you've made a good deal. As for my side, I'll go back to the military chief's office and tell them that big demons are hard to tame. Anyway, everyone in the city has seen how you've done your best and dazzling. I'm sure that the border governor won't be able to eat or sleep in peace and will have to obediently hand over a large sum of immortal money. I sincerely hope that old immortal master will be able to catch the demon until the end. Over here, old immortal master has secretly captured the demon. When the time comes, you can find a fox demon that has just transformed into a human and hand it over to the military chief's office." The old immortal master stroked his beard and smiled. "Young man, you have good eyes. Among my slow-witted disciples, there are a few idiots who don't understand. You only took a few glances from the side and you already know the key points." Qin Pingon joked. "Old immortal master, you're not going to kill me to silence me, are you?" The old cultivator laughed heartily. "I'm not some deranged wild cultivator who would disown his parents and master for money. Speak, name a price. If the price is fair, then consider it an unexpected windfall for you. After all, a horse won't get fat if it doesn't feed at night." Qin Pingon asked, "Old immortal master, what are you going to do with this demon?" The old immortal master raised the demon binding rope in his hand. The demon wailed endlessly. "After all, it's a demon that cultivated to the sea-viewing realm. After bringing it back to the mountain gate, I'll train it and get rid of its evil tendencies. I'm not boasting, but this is also its good fortune." Qin Pingon nodded and said with a smile, "There's truth and lies. Let's not care about it. However, I still advise old immortal master to reconsider and not use the demon binding rope to capture me." The old immortal master's eyes were gloomy and unclear. "Young man, you really don't know what's good for you. You're gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Aren't you afraid that good things will lead to bad things?" Qin Pingon covered his sleeves with both hands and restrained his smile. "You actually have to thank this demon. Otherwise, you'd already be half dead after all the sins you've committed in the city." The old immortal master of the Dragon Gate realm laughed as if he had heard a great joke. The leaves shook and rustled down. Qin Pingon sighed. "You have a way of making money. I think it's very good that you've gotten the ill-gotten wealth of the Chao transportation officials. However, in order to make money, you don't care about the lives of the people. Now you're joining hands with others. When they hear the news and rush over, you'll catch the demon and kill it. It's not very kind of you." The old immortal master looked at the young man who looked sickly at first. The more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong. He became more and more fearful. Once cultivators started a feud, it was very easy for one side to die. Otherwise, it would be an endless grudge that lasted for hundreds of years. Qin Pingon said, "I'll buy it from you. How about it?" The old immortal master was hesitant. Qin Pingon threw out a jade pendant. It was the first-class consecrator of the Verdant Gorge Island. The old immortal master did not dare to reach out and catch it. The secret arts of cultivators were very strange. No one dared to take it lightly. Qin Pingon did not control the jade pendant back early. He let it hover in the air and let the old immortal master of the Dragon Gate realm scrutinize it carefully. Then he threw out a grain rain coin. "Now our Verdant Gorge Island is a little chaotic. Our reputation is not as good as before. You're a famous immortal master of archives in Melee country. Otherwise you'd be dead by now. This magic weapon, demon binding rope, would also be mine. Take the money and be quiet. Otherwise, you can stay with your disciple for the rest of your life and cultivate in peace on the mountain." Qin Pingon smiled. "Of course, a grain rain coin is definitely not a fair price. But if the price is fair, is it worthy of this jade pendant? Am I right, immortal master?" Qin Pingon patted the blade's strengthening gourd. 2 flying swords flew out and disappeared in a flash. The old immortal master's eyelids were trembling. He waved his sleeve and pushed the jade pendant back to the young sword immortal, in green cotton-padded clothes. Then he took the grain rain coin and bowed with a smile. "No discord, no concord. If you trust me, you can come to our Dragon Pan Mountain as a guest in the future. Qin Pingon put away the jade pendant. Chui Wu also flew back to the blade's strengthening gourd and smiled. Immortal Master, you're so good at doing business. I don't dare to give you money. The old Immortal Master laughed heartily. He shook the demon-binding rope and the snow-white fox fell to the ground. He put away the magic weapon and said a few tough words. As long as the Verdant Gorge Island can stand firm in the Book Lake, the little Dragon Pan Mountain will only give you money and dare not accept gifts. I dare not. If the Verdant Gorge Island is gone one day, I hope we won't meet again. Otherwise it will hurt our relationship. The old Immortal Master did not hesitate. After saying these words, he left immediately. Qin Pingon flew up to the branch and landed on the ground after a while. He really left. The snow-white fox curled up on the ground. While healing, she stared at the young Immortal Master with her eyes wide open. Is he really a sword Immortal Master? After she went down the mountain, she did not dare to show off. She did not see many Immortal Masters on the mountain. Therefore, this was the first time she saw a sword Immortal Master. Qin Pingon waved his hand. Go. Don't show your weakness to the enemy. I know that although you can't fight, you can walk without any problems. Remember not to appear in the Jing province for the time being. She blinked her eyes. Qin Pingon joked. Why? Are you blaming me for wasting your fortune in the Dragon Pan Mountain? She opened her mouth and said in a clear voice, Dragon Coil Mountain is rearing a very terrifying evil python. It is the true guardian of the mountain and likes to devour monsters. So that old bastard just now was lying to you. You must be careful in the future. Qin Pingon nodded, indicating that he would be careful. Then he did not walk forward. Instead, he squatted down on the ground. Are you wondering why I, a wild Immortal Master from the Book Slip Lake, would save you? She quickly shut her mouth and did not say a word. Qin Pingon smiled and threw a small porcelain bottle. It rolled in front of the snow-white fox and said, If you don't trust me, you can keep it first. She finally could not help but ask, What are you after? Qin Pingon smiled and said, Then let me ask you. In order to not hurt the innocent, you were almost caught in the city. What are you after? She smiled and squinted her eyes. It was very funny for a fox to act like a woman in the human world. She said coquettishly, Young master, we are kindred spirits. However, she soon put on a bitter face and felt sorry. She always felt that she was sorry for this benefactor of hers. Because they were lucky enough to be born as humans. In the words of scolding others, there was a saying that they were worse than beasts. Qin Pingon did not comment and waved his hand, Go, go. People's hearts are full of evil. It's very scary. In the future, don't rely on your cultivation to play in the human world. You have fought with the heavens and earth and won once. That's why you have today's cultivation. You must cherish it. But when you fight with people, how can you be a match for those wild Immortal Masters and those wild Immortal Masters? Go. In the future, if you can't help but come to the human world again, you must be more careful. Also, don't think that you can meet people like me every time in the future. How do you know if a good person today will become a bad person in the future? She gently raised a paw and covered her mouth. She laughed and said, How can a person who can say that become a bad person? I don't believe it. Qin Pingon covered his sleeves and squatted there. He smiled and said, If you don't believe it, it's up to you. But I have to remind you that old scoundrel of Dragon Coil Mountain might go back on his words. After meeting with the other Immortal Masters, he might come over to kill you. He'll catch you and feed you to that evil python. The snow-white fox hesitated for a moment and quickly put away the porcelain bottle. With a whoosh it flew out. However, after running for more than 10 steps, it turned its head and stood on its 2 feet. It imitated that person and bowed to bid farewell. That young man had been squatting there, but he didn't forget to wave at her. After that little fellow left, Qin Pingon stood up and slowly walked toward Jingzhou City. He would treat it as a night tour of the forest. Thinking that he lost another grain of grain rain money, Qin Pingon sighed and said that he could not be so prodigal next time. However, this accountant probably forgot that when he gave out a grain of grain rain money at the dog meat shop, he seemed to have reminded him in the same way. Qin Pingon completely forgot about this. As he strolled, he looked up. The bright moon was in the sky, forgetting everything else. First he set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest house mobile version reading website. that you're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.